The following is a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Former champs are poised to repeat at the U.S. Juniors and Seniors Championships in St. Louis. Zoe Tang's experience is shining through, outperforming her rival to pull away in the junior girls. Co-leaders faced off in the senior ladies with Angelina Belakovskaya emerging victorious in clear first. Alex Fishbein isn't giving up on his title defense, taking down his opponent to claim sole second, half a point behind the leader in the seniors. Abhimanyu Mishra still leads in the juniors. Can he pull away, or will he be caught? Day 8 of Fantastic Chess, coming up next.
Hello chess fans and welcome to the 8th and penultimate round of the US Junior and Senior Championships. The finish line is finally in sight. Zoe Tang has taken a huge lead in the junior girls, while in other sections, the race to the top is much tighter. The tournament has been incredible so far, but with 2 rounds to go, can the players keep up the momentum? Let's send it to the studio and start the action.
The best juniors and seniors in the United States once again descend upon St. Louis to battle at the 2026 U.S. Juniors and Seniors National Championships. Welcome back, chess fans, to Day 8. We are finally entering the championship rounds here at the 2026 U.S. Juniors and Seniors Championships. I am your host, Cristian Chirila, and alongside my 2 brilliant co-hosts, Yasser, Seirawan, and Katerina Nemcova, we will be providing all the action for the final championship rounds.
Hello and welcome to the show. I'm Women Grandmaster Katerina Nemcova, and I am joined by 2 amazing Grandmasters, Yasser Seirawan and Cristian Chirila.
I feel like I'm joined by amazing commentators as well, Katya and Cristian. Great to be with you in studio. Hello everyone and welcome to this, the penultimate round, as you've heard. Well, we in St. Louis, we're all about creating champions. And maybe in our penultimate round, we'll be crowning some champions today. Who will they be? Katya, do the honors. Tell us the standings. Let's begin with the girls' juniors.
Let's take a look. So the standings after round 7 in the Juniors Girls Championship. Zoe Tang, she's a clear leader. She extended her advantage by 1.5 points when she defeated Rachel Lee. She's doing amazing in the tournament. Rachel Lee and Jasmine Su tying for 2nd place.
Agreed. Amazing indeed. 6 out of 7. And tell us the standings in the juniors.
In the juniors section, Abhimanyu Mishra continues to lead. There were a lot of draws yesterday, so he's 0.5 point ahead of Andy Woodward and Tani Adewumi.
And in the senior women's championship?
Here we have a sole leader. Angelina Belakovskaya defeated yesterday Natalia Tsodikova, so she is at 5.5 out of 6. Absolutely fantastic performance.
Wow.
Natalia Tsodikova and Olga Sagalchik tying for 2nd with 4.5.
And finally, the standings in the seniors.
In the seniors section, we also have a sole first. Vladimir Akopian drew in round 7, and he's at 5.5, but Alexander Fishbein, he won an important game against Gregory Kaidanov, and he's trying to catch up to Akopian. And clear 3rd, Alexander Onischuk with 4.5.
And tell us about the format for these 4 national championships.
So these championships have the same format, 10-player round robin, which means each player gets to play everybody else in their respective section. No draw offers are allowed in these games, and classical time control. 90 minutes for first 40 moves, followed by 30 minutes for rest of the game, and 30-second increment from move 1.
We know we're in the penultimate round 8, but tell us about the schedule.
Yes, we are reaching the end of the event. Today, round 8, tomorrow, last round. And if there will be a tie for the first place, we will see playoffs on Friday, 24th.
And Cristian, Tell us what the potential for those playoffs might be.
Well, in fact, we're entering the championship round, so perhaps today we will be crowning some champions. Let's take a look at the road ahead of our leaders. And we're going to start with the seniors standings and the road ahead of one Vladimir Akopian, who is right now in the lead at 5.5 points. He drew his last game against one of his main competitors, Alexander Onischuk, which opened the door for Alexander Fishbein to actually win, and right now he's only half a point behind. And guess what? They are meeting in today's round. Take a look at this road ahead for this Vladimir Akopian in round 8 against Alex Fishbein. This one is going to be a huge clash. And tomorrow against a player that's been playing quite well in the event as well, Jesse Kraai. So not an easy road ahead for Vladimir Akopian, but everything is in his hands. If he wins today and Onischuk doesn't, then that's it. Akopian wins the tournament and becomes the champion. Let's take a look at what's happening in the senior women's standings. And in this one, we have a clear leader. That is Angelina Belakovskaya, who has been winning her games in dominant fashion. 5.5 points out of 6. Natalia Tsodikova, after losing against Angelina yesterday, is sharing second position with Olga Segalchik. Olga has been having quite a resurgence in this one. But let's take a look at the road ahead for Angelina. In today's round, she's meeting Alexei Ruth, who, unfortunately for her, she's not been having the best events of her life. 1.5 points, 8th position, and definitely somebody that Angelina will be looking to score a full point against. In round 9, she is facing Olga Segalchik. If Olga wins today, and in fact she is meeting Tsodikova, then she will have her fate in her own hands. Nevertheless, if Belakovskaya wins and Segalchik and Tsodikova draw their game, then we have a champion in this one, and that would be Belakovskaya. Let's take a look at what's happening in the junior girls section, and in this one we have a much clearer picture, as Zoe Tang completely turned around the game yesterday against Rachel Lee from a losing position to get the full point, and right now she is in the lead with authority. 1.5 points ahead of her nearest competitors, Rachel Lee and Jasmine Su, and let's see what her road ahead is looking like. This one is not easy, because look at that round 8. Round 8 is crucial. She's facing Jasmine Su. Jasmine, if she wants to stay in this contention for the championship, she needs to win. So both of these players know exactly what they need to do. If Zoe Tang wins today, then she wins the tournament with 1 round to spare. Zoe has her fate in her own hands, and we had her in the studio. She was very calm, cool, and collected. Let's see what's happening in the junior section. This one is much closer, and I see this one as a potential playoff. Let's see how this one plays out. Abhimanyu Mishra in the lead right now by 0.5 point, 5 out of 6 games. Andy Woodward, 4.5, as well as Tani Adewumi, 4.5 out of 7. My mistake. Let's take a look at the road ahead for Abhimanyu Mishra in this one. Today he's facing Liam Putnam with the black pieces, so definitely not an easy one to score a full point against. Nevertheless, Liam has not had the best event so far, and he is a player that is always motivated to win, so I'm not expecting this one to be a simple affair. And there you have him. He's already at the board, already waiting for this clash to begin. I think he will get his chances in this one. I have a feeling Abhimanyu, with his focus, look at him how focused he is.
Really
He's locked in right there. He is locked in right there. He knows exactly that if he wins this tournament, if he wins this round, and Woodward and Tani lose their respective games, that's it. He becomes a champion. And by the way, in the final round against Bach, he has the white pieces. Bach is the lowest rated player in the event, so definitely he's thinking about that one as well, but always taking it one game at a time. This is the one to follow. Guys, we could be crowning 4, in fact, national champions today.
Wow.
Let's see how it plays out.
Quite the penultimate round. Thank you, Cristian, as we see the players taking their seats for this round 8. Just wanted to give a shout out to Shushan. She's won 3 in a row, as has
Rochelle Wu.
Wow,
She
Rochelle.
started with 3-0, Rochelle, but she turned it around. And last 3 rounds, she has been perfect.
So nice hat tricks from the ladies there, as I think the players know and arbiters
But you see some players very serious. Nico, Chasin, and Kirk, Ghazarian are just sharing stories.
Right. I caught some trout the other day. How about you? Yeah.
Brewington against Andy, also smiling and sharing. Something fun has happened, probably, because a number of players are laughing.
That game in particular, I'll start with that game when the round's underway. But Brewington versus Andy is actually a really, really good matchup. Brewington has not lost a single game. He trails Andy by a half a point, and this is the two gentlemen I'm talking about. And Brewington opens 1, E2, E4. Again, he is trailing Mishra by a full point. I mean,
I think he needs 2 victories.
He needs a kind of a miracle finish, and hopefully Mishra doesn't run away with it. But
I feel he needs 2 wins.
But he's facing Andy pre-tournament by rating at least favorite. And I was about to say, not knight c3, not the 4 knights, because that is
the same thing that Nico played.
An invitation, for a draw. Just as Nico. Oh, bishop b5, not h3
d4 or h3
or
a3.
d4 or a3. That's right. But bishop b5. Now, a lot of people play bishop c5 here. I've essayed that in my career, as well as the much more direct knight d4. I've tried that.
You can do a lot of things in this position, including something that became somewhat popular nowadays is bishop d6.
Bishop d6,
Bishop d6.
It's one of those crazy moves. Harika, here in the Cairns Cup, as white, had played bishop d3, and that just threw me off. And I found out, like, Magnus had played it, and a lot of other great players. I was like, what?
It's like one of the things we teach beginners, right? Do not block the pawns, do not block your pieces.
Yeah, no, and
for bishop d3?
No, I'm not sure it was.
Or perhaps it was in a different...
something threw me off.
But the same idea, Harika, right? Maybe h3. h3 is becoming somewhat popular.
Yeah, crazy, crazy stuff. I'm going to go around the horn as Andy locks in and figures out what he wants to do. I'm going to go to the game of Mishra, our tournament leader. He's up against Liam. And one of the things that I've admired about Mishra's play in this event with the black pieces, he's playing like I have an advantage with black. I mean, whether it be his knight or Sicilians or his willingness to play Benoni and play those double-edged positions. But the game with
Andy Woodward,
and that was a Slav, but that was
a struggled there.
Yeah, but think of how the preparation, it was like 20 moves deep as well. Okay, today
and he did come prepared for that game.
Yeah, it's the King's Indian. We have seen castles and c4 and then c6 earlier in the tournament. The players might be going down those theoretical waters. And yeah, we're going to leave it here as we're going to go to the game of Zoe Tang versus Jasmine. And again, for those of you joining us late, this is it. This is Jasmine. She's a point and a half behind her opponent. She's got the black pieces, unfortunately, but there's no choice. She just simply has to play for the win. But look at Zoe.
She's the only player who can try to catch Tang.
But look at Zoe. Zoe's just played against the Grunfeld with h4. And it's sort of like she's saying, I'm playing for a win with white. Or at least maybe this was her preparation for the tournament and didn't know.
They're both blitzing out moves.
Wow.
So both of them are in their preparation.
Big time. And a super, super sharp game going on here. If you don't mind, Cristian, I know you've had the Grunfeld in your repertoire for some time.
I've played that, actually.
What's going on?
With black. That exact position, I played it quite a few times.
Yeah?
H5, I'm trying to... Actually, no, I didn't play it like this. I was playing it with castle. I was doing castle in this position instead of b5. b5 leads to too much theory for my taste. And after castle, generally you cannot play h5 any longer. because after knight takes h5, you just simply don't have enough compensation. But what they do is they take on c4, and then we have this line. b5, bishop takes b5, knight takes e4, take, queen to a5, knight to c3 is a very forced line. Take, take, take.
Right.
And at this point, I believe the line goes something like c4. No, h5, queen to c4, starting to look at the pawn on c3 and the pawn on e4. And generally it goes like this. If I'm trying to remember exactly how it goes, but white definitely sacrifices a pawn at the right moment. Oh yes, it's rook to h4. Rook to h4. And
wow.
You're basically forcing my queen off the a6 f1 diagonal and trying to say that I'm going to have enough compensation for the pawn. Given that, you know, you have some pressure down the h file, this bishop is starting to look at e7 in many cases as well. The rook coming to c1 occasionally targets the pawn on c5. There's definite compensation for white in this one. But they're choosing a completely different approach.
Yeah, and they're doing it fast too,
yes.
Cristian.
And that is because this is very theoretical.
If you don't mind me asking, after the move h5,
yes,
Jasmine castled, and for a lot of us, we would say, oh my gosh, she's castling into it, into the attack. Why didn't she play, I'm sure it's all theoretical, but why didn't she play the move b4, intending...
b4 might be a little bit problematic because of h6, and that's answers your question as well. Why does she castle? Because she wants to be ready for, to meet h6 with bishop h8.
And she wants to keep her bishop on the diagonal. Yes. But what I was asking is, like, this... Okay, at the moment, black's a pawn up, but black wants to win a second pawn. But is it e5? What's going on?
After bishop f8, it's already bad after knight to a4.
Knight to a4.
Knight to a4, take, take, and you're just simply really lacking in development is the big issue that
this
black
big
has.
bishop on f8.
You're not hiding the king on the king side as of right now because the bishop is in the way, and you're definitely not going the other way because you're completely empty on that side. I'm still having my attacks on the pawn on c5, and I'm going to increase that pressure with bishop to e3. I have enough. It's not even compensation. It's a decisive advantage for white right now. So you cannot allow that. The other alternative outside of castle, the other serious alternative outside of castle, I feel is knight takes h5. And after knight takes h5, knight b5, queen to a5, knight to c3. Once again, we go into all sorts of very long theoretical battles.
Gotcha.
They don't finish here. That's all I can say. You have basically 5 moves in this position. Knight d7, bishop a6, bishop to g4 is fine as well. Even bishop takes c3 and castle are moves. So I'm not going to be able to cover all of those. But it does seem like Jasmine knows exactly what she's doing because she played castle quite quickly.
Right.
But Cristian, continuing with the game, I feel like Zoe chose a move that's not as popular and caught Jasmine by surprise. How do we feel about move bishop g5?
It's a novelty.
Because we see
it's a novelty.
The engine does not like it.
It is a novelty. And I'm trying to understand what she wants with this novelty. Because it's not very clear, and she played it super fast.
She did.
You guys just mentioned that.
Because now we can play b4.
But what about b4?
Precisely, b4.
Maybe she wants to take and sacrifice.
You know, I bet you...
the piece with d6, e6, and e5. Maybe this is her idea.
Wow.
This is interesting stuff.
Wow.
Take on b2, rook to b1, you give a check, and then I go bishop to d2.
Right. She'll win back her piece, but that is a big pawn on b2.
If you go to d8, then maybe I can repeat. Maybe this is something that she wants, by the way.
A forced draw?
Zoe. I don't think it is, but it could be something that she's trying to blackmail her opponent with. Because Jasmine, if she doesn't win this one, she's not in the contention.
Exactly.
To win the championship. So perhaps, knowing that Jasmine really wants to win this one, she wants to...
shut it down.
Show her that carrot stick, you know. Okay. So queen to b6, perhaps in this position, and then we have this one with an extra piece for black. I'm probably going to get it back. It's a complete mess. Maybe it's her prep. Maybe it's her prep. In any case, it definitely surprised Jasmine.
Surprised me too.
It surprised everybody. It is a new move. It is a novelty, and we'll see how Jasmine reacts to this.
Wow. Well, according to my chess thermometer, the computer thinks that bishop g5 is legit. It says that black has equalized, maybe even a smidge better, but you know you're facing something new at the board, and you can see how you're going to be under attack for a long time. It's not a comfortable feeling. As I've got your analysis up on my board, I'm just going to refresh the live position. Bishop g5. But it's a challenge that you have to accept, because
if you don't play b4, then that was your whole idea with playing b5, defending the pawn and pushing on the knight so you can capture the pawn in the center.
Precisely so. I mean, if you make a random move, a6, then you're actually, you can imagine that after e5, now we understand the purpose of the bishop going to g5. Move like d6 is really going to hurt your feelings. Queen d5 check on white's agenda, as well as simply capturing on e7. It feels like Zoe's laid the gauntlet. You have to play b4, and Jasmine is sitting there saying, well, okay, that's easy for you to say, but I'm going to be facing a very, very nasty attack.
And that's what's happening these days when you are preparing, right? You are not necessarily looking at the best move, but you are looking at the interesting continuation where your opponents need to find the perfect continuation to keep up.
Exactly. Well, this one's going to be about preparation. I am going to go to our seniors competition, where our tournament leader, Vladimir Akopian, he's leading, but he hasn't gone unscathed. I mean, he did lose a game, and today he's playing his nearest rival, Alexander Fishbein. Alex, as we mentioned, needs a win with the black pieces to leapfrog past Vladimir. What do we have? A French defense, Tarash variation, knight d2. I used to play this line myself as black, and now I have to think about it. A very famous grandmaster from Armenia, Raphael Vaganyan. He played these variations as black all the time. Bishop f6, knight e7, and he played them very well. Queen e7 check is a move. It's a little bit awkward looking as you develop your queen in front of your bishop. And basically what has happened, another way of looking at it, is white has played the move bishop e2. And black has played the move queen c7. And you ask yourself, well, is queen c7 the best square for your queen? The jury's out on that one. So white has gained a little bit with the inclusion of those moves. And after castles, again, I think you're very eager to develop your king side and sprint your king out of the center. One of the things about this particular position, which is very, very favorable for Vladimir Akopian, you imagine white playing c2, c4, and the position is going to be very, very dry, very hard for Alexander Fishbein to win from such an even position. Again, a move like c2, c4, I mean, if I was playing, I would just play rook e1 and think I have a clear advantage as white, but that's what's going on in this game. Finally, I'm going to just take a look at big matchup going on in the fight for second place in the women's, and that, of course, is Olga versus Natalia. Olga, again, as we mentioned, winning 3 in a row, saying, hey, I'm enjoying myself. How about you guys?
We had her yesterday in the studio, and she was happy that
she
has her fate in her hands. Today playing Natalia, tomorrow playing Angelina.
Exactly. I like these Botvinnik pawn triangle setups as white, and that's what Olga's played. F7, F5, and the reason I like doing this as white is because I always felt that I had the ability to play e4 takes f5 and opening up this bishop along this diagonal. And I really liked the resulting positions. One of the things I like to do most of all, knight e2, knight f6, not everybody's cup of tea, but I like the fight for the d5 square. And I often found myself playing the move bishop on c1 to g5. And again, I want to include captures and knight d5 and more or less, playing along the diagonal. Fun stuff, and we're going to keep an eye on this. And of course, since I'm here with the ladies.
On the leaders.
Yeah, exactly.
Alexei Ruth against Angelina Belakovskaya.
And let's see, advanced Caro, and I'll give Nigel Short some credit here. I could call it the short attack. Nigel Short really popularized. He was the trailblazer with this line as white, but he did not play the move c2, c3. What Nigel liked to do is include castles and then play c2, c4, and more or less try to keep pressure in the center. c2, c3 is a kind of, go ahead, I'm ready for you to play c5. Let's transpose into some French defense-like positions where the bishop is well placed on f5. This was actually my game with Boris Spassky. I played c5, knight e7, and knight c6. I got an advantage in my game with black. So c2, c3 is not the way Nigel Short approached the position. And Katja, your turn. Where would you like us to go?
I want to check in on the juniors. So
Sure.
we can start with the leader, Abhimanyu Mishra.
Okay, let's go back to that game. As they were underway, Liam, where are you? Liam had played the King's Indian. Want to get that right. Bishop f5, knight takes e6, b takes e6, bishop f4. Basically, this is an important moment in the game. Bishop f4, what Liam wants to do is play his rook down to c1 and attack this pawn on c6. The move that Mishra just played indicates he's ready to play e7, e5, and equalize the game. If you don't do that, it's very easy to fall into a passive position, and you'll end up simply nursing a disadvantage, a weak pawn on c6. Takes, knight a4, and this has similarities to a Tarash, a g3 Tarash, where knights have been traded on c6, but instead of having a bishop on e7, you have a bishop on g7. Cristian, weigh in on this one. Did Mishra get what he wanted?
Well, this definitely looks like something that has been explored in the past.
Yes.
There's no new moves yet. Knight to a4, this is still somewhat of a main line when you choose this bishop f5, knight d7 approach. After knight to a4, which is the main move in the position, b3 has also been tried. Obviously, b3 aiming at the fact that maybe I want to control the square c4 for your knight, but also later in the future, you're going to start setting up your counterplay on the b file. I don't want to be in the way of that. He chose knight to a4 with the idea to set up shop on c5, on the dark squares, right? Because this is where white has the advantage. This squares d4 and c5. Knight to a4 immediately aiming at those. It reminds me of the game of Andy Woodward with the black pieces. I'm just trying to remember exactly against who.
Yes, exactly.
I think it was against Bach that he played this position.
Okay.
Something similar.
Yes.
Something very similar. And of course, Mishra already played this and repeated this type of opening against Tani as well, or was it against Brew, one of the two. And he drew that one without much issues. He showed that he knows exactly the type of positions that he's playing. Now, this is a bit different, because right now, obviously, white is trying to set up shop on dark squares and play a strategical game. We'll see how black reacts. Rook to c8 seems to be the best, the main move by a large margin in the position. with the idea to most likely, if you go knight to c5, I will come back with the knight to d7, and I will try to target that knight on c5 while at the same time opening up my bishop on g7. For example, rook to c8, b3, rook to e8, let's say knight to c5, queen to e7. I'm seeing this as a sequence that has been played before. In fact, I see one of my students has played this as black, back when she wasn't one of my students. And then we get this type of positions in which black is trying to set up something along the line of initiative on the e file and trying to provoke moves such as e3, which of course would become problematic because of g5 and the bishop gets stuck on f4. Also, it creates a lot of weaknesses on the light squares. So I'm trying to poke at your structure, you're trying to poke at my pawn structure. This is the battle that we're seeing right now between these two players. It's a very strategical game, and as we've seen in that game of Andy Woodward, it was all about the handling of the middle game. Who will be, the players at some point will get out of their theoretical knowledge. Who will be able to handle the middle game structure the best? That's the big question.
Nice, thank you for that insight.
And just to stay with the juniors for 1 second to sort of go around the horn to the most important games. Brewington versus Andy. Let's move on to that one for just a second as well.
That was the
to give you an update. After bishop to b5, bishop to d6 was played. We did mention this move as being one of the main ones. Castle, castle. What black is hoping by setting up this bishop in front of the pawn is very unnatural, is that at some point I will be able to go a6, for example, not if you play bishop to c4, let's say you go rook to c1, then I will go a6, and now if you take on c6, then the bishop on d6 is no longer in front of the pawn, and we get a very typical exchange Ruy Lopez type of structure.
Exactly.
Right? Bishop to c4 was played, bishop to c5, I'm getting out from that square, d3, h6, h3, a5. You have a few ways in which you can play this position. You can start with rook to e8, making space for the bishop to go back to f8. What you don't really want to do is allow white to go knight to a4 and then transition into this type of positions with two bishops. So you don't really want to give up the dark square bishop like that. And you can set up to defend against it either with rook e8, making space for the bishop on f8, either with a6, or, as we've seen in this game, a5. This creates another square for the bishop, so you're never going to capture that bishop. a5, a4, d6, bishop to e3. This is what we have in the position. Brewington is still blitzing out his moves. An hour and 34 minutes against an hour and 14. And this position has been seen before in, I believe, Juan Carlos Obrego, grandmaster from Spain, against Frederick Svein, an internet game. So it wasn't in an official competition, but rather just an internet clash. And that one continued with rook to e8, knight to d5, bishop to d6, c3, bishop takes c3, f takes c3, and so on and so forth.
I don't think we have your board on the screen yet.
We don't.
Okay.
But
you're saying rook e8 is the most popular.
Has been played. Well, there's only been one game in this one.
Gotcha.
And to go back to that, after bishop to e3, rook to e8, knight to d5, bishop to e6. This was seen in that game between Juan Carlos Obrego and Frederick Svein. So it's going to be a very complex middle game in this one as well. It seems like all of the players involved in this title race are trying to stay close in the middle game. They're not taking too much risk in their respective games.
All right. But now that you're in the juniors, there's still one more game that is absolutely huge for the standings, and that's the game between Tani and Alice Lee. And I'm seeing that Tani is taking a page out of the Shakhriyar Mamedyarov school of attacking chess. And what Shak had been doing against the Queen's Indian is fianchettoing his bishop himself, putting his queen on c2, just as we see Tani doing it, and playing his bishop to d3, and basically saying, I'm going to castle long, and I'm going to go h4 and go g4 and kill you. Let's see how Alice dealt with this. Cristian, jump in, because I just saw Alice play this move, h7, h6, and I'm asking myself, you know, like, that's a hook, right? And it's such an open invitation for white to play h4, rook h3, g4, and g5. Is h6 all theoretical? Are we still in
this position has been seen before. So the position that we currently have on the board, not in the exact moment she played h6. At that point, that position was not seen, at least not in my database.
Right.
This one, through transposition, has been seen before after h4 in one game. So it's somewhat of an obscure game, not played by grandmasters. So I don't know if the players are aware of that or if they've analyzed it, but it seems like black should be fine. It's not going to be as easy in the position to prove that, you know, your attack is going places as white. And if you don't, then you have weakened your position a little bit, right?
Well,
for example, knight f6 seems to be a very decent move in this one.
Knight
How would you continue
f6.
with? Yes, knight f6. Even though I don't really like it,
Castles?
it's not very natural. I would rather go knight c6.
By the way, I think knight c6 has just been played by Alice as you were...
Has it?
Oh, no, I'm sorry.
not yet.
I'm seeing your...
No, that's
I'm
my...
seeing your analysis
believe
board.
that's
I
my
thought I was
analysis.
looking at the live board.
It says analysis board right under there.
Yes, it does.
Knight to c6. Let's see, in fact, speaking of Alice.
Yes.
Yeah, let's pause here and let's take a look at the graphic we have and see Alice's performance as a girl in the junior section compared to other girls playing this Open Junior Championship.
So it's happened a number of times that women in the past have eschewed the Girls' Championship to play in the Open.
And decided to take on the challenge. Annie Wank in 2018, Jennifer Yu in 2019, Kari Saib 2022, and Alice Lee in 2026. But look at that, just in 7 rounds, she already scored the highest out of all the girls in the previous years.
You go, girl.
2 more rounds, and she's keeping up with the boys.
Yeah, and if you think a little bit about it, she was pressing with the rook and then the knight, you know.
Against Liam.
Yeah, there was some half a points maybe here or there that she might have gotten. No, she's definitely taken up the challenge and acquitted herself rather well. But she's thinking over this one.
An amazing female talent here, also making the U.S. Women's Olympic team this year for the 2026 Olympiad in Uzbekistan.
Which is absolutely fabulous. A great, great achievement from Alice. Sorry, Cristian, you didn't finish it. You were saying if you play knight c6, and let's say white just castles, and just throws down the gauntlet and says, you know, openly declares,
but be careful.
Now knight
b4
b4
is
you
the
have to be very careful.
Okay.
Knight d4. Or...
The other knight.
Yeah, I understand. And bishop h7 check, and then you're going to go king h8, and I'm going to go queen b1.
And f5.
And then you're going to trap my bishop with f5.
Not only that, I'm trapping it, but I'm also starting to look at knight d3.
Sorry. Just a second. f5. At the moment, it's a piece sacrifice, right? So go ahead and...
Well, not really. It's not a piece sacrifice. I have at least perpetual with knight d3.
You do have a perpetual check.
But that's not what I'm going to go for.
Exactly.
I'm going to give you a check. I'm going to push your king to c2, and then I'm going to start looking at opening up the position with b5, a5. It just seems like it's bad news for the white king.
Understood.
But guys, maybe let's pause this and go back to the girls' junior section, because Jasmine Su played an inaccuracy or maybe even a blunder, and Zoe Tang may have a big advantage.
Oh, wow.
Zoe, let me go there.
She played 2 mistakes in a row. 2 mistakes in a row. Yes.
Ooh.
Jasmine.
So
really
if we come
surprised by
back
this
to the
bishop g5.
bishop g5 move, Jasmine decided not to push for b4, and instead she chose queen a5.
Queen a5. Don't like it. It just feels wrong.
And by the way, Zoe responded immediately, rook h4, without even thinking this is still her preparation.
Well, the move queen a5 set up for a very direct attack against the pawn on e4. Zoe said it's not a conventional way of defending the pawn on e4, but rook to h4, and what are you going to do? And then Jasmine did something you didn't like as well. Jasmine played e6. Ooh, I'm not sure I like this move at all. Oh dear.
Okay, so Jasmine is trying to open up the center, right? The king, white king is still in the center on e1. She wants to capture on d5 and rook e8 and attack the king.
Understood, but oh, does black actually have a threat in the position?
I think pawn takes d5.
Pawn takes d5,
Then bishop
e5?
takes f6, right?
Or bishop takes f6 and queen takes d5. So I'm just, wondering if that even comes with a threat. But okay, oh boy, how to exploit this? I think this is a key moment here for white. Must be a great opportunity. a4, b4, knight b5. Then I want to play bishop takes c4, my next move. How, if I just play the most conventional move that I can play in the position?
Because you want to activate the bishop from f1.
I do. I would simply love to play the move bishop takes.
Okay, I think I have to play b4.
Right, but now you've done it in such a way. You've played b4 at a time when your queen is actually not in a good spot because the queen doesn't defend d6. You can't trap the knight anymore with the move a7, a6. And again, I want to play the move bishop takes c4. Cristian pointed out, if you do take on d5, I've got bishop takes f6 in my pocket. Not the only move. I also have e5, e4, e5. And the idea was, obviously, I just want to recapture on d5 check and spear the rook. So, and just to remind our viewers, what Zoe needs to do to idle.
Zoe wins this game and she wins the tournament. That's it.
Bingo.
One round to spare, she can be the junior championship. And she's the defending, so she can be the back-to-back junior girls championships.
Yeah.
Champion.
Absolutely. Cristian, is a4, there must, I don't like Jasmine's position, and I'm just thinking that there has to be something really immediate and very, very good for Zoe beyond a4. Is there another way?
a4 is actually the best move.
Oh, is it? Okay,
yes,
sorry.
Yes.
Okay.
I would say take it with a grain of salt, what the engine is saying and the fact that it's giving such a dominant advantage. Just given the nature of the position, which is absolutely chaotic, right?
Yeah.
Especially after e6, you're trying to open up the e-file. You have these massive pawns that could get mobilized as black on the queen side that you really need to be taken care of as white. So there's a lot of moving parts in the position that make it much more difficult from a practical perspective. I get it. The engine is saying that you're completely winning. Sure. But you have so many options that it's going to be very, very difficult to stay the exact course that gives you that decisive advantage. That's why I don't think this one can be called a decisive advantage, because from a practical perspective, it's so difficult to play. So e6, a4 is the best move, best objective move, and the whole idea of setting up camp on b5 after a4, b4, knight to b5. And now we have all sorts of options for black as well. c3 is an option, b3 is an option, taking on d5, even this sacrifice is an option as well. Yes.
That was the one I rejected right away because
and in fact,
yes,
if you go e5, it's not that easy anymore. If you go e5, which makes a lot of sense, by the way.
Yeah.
You're thinking, okay, you cannot go back.
Queen takes
So you're
d5.
just going to lose a piece, right, after e5.
A rook.
Guess what? A piece if you don't move the knight, right?
Right.
If you move the knight, then you lose a rook, a full rook. But you can actually give up the piece, like such.
Oh.
Yes. Take, and this is just equal, according to the engine. Yes.
Wow.
It seems like this massive pawns is in fact going to be quite powerful in the position, coupled with the fact that the knight on b5 could get stuck there.
So what am I missing, Cristian? Bishop takes f6 with the intention of...
Check first.
Okay, bishop
And then remember,
e2.
I will have bishop to e6.
Ah, so after bishop e2, bishop
Then I
takes
can
f6.
just simply take, and if you take,
Yeah.
bishop to e6, and I'm protecting everything. My rook protects the other rook.
Right.
And in fact, after rook a to d8, you're in big trouble.
So I'm a pawn grabber. Queen takes c5.
I'll
So what
take-
do I have?
I'm a
Oh,
piece
I only
grabber
have
as
two
well.
minor. I was hoping I would be up like 3 minor pieces or something
No, no.
by this point.
You're going to be down material very soon.
Wow. Wow. That's
That's what I'm
b8,
saying. It's a
d7.
complicated position.
Right.
It truly is, because to my eyes, e5 makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, it looks like a crusher or something.
It's the first thing I'm looking at.
Exactly.
I see this position, you took on d5, haha. That's a very bad move, because
Right.
you lose a piece after e5. Guess what? I'm going to become a champion. But once you play it and you start realizing that the situation
not
is
so
not as
straightforward.
clear-cut. It's definitely not as clear-cut. So for example, you have to calculate a lot. After rook to e8, bishop to e2, we already understood is not great. You
Right.
can go bishop e5 if you want.
Maybe a better move, actually.
But then I take once again, and with the same idea, take bishop to f7. Now you lose the queen, right?
Right.
Which
But I still, here I have
you
a lot
have
of...
quite a few pieces for it.
Right.
Take, and we get to this position, which is very unclear, to my eyes. Very,
Two
very unclear.
knights and a rook for a queen.
Also, from
Yes.
Zoe's perspective, like, do you want to be risking as much, since Jasmine is the only one who can try to catch up to her?
I hear you loud and clear, but it's Zoe who played h4, h5, bishop g5, rook h4 a la tempo. So I've got a feeling that Zoe has been, burning the midnight oil, and she's got her preparation on the board. She's thinking, let me clinch the title. By the way, statistically speaking, I mean, we've been doing a lot of what-ifs ourselves. Statistically speaking, tell me who Ben Underwood think.
Let's take a look at the pie charts, and yes, statistically, who has the highest chances to win the tournament? So in the girls section, pre-tournament favorite Rose Atwell, who is not doing very well in the tournament with 43.4% chances to win, and Zoe Tang 20.9%, and she is the leader. So let's jump to the current situation after round 7 to see how this statistics has changed. Zoe Tang, wow, 92.8% chances. And Rachel Lee second with 4.2% chances. So statistically speaking, Zoe, she's the winner.
Yeah, 1.5 lead. That one's pretty clear, but how about in the juniors? This is the one I'm thinking might go to playoffs, but let's see.
Right, so pre-tournament favorites, it was Andy Woodward and Abhimanyu Mishra. Clearly, you can see 38.8% chances and 35.6% chances. But now, Abhimanyu Mishra is the one who is leading the event,
right,
with extra half a point.
Wow.
76.8% chances, and Andy Woodward still second, but this time only with 13.4% chances.
Tani, only 8. And the senior women's?
Here, Angelina Belakovskaya as the pre-tournament favorite with 42.2% chances. Natalia Tsodikova, the defending champion, 24.1% chances, and Olga Sagalchik, 15.4% chances. So let's jump now to round 8 and see. Okay, the 3 are the same names remaining, but Angelina Belakovskaya clearly extended her chances. She is at 89.7% chances to win. She is the favorite. She is leading the tournament, and statistically speaking, it's all hers.
All hers. And finally, the seniors.
In the senior section, it is Alexander Onischuk and Vladimir Akopian, the 2 players who have the highest pre-tournament chances. But let's see now how it's changed after round 7.
Akopian has been in the lead throughout the tournament, but only a half-point lead. And look at that, finally.
So he's at 84.1% chances. Wow, but Alexander Fishbein, he's the defending champion, and finally he's crossing that 3.6%, the 5% kind of benchmark we were calling. So he is at 9.3% chances to win the event.
I tell you, Fishbein gets all the love, all the love that he could possibly get. Statistically, I didn't see any playoffs from that. That all looked like 90% here and 80% there. Wow, big scores. I see that Zoe has still not answered the move E7, E6. She hasn't played what we've prescribed as the best lines, A2, A4. If you had to hazard a guess, what's a good alternative that Zoe might be thinking about here?
Can she be looking at just bishop e2, saying, I'm developing the bishop, show me what you want to do?
Actually, that's a very decent move. You know, you do, at a certain moment, you do want to get out of this pin, and bishop e2 and king f1 look like decent moves. A decent move for me.
And we will see what Zoe, decides to play here. But let's jump to the Women's Seniors Championship and the leader, Angelina Belakovskaya, because she's down to 1 hour. And it looks like Alexei Ruth called her outside of her book.
All right. Actually, this was a kind of a similar game that we had yesterday. I believe Angelina was on the black side against Natalia, and basically what happened was Natalia gave up her c5 pawn and not the e5 pawn. And I had prescribed in yesterday's broadcast, play the move b2 to b4 and let your opponent take the e pawn.
And I think Alexei Ruth listened to Yasser. She gave up that e pawn, and now she played f4 and also g4. So she's serious about trapping that light square bishop.
Yeah, hunting it down. If you play bishop to g6, well, she's going to march ahead with f4, f5. Yes, you're welcome to play bishop takes b1, rook takes b1, but in a sense, you've done white a solid favor. You've traded a developed piece, the bishop on f5, for an undeveloped knight on b1, gave him the two bishops in the process. On the other hand, if you play the move bishop e4, and after knight d2, white's hunting down the light squared bishop anyway. It's you can't avoid the loss of that bishop, and then the question is, do you want the double pawns or help your opponent with development? I like what Alexei has done, by the way, in this game.
Me too. I mean, white has to be careful about being too extended with her pawns, but right now she's gaining a lot of space. She has the pair of bishops. By the way, bishop e4 is on the board.
Cristian, weigh in on this one, because it seems to me like Angelina got caught in an opening trap. Or are we still in theory?
This is definitely not theory anymore. Well, it has been played, but just because this is a trap.
Right.
So right now, it does seem like white has quite a significant advantage, especially after knight to d2.
Exactly.
In this position, your bishop is really struggling to find a good spot right now. And if I manage to transition into that two bishops versus a knight and a bishop, but with that massive pawns on the queen's side, which are making everything much more difficult for your pieces, this is not looking great. Queen c2, for example.
Yeah.
Bishop to e3 next. I mean, I have the light squares, right?
Yeah.
I don't have any counterpart on the light squares. So I'm liking this one. This one is looking really good for white. I think Alexei is in a great spot right now. The question is, will she be able to handle the upcoming complications, which they're not Zoe Tang versus Jasmine Su type of complications.
But I have a different idea here, guys. So knight e2, I go back to bishop g6, and now I'm inviting your f5 because you're also covering your pawn on c1. Okay,
I think I will take your invitation.
Yeah. It's a very kind invitation of you. And what you were saying...
Now I want to give a check because your knight is blocking your bishop, so I can get a pawn. I mean, I'm a little insecure about taking this pawn since my king is not castled on e8 and I don't really have harmony with my pieces. But if I can survive that, I have an extra pawn.
It is a dangerous pawn to get.
Could I play bishop to g4?
But now I have h5.
As well as bishop h5 too, by the way. I wasn't sure you wanted this or not, because I have a pawn coming with a check, and I have a knight. There's a sighting of knight e4
Now queen takes g6.
Queen takes g6. Oh my goodness. What can I do to blast open your king? Maybe not. Maybe not. Wow. Queen takes g6. Oh boy. Okay, that's a point. And just as we do our analysis, let's just remind our viewers of Angelina's challenges and her road ahead.
Yes, let's take a look. So today she's facing Alexei Ruud, who is not doing very well in the tournament, but as you can see, she prepared well and now maybe she's nursing an advantage. And round 9 for Angelina Belakovskaya, it's Olga Sagalchik.
Nice. And I'm looking at Alexei's time, and we've been speaking for a couple of minutes, but she had an hour and 30 minutes versus Angelina's 59, and that speaks volumes as Alexei's prepared this position and Angelina might be caught out. You had, once again, knight d2. What did you just do? You
Bishop
played
g6.
bishop.
I want to defend my bishop
G6.
and I'm inviting your pawns.
Let's go. Let's go, because this
Queen
position,
g5 check.
you are cruising for a bruising here. Okay, imagining that you won a pawn.
Okay,
well
I have
done.
to. No,
oh,
no,
sorry.
with
Yes,
the
yes, yes, yes.
bishop.
Yes, yes, yes. Well done. You won a pawn, but I'm going to have this absolutely devastating double attack against your queen. Let me play bishop f3. So I want to double attack your queen.
Okay, I can long castle.
Long castle. Hard to believe there's not a refutation to this move, but okay. Shall we see knight e4?
So queen, where do I want to go? Either h4 or g6.
Well, h4 would invite bishop g5, right? So I'm assuming it's g6.
Yeah, that's a problem. So let's go to g6.
Okay, so let's, I'm trying to set up a situation where your king is going to be hampered, and then I want to go b5 and c6 and go after you, so to speak. Cristian, I'm missing something because Katya's playing with fire, and if Angelina invites this type of sacrifice, I feel like Black's king is going to suffer badly.
Oh, it definitely will. Yes, it definitely will. And I think you made the right moves up to a certain point.
Which were?
Keep going.
Including king h1 and
yes,
castles?
keep going back. Keep going back. Keep going back.
Yeah?
Keep going back. No, no, no. All the way after knight takes, bishop takes f5.
Yeah.
So it's a while. There you go.
Yeah.
At this point, probably knight e4 is not the right path for the knight.
Okay.
I think you want to aim towards d4, towards the center of the board. So knight f3 seems to be the best move.
That's a double attack. And the queen has to, well, g6.
That's the question. Where do you go?
Yeah. Where do you go?
I want to go g6.
Okay.
I am
G6.
giving up the pawn on d5.
G6.
You
now I
take
have a
it, I
couple
go
of
bishop
options,
E4.
and one of them is really strong, but I'm not going to go for that just because it looks very computerish. Knight to g5. I will go for b5.
Yeah, of course. I will go for
I don't want to
b5.
go for knight g5, bishop h5 ideas. That's too much. Let's go for b5.
By the way, that's rather cheeky way of attacking f7. When I think about, you know, the conventional ways of attacking f7, knight g5 and bishop h5 doesn't come to mind. But I like b5.
I think b5 is good enough. Yes.
I mean, if I have to go knight e7, then
It's ugly,
I'm not
right?
happy about my
Now I go
pieces.
knight d4.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, this is not good.
Yeah, your pieces are getting hemmed in. I'm just saying I'm a pawn grabber. I was with you when you said you were pawn hunting, but no, not when your king is stuck in the center like this. So basically,
But I'm worried, you know, if I'm going to give up this light square bishop, white is just going to play queen c2, develop the bishops, push the pawns.
you're right to
Kind of
worry.
play black and have it.
Exactly.
position.
So if you, for argument's sake, said, hey, what are you doing?
f5. Wait a minute. Angelina has a
Whoa,
completely
whoa,
different
whoa.
idea
Wow.
in mind.
F7, F5.
Which,
okay.
by the way,
Angelina's cruising for bruises.
This is losing.
I don't like it.
this is really bad
Just
right now.
take it.
Just take that bishop.
Bam.
E4. I guess she wants to go f takes e4.
If you take with the pawn, forget about it, right?
No, I think she wants to go f takes e4. That's why she played f5, right?
Okay. But if she goes, bam.
Exactly.
I mean, the light squared bishop is ready to rumble.
This is looking horrendous.
Wow.
What is she doing? What is Angelina doing?
Alexei Root could upset our tournament leader and potentially force a showdown tomorrow between Olga.
She would uproot the whole tournament.
Angelina. Okay, it's early days. Alexei's going to have to play very, how do you say, exacting. Knight takes e4, f5, blast open the center. But she's got opportunity in front of her right now to really put Angelina to the test. Speaking of Olga and Natalia, because those two ladies, obviously, there are, well, I thought they were fighting for second place. And guess what? Olga did capture on f5. She took a different route. She decided to gain a little space, push the bishop back to e6, and castles, and bishop to g5. Okay. Not guessing very well Olga's moves. I thought that her idea of h3 and g4 was linked, connected with bishop to e3, queen to d2, and an eventual f4. She's played the move bishop to g5, and I think Natalia should just step her queen out of the pin with queen d7. If she could coax h6, then I understand the move, bishop g5. Good stuff going on here, Cristian. What a round we've got brewing.
Absolutely. I was
waiting to get that in for like 8 rounds.
I was just going to Brewington, and you said brewing. Okay, let's go to Brewington. Why not? Brewington versus Andy. That's a big one, right? That's a big clash, and we have to satisfy Yasser and his direction, his segue. I like that. Let's keep it up. Queen to e1. I think we left it off somewhere after bishop to e3, challenging the bishop on c5 like this.
Okay.
Bishop takes e3 was Andy's choice.
Right.
And now a transition of the knight on the other side of the board. Because very often you might be wondering, this looks like a very mysterious move, knight to e7. What do you want to achieve with that? Well, the knight on c6 is very badly placed.
Yep.
It really is stuck on that square. So you want to get ready to defend the pawn on e5, which you will have to, because white is going to go d4. White is going to slowly push in the center and try to set up the pressure. You want to defend that pawn from g6. Mm-hmm. In return, that allows you to, later on in the future, go c6 and tackle the action of the bishop on c4 with d5. Mm-hmm. So that's why he goes knight e7, queen e1, c6, d4, and knight to g6. This is what we have in the position. It reminds me very much of a Akopian.
Absolutely, or Ruy Lopez for that matter.
Ruy Lopez, much more a Akopian, just because I'm so used to this bishop to c4 followed by a5, a4 setups. In the Ruy Lopez, sometimes we see the pawn on a6. Most of the times the pawn stays on a6, right? Mm-hmm. But it's very similar to that. Now it's just, the question is, will black be able to stabilize? Because you do have some issues to resolve. For example, right now, you need to go king h7, because otherwise I take on g6. So if you try to continue defending the pawn on e5,
oops,
don't do that. Queen to g6. So after queen g3, king h7, can you take the pawn? Not really, because after queen c7, you're pinned on this diagonal and you lose a piece. So how can you continue in this one? What are your perks in the position? And if you look at it and if you analyze it, you suddenly realize that one of the big imbalances in the position is the structure given by the doubled pawns on the e file. So I have some access down the f file. Maybe I should try to double up.
Right.
Rook to f2, then queen to e7 or queen to b6 is an idea as well for black. It's a very complex position. It's one of those long, mysterious, maneuvering middle games, right? In which whoever is the better player is just going to outplay the other. So there's some pressure in the center. Black is also looking to strike in the center, potentially to counterattack with d5. A lot of moving parts, but I think Andy got what he wanted out of the opening, and that is a long game.
Yeah.
A long game.
A
He
long
tried to do
maneuver
the
game.
same thing, and he was almost successful against Nico yesterday.
Right.
He got a slightly worse position out of the opening, but managed to outmaneuver his opponent. That's exactly what he got in this one. I think we're going to see a long middle game in this particular game.
And guys, we have development in the game of Zoe Tang and Jasmine Su, because Zoe did not play f4, a4, did not play bishop e2, and maybe now the table's turned and Jasmine has some chances for attack.
She played knight to d2. I'm not a fan. I don't like this move, knight to d2. A4 was much stronger, and bishop e2. The knight is actually pretty good on f3. I mean, I'm sure she's thinking in her mind's eye that she wants to play a4, provoke b4, and then she wants to play knight takes c4, winning back a pawn and winning it with a tempo.
Right, but Jasmine now took on d5.
Yep, okay.
Zoe recaptured.
Okay.
And now we have this open file, bishop e2. I don't think it's on the board yet, or is
It is, yeah.
It is.
Bishop
Oh,
e2
okay.
was played.
And now can we play something on g4, starting to put pressure on the pinned piece?
Bishop g4,
Yes.
a very decent move. Bishop to g4. Hold on. There's no trickies, right? No.
There may be some knight takes d5 trickies.
Okay. Knight takes d5. Okay, so I guess I have to play f3 just to block the attack. Again, I'm not a fan of what Zoe's doing, but let me just try to channel what her ideas might be. Are you going to go queen c7 and hit the g3 square
No,
one
I think
day?
I'm just going to go now to f5.
Okay, bishop f5. And again, for sure, when Zoe played the move knight d2, a4 was on her agenda.
But now bishop d3, you're not worried at all?
I'm worried. I'm worried. I don't know what else I'm supposed to do. She was the one who put the knight on d2. It's not me.
Okay, queen b4.
Queen b4. Okay. And so what is the material count? Now it's even. You got ideas. Not to mention bishop e2 or knight d5 is annoying me.
But look at this splatter of pieces.
It looks
all
very
over the board.
strange,
What is
doesn't
this?
it? I don't know. It's crazy. I've got rook a4.
Black
maybe
is better, then white is better, then white is winning. It's very difficult to understand this position, right, with the naked eye.
Exactly.
That's why I think we're going to see way more twists and
Fireworks.
turns in this one.
100%. 100%. I'm not sure what's going on. But all I can say is the move knight d2, when Zoe played that move, she had it in her mind's eye that she was going to play for a4 and knight takes c4. So, but Jasmine, right back in the game suddenly, when Zoe slipped with the move knight d2 and not playing bishop e2 or a4 and bishop a6.
a6.
Okay, actually, I like that move because in a way, it's saying if you play a4, I want to play b4
And
I don't,
c3
and
immediately.
but maybe here again is an opportunity for Zoe to continue. Remember a moment ago we wanted to put the knight on b5. Now we can do it. Maybe
But
on
I go
even
c3. Doesn't this look really fast?
I think this is white, no? Or if I got it wrong, what am I missing? Bishop takes b5?
Must be bishop takes b5, right?
Crazy.
Even though bishop takes b5, maybe queen d8. But it's a crazy looking position. This is what I'm saying. It's just insane. It's one of those type of positions that...
Why is the king still? Why isn't the king on g1 or something? This is what a fight for first place. And who is immediately in second place? Jasmine is in second place in the junior girls, And Rachel Lee too, right? Rachel Lee is up against
Let's take a look at her
Amy
position.
Yang.
The youngest competitor in the junior section, only 12 years old.
This looks like a London opening with somehow the bishop on f4 stationed on h2. And Rachel's last move, queen g5. What is she looking to do? I guess just making room for rook d8, right? Maybe on a good day.
Yeah, she just wishes to finish development.
Right. How do you like the position? Do you prefer to play? I like the bishop having the extra
I was looking
bishop
at these
defense.
positions for white, and it looks like maybe black has some kind of attack, but it's extremely solid for white. And
Yes.
this bishop, as you are mentioning on h2, is really strong on this diagonal.
And but it's a really good extra defender to have. You know, helps tuck your king in. Everything to play for in this one. And finally, I'm going to go back to the seniors. We haven't looked at the game between Vladimir Akopian and Alexander Fishbein for some time. This came out of a Tarash French. And when we left it, I was suggesting that the idea for white, sorry, I just could take the move back. If I'm Vladimir and all I need to do is draw the game to win the championship, I'm probably playing c4 here and getting a position where, whoop, you know, all the center comes off and white's for choice by a smidge. I think Vladimir took a completely different path, and he's just playing for pressure of the isolated queen pawn, which he got. c2, c3, bishop takes f3, knight takes f3 on the board, rook e8. Oh, well, we're seeing a lot of hacking going on here.
And the more trades, the weaker the pawn on d5.
Exactly. So for sure, Vladimir is comfortable, a comfortable way of playing for the win in this one. And what challenges is Vladimir facing?
Let's take a look at his road ahead. So today, very difficult game because he's playing Alexander Fishbein, who is in the second position. And round 9, Jesse Kraai. But if Akopian wins and Onischuk doesn't, Akopian wins the tournament today.
All right, and he's got a decent position. I like his chances. Let's jump to that game of Alexander Onischuk. He's up against Stuart Rachel's, and this looks like one of those Queen's Gambit accepted positions, which I tried to avoid when oops, sorry, that was not what I wanted to do. Queen's Gambit accepted against e4. In my day, there was only 2 moves here for black. They were either e7, e5, or knight f6, and I essayed both. The one move I never tried because I was sure it was busted was b5, because after this position, I didn't like the move c6, and I didn't like the choices that I have. Well, Stuart apparently has his supercomputer at the ready to help him essay these lines. I didn't like this position after, I think it's b3. Maybe it's captures, either I can, let's just try, AB, AB. I didn't like this position for black. I thought, you know, the rook on a1 has somehow developed the central pawn duo.
I don't know what's the current theory, but the thermometer, you see, is not happy for black.
Yeah, crazy. Didn't like it, but let's see what happened in the game. c6, knight c3, knight e2. Knight kind of makes a journey around the board, and bishop takes c4. Well, the thermometer says terrible position for black, and I agree. If you get to play knight g5, maybe even queen b3.
There's a lot of pressure on that f7 pawn.
Yeah, follow it with f4. I'm no longer interested in recapturing the pawn. I simply want to launch an attack. Castles, knight g5 and f4, and Alex gets a really, really dangerous looking attack for free. And by the way, I just need to say it, but Stuart suffers at the board like no other. I mean, he's got this great expressions. The board like, no.
But this is his expression, even if he's much better on the board.
That's true. That's true. I don't know how he does it, but I don't trust this position for black at all.
So we have a few more moves.
Oh,
Bishop
great.
c5 on the board.
Bishop c5.
And Alex Onischuk, queen c2.
Queen
Looking
c2.
at bishop takes f7, discovered attack.
Okay. A discovered attack against the queen. That's a surprise move for me. Is it a surprise move for you as well? I mean, I would be all about knight g5 and castles and f4.
So let's say you play knight g5. Do you have
Yeah.
something immediately there? So
Okay.
black castles.
Let's do it. Let's castle. Let's castle.
Now bishop a6.
Bishop a6. That's a nice one. Just to try to, by the way, I saw the chess thermometer didn't like bishop a6. There's something, maybe, oh, I know what's very wrong. There's a double attack. So my knight on g5 is attacking the pawn on h7. If I could play queen c2, I'm going to play e5.
Oh,
Oh,
okay.
so something like this, I think may end up winning a double attack. I will go queen to d3, attacking the knight and attacking the pawn on h7. So there we go. Looks like Alex is doing very well as we prepare for our first break. Katja, what is our audience going to enjoy?
Yes, the audience has something special. So we asked the juniors, what are you thinking when you get to a difficult position? Let's take a look what they are thinking.
The world's best are back stateside in the chess capital of America for the fourth stop and the first U.S. event on the 2026 Grand Chess Tour, the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz. Players will have to keep the pedal to the metal for the fast-paced time controls or risk falling behind as they chase incredible prizes and crucial tour points. Tune in August 2nd through the 6th as the battle continues for the right to be crowned the 2026 Grand Chess Tour champion. Watch live at grandchesstour.org.
Well, to be fair, I just try to, I don't know, find my way out of it. I mean, I know like I'm probably not going to be able to find my way out all the time, but I mean, give it my best try, and I can be happy with myself knowing that I have at least tried to get myself out of that situation. But if I can't, that's just, oh well, I mean, that's life.
Like, I would probably say to myself, try to think about it as a new position, like a random position, but I'm worse in this position, so I'm just gonna have to grind out of it and play out of it. That's it.
I think I have to just not give up. I mentioned resiliency as being something I need to improve on and keep looking for the best resource to try to get back in the game. But I think the key thing is not to let negative thoughts fill your head and just keep your mind unbiased, free of biases, so you can keep trying to stabilize the position.
I feel like I find myself in a lot of difficult positions, so I'm kind of used to it, but I think I just try to get out those bad positions.
Well, I would say at the beginning, it would be what I did wrong. I think that tends to repeat in my mind. I always think I should have done this, but then at some point I learned that I'm still playing the game. I have to eventually I'm going to have to play it anyway. What I did was in the past, so then it starts going in my mind, how can I complicate the position? How can I try to find the best position for me and try to make it make things a little more difficult for my opponent.
I think I do get into difficult positions a lot, but I just try to survive for as long as possible, and if a chance arises, then I'll try to take it and turn it around.
I just try to not spend too much time on the clock because it's easy to get into a long thing, so I have to move within the next few minutes and just go by my instincts and not try to calculate too deeply.
I think just trying to mentally reset and not think about the mistakes you made to get that position, but just almost accepting, let's say you have a bad position, almost accepting that, okay, you've already lost the game. Maybe I'm already going to lose, but I'm just going to do everything I can to defend with no pressure and put the pressure on my opponent to prove something, I think. Maybe that's a good mindset.
I probably would start calculating a lot of lines and focus more on my game. I'd probably use more time, and I would also try to calm myself down if it was a worse position. So yeah.
Well, to be honest, I just fight as hard as I can. If I have to play for the draw, I play for the draw. If, there's no chance to play for the draw, I try to put resistance in any way I can, maybe even win, yeah.
For me, I have to try to maintain composure, and even though I can recognize when I'm in a worse position or slightly uncomfortable, I think always trying to find a way out and thinking about how I can come up with the best move and just continue playing despite not liking my position.
Well, you always have to be resilient, so you have to have faith in yourself, or I have faith in myself that I can persevere and come back from that difficult situation and then try and fight back for a draw or maybe even a win.
I'm just wow, I wish I was not going through this right now. I wish I was done with this position.
I just try to focus on one move at a time. I try not to think about what happened throughout the whole game. If I was winning and then suddenly I have an equal position, I have to adjust, and I can't still be focused on winning the game. I just have to be focused on playing the best move. So that's what I try to do during my games.
I just think how to turn that position into a position that's better for me and makes it harder for my opponent to win.
First thing to do, take a deep breath and try not to get caught up in the moment, in the emotions that you're feeling. What I try to do is I try to take a deep breath, to distance myself and look at the position with a fresh pair of eyes. And again, if you're in a, let's say, a lost position, there's not going to be, let's say, a way to force a draw or anything. Everything is about making the best possible decision that you can in the moment. And you just have to hope that if you keep playing to your level best, that at some point things will turn around. And this typically happens in a lot of games.
The position, for sure, just considering what to do. And one good advice I have received is when it does become a difficult position, then that's the time when you stand up, walk around, and try to clear your mind.
Why am I playing this board game? I mean, if I'm being completely honest, what am I doing here? That's honestly what is going through my mind. When you're just sitting there getting crushed, you're just, especially when it's against a weaker opponent, you're just, at least for me, I'm just kind of sitting there I should be doing anything else right now besides being here, moving these wooden objects across this board. So yeah, yeah, not such a positive answer, but it's hard to be positive when you're getting crushed in a battle of wits, right? So yeah.
I guess it depends on how that happened. If it happened because I made a blunder, then it's a very different mentality than if I sort of looked at the position and suddenly realized something's a little bit off about it. I'd say in either case though, I just kind of need to bounce back in my mind and then in the board. So just trying to keep a positive outlook, even though the position might not be the best.
So when I'm thinking about a difficult position, I think the main thing is to not get overwhelmed and start calculating 100 different moves at the same time, because you'll end up draining all of your time, and also that's very unlikely to lead you down the right path. So I think the main goal I have when I'm in these difficult positions is just to candidate moves. It sounds cliche, but try and identify the possible moves before you calculate any of them. That way you don't get overwhelmed, like calculating one move too deep when there was like another easy move available, for instance. And that helps you both not get overwhelmed by the position, and also it helps you preserve time, which is really important.
Welcome to round 8 of the US Junior and Senior Championships.
Yeah, I'm looking at this game of Alexander Onischuk and Stuart Rachels, and I'm just seeing so many wonderful possibilities for white. Boy, I tell you, sometimes it just goes wrong. Alex played this move Queen C2, which I don't know if I agreed with it or not, and I thought that Stuart just needed to play castles and say, go ahead, you know, play your threat, bishop takes f7, rook takes f7, and let me deal with the consequences. But instead, Stuart withdrew his bishop, which fully justifies Alex's entire idea.
Because if the bishop goes bishop c5 and bishop back to e7, then queen c2 is perfect.
Exactly. I get the move queen c2 for free on, you know, on my side of the table, and I start thinking, okay, should I go knight to g5? That I find that move very attractive. Should I play the move e5, like just asking the knight, where do you want to go? Do you want to go to d5 and allow me this chance to just go knight takes d4 and knight to f5? So from where I stand, I'm looking at this position and I'm saying overwhelming development advantage for Alex Onischuk. And I'm not saying he's being gifted a point quite the way.
By the way, he chose
Chasin.
knight g5 instead
Knight
of
g5.
So he's saying, yes, he does want to attack that pawn on f7, or maybe looking at some ideas with e5.
Yeah, this would, you know, it's actually funny on our break. This was the exact line I was analyzing, because the computer doesn't seem to be impressed. You can see my chess thermometer saying knight g5 and e5 isn't anything special, and you're looking and you go, why not?
I'm attacking the knight. You can't move the knight because queen takes h7 is a checkmate.
Exactly. You're thinking to yourself that, well, wait a minute, isn't this a complete disaster? Well, the computer says, wait a minute, I've got the move b to b3 to try to kick your queen off the diagonal, and if you remain insistent...
Wait, first, if I take it with the bishop?
Exactly. I'll go there in a second. If I just remain insistent and move my queen, well, wait a minute. There's a queen a5 check.
Oh, that's a sneaky double attack.
Exactly. Queen takes e5, which is also the answer to bishop takes b3. So I think when Alex played the move knight g5, Stuart hasn't played castles yet. In his mind's eye, he saw the move e5 and just stopped calculating, thinking that this is really easy. But b3, with the idea of queen a5 check, keeps Stuart in the game, as you can see from our chess thermometer saying black is actually crazy enough. Okay. And why is this game so important? Well, Kate, Alex needs a win.
Yes. So Alex Onischuk, he is in clear third place, 4.5 points, but he tries to catch up to Vladimir Akopian. So he is playing for a win against Stuart Rachels, who is so far tied for the 6th place.
Alex is just saying, okay, I need to win, end of story. Vladimir,
and
you don't win.
Vladimir maybe is going to make a draw with Alexander Fishbein.
Right.
Then I still have a chances for the champion title.
Exactly. And we've got a lot of championship games going on right now at the moment, and one of them involves a Mishra. I want to go to that game. It's between Liam and Mishra. When we left it, Wow. Okay, I'm really surprised. Essentially, Liam has set up the table for himself. And he is saying to Mishra, okay, you know, I've got something going. I'm going to capture this knight, and then after capturing the knight, I'm going to play rook on c1, capture c6. What are you going to do about it? Mishra said nothing. Welcome, welcome. Go ahead and do your worst. And Liam said, no, seriously, I'm going to capture your knight.
So takes.
And I'm going to capture your pawn. Bishop takes f. I'm waiting for
Rook takes.
Rook takes e5. Rook takes c6 has been played, correct?
Queen d7.
Attacking the rook. Makes sense. Now where
Rook
should I go?
back to c1.
All the way back. I didn't know if I had to go all the way back or maybe rook to c5 to, what's better than being one pawn up?
It's two.
2 pawns up. He went all the way back.
Maybe trying to keep that c5 square empty for potential knight jumps. Knight to c5.
Makes sense. By the way, the chess engine says black has full compensation for the lost pawn, which I'm amazed by. What happened
rook
there?
A, d8.
Rook A to e8 or d8?
d8.
d8, and then e3.
E3.
So we're caught up with the players. And look at that. The bar has hardly moved. The bar has said, balanced position, but wouldn't you rather play white here?
I'm not sure, because if I manage to open up the position a little bit more, the pair of bishops can be really strong.
And by opening up the position, you mean with h4,
H4 or d4.
Or d4. Okay. Huh. You know, in my mind's eye, I would be angry with myself if I didn't win this game as white. I would be thinking, I've done everything purposefully, very well. I captured the knight, I captured the pawn.
But you don't have that many good squares for your pieces, right? Where do you go with your queen, for example, if you want to finish developing the rook from f1?
Right. So for me, my knight's offside. So I would like to play knight to c5, knight to d3, knight to f4, bring my knight to a good position. I don't have any good squares for my queen, and I'll agree with that, but one is good, queen d2, and like you said, if I want to bring my rook on f1 into the game. But for the moment, I would be happy with white. And what are the challenges for Mishra in these 2 rounds remaining?
Let's take a look of his road ahead.
Right.
For Grandmaster Abhimanyu Mishra, he's playing right now Liam, Putnam, and then in round 9, his opponent is Bach and Go, who is having a very good tournament. But if Mishra wins right now and Andy Woodward and Tani Adewumi lose, he's the champion. He wins the junior championship and he gets the ticket for US championship.
Absolutely, and a very nice prize fund to go with it. So, and he knows that Andy Woodward is just a half a point behind and full of vim and vigor. So he's thinking, look, I've got destiny in my hands. I'm playing a lower rated opponent. I think I'm the favorite if I play the kind of game I'm capable. Anyway, we do have e2, e3. I see this as a challenge for Mishra to prove his compensation. He very well might, but knight c5, knight d3 is on Liam's agenda, and Abby's got to play well. You mentioned that Tani and Andy can't lose. Shall we check in on them?
Yes, let's take a look at, we want to start with Tani?
Absolutely. As Tani is playing against Alice Lee, and when we left it, we had seen the move h4, right? And we were looking at knight c6 and maybe some other things. Knight, whoa.
Oh, knight g5 immediately.
Okay, Tani's wasting no time. He's declaring war with the move knight g5. By the way, taking a page out of U.S. champion Frank Marshall. Marshall was really notorious for these knight g5 attacks with the pawn on h4. That's a surprise. Tani recaptured with the pawn. I would be dreaming of keeping this diagonal wide open, for the bishop. Just keeping that. Somebody else in the tournament had also captured with a pawn in such a situation, and I was surprised.
I think it was Alice actually playing against, who was it? Maybe Bach?
Okay, so here, it's funny, here I think white has clear compensation for the pawn. And, and now my chess thermometer says, no, you can't play a pawn down, not like Mishra can play a pawn down. It's crazy what's going on in this one. Let's pause our analysis.
Because Cristian is with special guest. Cristian, over to you.
Thanks, guys. We are indeed with Shannon Bailey, one of our favorites here, the chief curator at the World Chess Hall of Fame. Shannon, welcome to the show once again.
Thank you for having me.
Every time you come here, you have something new to tell us
Yes.
about the World Chess Hall of Fame and all the exhibitions that are happening there. What's happening right now?
Well, right now we have a huge exhibit called Game Plan, and it's looking at the strategy of chess and sports. We opened that up in May. It was curated by me and Emily Allred, and it's going to run for a full year because we're looking at all different sports, how they relate to chess, how chess relates to them, and we wanted to hit all of our big sports seasons, so we're keeping it open for a full year.
Tell me more about the highlights of this new exhibition. What can people expect when they visit the World Chess Hall of Fame?
They're going to see so many cool connections between these mind sports and these physical sports. We've been talking about chess and sports, like I've been here since day one, and we've always kind of been fascinated with what other sports chess players play. Is chess a real sport? We've heard that debate forever. What professional athletes play chess and how they incorporate chess into their games. So we kind of looked at the parallels between mental sports and physical sports. We are also celebrating Missouri sports and their connections to chess, and then we have some fun interactive elements to the game as well.
What's the most interesting thing that you learned while curating this exhibition?
Oh my gosh, you know what? I was thinking maybe that'd be hard, but we love to interview the players when they're here and ask them questions that might relate to the show. And one thing that we asked everybody was, what other sports do you play? And I was fascinated to see that almost everybody said tennis or pickleball or some kind of individual sport instead of like these big team sports. I thought that because of how many players are from Europe or kind of originate in that area, that it would be our soccer or football, but it was really not. And so there's got to be some kind of cool connection between them.
Absolutely, and I know Magnus, for example, is a big golf fan.
Yeah.
Well.
Golf was another
There's
one.
There's a photo at the exhibition as well.
Yes.
So that's quite intriguing. Now tell me about the exhibition and the dates that the people can come
so
in and
we
visit.
are open 7 days a week. We are free, so come on down, see the whole chess campus, and you can also see some of the highlights of the exhibition online if you can't make it to St. Louis. Like I said, we're open 7 days a week, so you can come down any day, and the show will close in April.
Well, I think this is the best time to come and visit because we also have the month of August when the Grand Chess Tour comes back.
At the Grand Chess Tour, we've got our gala, which is going to focus on chess and sports as well, so we're going to highlight some important Missouri people at that.
Shannon, exciting stuff. Thank you very much for all you do at the World Chess Hall of Fame.
Thank you so much.
Guys, back to you.
Yeah, actually, I have one question for you, Shannon.
Yes, sir.
In the game plan, and you're talking about the connection of chess and sports, do chess players need a chess player's body? Is there a perfect body for chess?
Is it you?
I'm in the exhibition.
You are. You are. As soon as you walk in, there's a lovely spread.
I was hoping you would share that key insight.
Yes, you're a highlight of the show.
That's all I wanted to hear. Thank you for all you do, Shannon.
you.
You're great. You're great. Love having you. Come back in the studio. I was looking at the game of Brewington and Andy, and there's something special that I really like about Andy's position for just a moment. And after the move knight h4, I'm wondering if you can spot it, what it is that I like in this position for Andy. Okay, here it comes. You ready?
Okay, I'm ready.
I love a safe king. I love a safe king. And one of the cocoon structures that I've always liked for the king is a pawn on g7, a pawn on g6, and a pawn on h6. And I feel I'm in a cocoon. Yeah?
Okay.
So I'm going to take double pawns here. I want to have this pawn on g6. So I'm going to play the move knight h5. And I'm threatening queen takes h4.
Okay.
You really don't have a choice, right?
Yes, I take and I attack your queen.
Exactly. And I
now
recapture.
you take and you have the cocoon.
And I've got the cocoon that I want. And if your queen, I don't know, moves back, it's not like it's the only move, but if your queen did move back, and I played a move like bishop to d7, for example, white is supposed to be better because he's got his double pawns in the center, but I like the structure for black from the perspective of having this incredibly safe king. So I actually like Andy's position. It's not like it's, you know, did he do this, by the way? Did this actually occur?
I think yes.
Because while Cristian was interviewing Shannon, yeah,
this is the current position.
This is the one. This is the image I had in my mind, and I said, you know, for a game where you just want a long game and may the best player win type of thing, these imbalance, I think Andy achieved out of the opening exactly what he wants.
But you know, a person who did not achieve in their opening what they wanted is Angelina Belakovskaya. She is in trouble against Alexei Ruth. Cristian, tell us more about it.
This is deadly right now, the situation for Belakovskaya. This f5 was just a bit careless, just too much in the position. The best path, I would say, at this point, you're already in trouble, was to go bishop to g6. This was what Kate was mentioning. Just pick up the pawn. You know, bishop g6, force f5, go with the queen g5, and hope in this position after picking up the pawn on f5 that white is not going to be able to find the best path forward. That was your best chance, not the way she played it, and she played it quickly with the move f5. The problem is after knight takes e4, I'm still continuing with the attack. Bishop to e3, maybe not the most precise. I do think that f5 just plays itself in the position. This is what you want. You have the two bishops. You want an open center. You want to break the position wide open and get to the black king. And f5 was the best path forward in that respect. Bishop to e3 was played. h5. My goodness, Angelina is in a fighting mood today, but perhaps not the correct way. Why not? I'm just going to pick that one. And in fact, I'm not only picking up the pawn, but I'm also opening up this square for my bishop to come to g4 and target the pawn on e6. I don't understand this move, h5. A bit too much for my taste.
I think she's creating a square on f5 for her knight.
Precisely, precisely. The problem is, what if I give you a check? First of all.
King f7.
That's an option. That's an option. King f7 and then f5.
Right, always key move, f5.
It's always a key move. It's always... I'm trying to give you that pawn because that helps me.
Knight takes f5.
Queen open G4. Up the f-file. Exactly. And how do you defend against this? This looks deadly right now.
Wow.
In fact, if you try to go queen to f6, bishop to d4, where else do you put your queen?
I'm reaching
Once
for the towel.
Once you go to e7,
this is disastrous.
Full
it's
stop.
not even the dark squares that I'm too worried about. I'm taking this pawn as well. I'm going rook to f1. I go bishop to d7 with the idea to go bishop to e6 is an option.
It's
also,
a joy.
This one is deadly. Not only bishop to b5, but also f5 in this position, the direct sacrifice with the same idea.
Right.
If you take with a knight, I'll give you a check, get your king to f7, and then follow it up with queen to g4.
Right.
You would be looking at this position with the black pieces from black's perspective, and you would be hoping that you already have like 3 extra pawns, right?
Exactly.
If my count is correct, this is equal pawns right now.
Yeah.
Equal pawns with an open king and the bishops coming to life in the next couple of moves. You have nothing as black in this one. Rook takes f5 is coming. This is bad news for Angelina.
Also, it's like time out, pause. You just say to your students, okay, black's pieces have developed how?
Exactly.
Yes. Like, the rook hasn't, both rooks haven't moved, the queen hasn't moved, the bishop hasn't moved. Only your king and knight. That's an indication that somehow something has not worked as planned. But from Alexi's point of view, maybe she's thinking in her mind, look, I'm a pawn up. I've got a great position. I don't want to sacrifice. I don't want to play the move f4, f5. We know it's good. We're sitting here in the what I want to do as white is just not allow the knight to have a decent square on
Bishop
f5.
b5 check. Okay. Already was played.
Bishop b5. Yes.
I was about to say that Alexei might just think in her mind's eye, look, I'm ready to play bishop g4. You're ready to play knight f5. I'm ready to capture that. And then what I want to do is, just go after that pawn. Put my rook on d2, go queen a4 check, and the other rook to d. And that's not bad.
Nice idea, because once that pawn is taken, the position is also falling apart for black.
Exactly. At no cost. I keep the pawn in my pocket, and I'm going pawn hunting as well. So Alexei might think, I've got a lot of ways to play.
But bishop e5 is the best move, because we are challenging the king and saying, okay, are you going to give up your castling rights, or will you move your knight back to c6, allowing me for that maybe immediate f5 or queen g4 first, and still f5 push.
Look,
but
Angelina's trying to cross the river. She's not going to bring her now.
Guys.
What's that?
After king f7,
yes,
you really need to play f5.
Precisely.
Like right now you committed, because the bishop is already on the other side of the board. If you don't play f5 and you allow that knight to come to f5,
then
strategically black is completely back in the game.
Right.
So you really need to be quick. You've committed with this check. You've committed to the whole idea of going f5, sacrificing the pawn, following it up with queen to g4, and trying to checkmate the black king.
Exactly.
You need to go for it. So king to f7, this is the big question. This is the big moment. If she plays f5, she's in a winning position. But if she doesn't, Angelina is fully back in the game. So this one is the critical moment
This
of
is
the game.
the moment for f4, f5.
She needs to make that commitment. She needs to break the position wide open at the expense of that extra pawn.
But in a sense, Alexei's committed herself to playing f5 because she knows that knight to f5, queen to h4, and things could go wrong. But with f5 and queen g4, things can go very right. Big moment. We'll keep an eye on this one. I know that you have on your screen the game of Zoe and Jasmine, Katja, and that's quite the Donnybrook, if you don't mind. We'll
developing,
switch.
And Jasmine just played pawn to c3. So let's see.
Zoe.
How is Zoe feeling about that move?
Yeah, there was that bishop a6 move. I liked your bishop. I liked your bishop to g4 to f5 business. You were cooking up some challenges for Zoe in that case. C4, C3 on the board, and Zoe hasn't answered yet.
No, she's still thinking what she's going to do about this move.
How could she not have played knight c4 like in a New York minute?
Because I think she's considering maybe capturing first on c3.
Okay, so b takes, and then?
And then knight c4 is an option.
Okay.
Or maybe even knight b3 immediately now.
Okay, so you're saying there are really, there are good options for white that include the move knight b3.
I mean, I'm not sure I'm understanding this position because I think it's really, really complex.
And it is.
But I just don't think knight c4 is the only move in this position, and Zoe really wants to be careful about which direction she chooses.
The championship title is definitely on the line, and this one is our tournament leader is playing her closest pursuer. But it's strange because if you think about how Zoe has played, she's played the move knight f3 to d2, and she's played a4, and it was all so very purposeful that she wanted to play knight to c4.
Let's take a look. Knight c4.
Yeah.
What is going to happen? Because
you've got to go back.
It's very forced, right?
Yeah, and
she took on c3.
She captured on c3. I was about to say knight to c4. You have to go back all the way. There's simply no other squares for you to go to. So she's played b2 takes c3, and Jasmine is most likely to play b2 takes c3. And then you mentioned knight b3.
It's always knight b3, knight c4.
Which one of these two? I mean, for me, I don't think it's a decision. I think it's absolutely the most standard that you would go to the most aggressive square, knight to c4, because you're thinking of advancing your pawn. You're thinking of knight to d6. Most importantly, with the f7 pawn missing, you're always looking to try to play d6 and queen d5 checks idea. In any case, I think you're going backwards, right?
Can I go queen b4? I'm looking at that move. It looks dangerous, I know, but I have c2 ideas.
Yeah, c2, discover check, right?
For example, if you play rook b1, trying to trap my queen, I think c2 works.
It wins, absolutely wins. So yeah, you've scared me. I'm going to get out of your diabolical intentions of c2, and I'm trying to set up my own tactic as well. You put your queen in a potential discovered attack of the rook on h4 and knight to d6. By the way, knight c7, rook b1 now that it's no longer check. Black has to play very, very precisely here.
For example, knight e4, I'm looking at this move, but you are right. I'm a little worried about my knight on b8, rook on a8. My pieces are not developed, and you can probably even sacrifice an exchange here.
Yeah, I'm desperately. I definitely want to advance the pawn on d6. I mentioned a moment ago with my rook on h4, there's chances.
But I also have c2 here, because I'm looking to go after your rook as well.
Wow, okay. Check. I think you're playing with fire.
King h8. Are you going to checkmate me?
I was going to take a knight. Let's take a
that's
look.
With the tempo.
But you're right.
Time to take your rook.
It's a great pity I can't checkmate you, but yeah, maybe I can take your knight?
Yes. No, this is very good for white.
Okay. Whew. Double-edged game. Cristian, jump in. A very exciting penultimate round that we're in at the moment.
Absolutely. Not only in the junior girls, but also in the juniors as well. Very, very exciting things are happening. I don't know if you guys covered this particular moment in the game between Brewington and Andy. After the move queen to g3, we were discussing this position. King to h7 to defend against queen takes g6, and rook a to d1. Queen e7 getting off that file. And now knight to h4, somewhat surprising, which allows a very forced sequence of moves, which Andy did. Knight to h5 first. You have to take on g6 nowadays. We changed the pawn structure.
Right.
But after queen to e1, your pieces are starting to feel a little bit uncomfortable. Queen to e1, you have to get the queen out of dodge on d2 right now to create anything down the d file. But black is to move right now, and this is the position. I believe that we haven't seen a move yet. Yes, we haven't. If you go knight to g3, this would be bad, because rook takes f8, and then you're not ready to meet d takes e5, the opening of the d file.
Right.
Because I have this very nice battery down the d file. But what you can do is you can start with rook takes, and now go back with a knight on f6. That closes shop on the f file.
Nice.
Your control over the f file is not relevant at the moment. So after knight to f6, everything is protected for black. And I'm starting to pick up your pawns, your double pawns on the e file. So I'm going to set up rook to e8, potentially looking at e takes d4 and opening up the e file, picking up the pawn on e4. But also, your double pawns are not very mobile, are not creating any threats in the position. My double pawns, the pawns on g7 and g6 as black, they have some venom in them, especially this pawn on g6, because I have ideas of starting to look at g5, g4, opening up the position on the king side, getting to your king. And it's not going to be as easy to match that intensity. So I see what black wants to do. I don't necessarily see what white can do to counter that. So I'm seeing this position as a much easier setup to play for black. So I think Andy is very happy with the outcome of the early opening and the early middle game in this one. This is a critical game, guys, because right now Mishra is in the lead. We know that. Andy following closely behind. Brewington also wants to set up his podium chances going into the final one, right? So Brewington wants to win this one as well. That's going to open up possibilities for Andy to maybe take advantage over an overextension, and that's exactly what we're starting to see in this game. I believe Andy has some good chances to maybe take the advantage in this one. And in cooperation with what's happening in the game between Liam Putnam and Abhimanyu, take a look at that. I don't know when's the last time you guys checked that game, but Liam took the pawn.
Yeah.
After h5, Abhi was looking at h4, trying to set up a grip on that side. He took on e5, giving up the two bishops, quite an important exchange, but picking up that extra pawn on c6. Queen to d7, rook to c1, rook to d8, and the onus right now is on Abhi to prove his compensation.
Precisely.
Look, you gave up a pawn. Pawn is a pawn. You have to prove the compensation. How are you going to do that? Most likely it's going to be connected to the e file. You're going to try to pick the pawn on e2, which is going to force white to go e3, and that's going to open up the possibilities on the light squares. So let's see what happened. e3, queen to d6, knight to c5, rook to e7, queen to d2, and h4. This is the position that we have right now. For me, it's quite difficult to gauge who has the easier task in the position, because a pawn is a pawn, and I don't see the immediate attack right now coming. I understand you're making it uncomfortable on the king's side. You're setting up for something. I don't know exactly for what you're setting up right now, but I know you're setting up for something.
Right.
Maybe bishop to f6, king g7, and then rook to h8. Things of that nature to get to the h file. Try to checkmate the king. Or maybe even h3. Gain more space on the king side and make it more difficult for my king on g1. White, I know what I want to do. I want to go rook to d1. I want to start pressuring the pawn on d5. Maybe maneuver this knight to a more
aggressive square.
Secure square on f4. Knight d3, knight f4. That's going to attack the pawn on d5 and also connect that with the security of my king on g1. So I have a lot of ideas for white. In your estimation, who has the easier play in this one?
For me, it's easier to play white. I like just exactly as you described it. b3, b4, securing the knight, rook on f1 to d1, attacking the pawn on d5, knight to d3 to f4, securing the king. And if I'm black, I know that I have to attack, and I have to attack precisely.
I feel that that's where the pressure lies right now. The pressure lies on black's shoulders more than white's.
Exactly.
Because he needs to prove something, and he knows that he probably needs to do it quite quickly. Because if white consolidates, he's going to be a pawn up. That's it. He's going to be a pawn up. I get it. You have two bishops. The material is somewhat limited, and there's many ways in which we can enter an endgame, which is technically a draw. But even all those endgames, whenever you have an extra pawn, you feel much better, you know, as white.
Exactly.
And even if you can press, you know, the position might objectively be equal or close to equal. If you can press such an endgame for, 100 moves, that's going to be a very pleasant game ahead for yourself.
One endgame I might just ask yourselves about. Ulf Andersson, he loved to do this type of ending. And if you saw a number of games of Bobby Fischer as well, the idea is we get an ending that's even, right, in terms of pawn. Maybe I would have it better if my pawn was on h4. But the idea was the blockading knight, right? You've got this great bishop that supports a wonderful pass pawn, but sometimes this blockading knight can make life very simple for white. He uses his majority. That's something that we might see in the future. But for me, if I'm in Liam's shoes, I'm starting with the move b4 and saying, prove your advantage. We've already looked at Brewington's game. If you don't mind, I'm going to go to the game of Tani and Alice Lee, because essentially h4 and attack, knight g5. Tani's, throwing the kitchen sink at Alice. And Alice has been defending. She's been rolling with the punches and saying, okay, do your worst. She played the move queen h4. I understand why she played that move. She didn't want to, be in a pin. But I did like the move knight g4 actually for her. I chose that over the move queen h4. But it very much like Mishra's position, Tani sacrificed a pawn, and now, okay, show us why you did it. And what do you think? The chess thermometer says the position's about even. Is it easier for you to play?
Well, I'm trying to figure out how white wants to put more pressure on the position.
Exactly.
Because the queen on h4 is actually very nicely controlling the h file.
Right. No rook h1 business for you, right?
And if I can, as black, double my rooks on the d file,
yeah,
then I start to feel comfortable.
Exactly. So right now, it's just a little bit awkward in the sense the knight on f6 is pinned. You'd never want to see the rook landing on the g7 pawn, right? But like you say, maybe if you could play rook on d8 to d7 and double rooks, life's good, or at least not so bad. From Tani's point of view, maybe he would prefer his king on a2, but king b1 might walk into a rook takes d3 and a bishop e4 kind of business, reducing the number of attackers. So, yeah, how to follow up? What is the plan for white here? The desirable e4? Should I be playing queen c3 and being brutal?
So I'm also looking at bishop e5. With
Bishop
the idea
e5.
I want to set a battery, but switch those pieces.
You would like the bishop to lead instead of the queen, yeah? You want to play bishop e5 and maybe
Queen
on
c3.
On a good day.
But the engine does not like it.
No. The engine is basically saying white has to be, again, very, very precise with the attack. Can I try this queen c3? Because it's the most direct. And I look, always when I'm calculating, I try to calculate the most forcing moves. So for me, the most forcing moves are a check. The second most type of forcing moves is a capture. And the third type, which I just showed, is the threat of capturing. I want to capture. Do you want to play king h8, king h7, king f7?
He played it. Queen c3 is on the board.
Queen c3 is on the board. What I was thinking was going on, and I'm not saying it's an absolute, but what I was thinking is going on is, in case of king f7, I wanted to go queen to e5, posting up, maybe on a good day, sacrificing on f5.
So maybe rook 8, c8.
Okay.
Just to make sure I'm guarding that square on c7.
Makes sense.
Ooh.
But you have allowed a nasty, nasty tactic. Bishop takes f5. Does that work? Really? Let me just see. No, that's not the winning move. Apologies.
Are you going to trap my queen, or?
There's something. Oh, it's rook takes h6. Rook h3.
Ooh, that's really nice. So rook h3.
Yeah.
Forcing the queen, but I can go to g5.
I was thinking this was the winning. You can go where? Sorry, apologies.
To g5.
To g5.
I don't want you to.
Whoa.
I don't want you to capture on h6. That's the whole thing.
In any case, it wasn't rook h3. Hold on. So we're missing something. We're missing a golden opportunity. Is it e4 related? What could it be? I'm not seeing it. It's not.
Me neither.
I mean, Tani that doesn't have the benefit of a chess engine here, but there is a real smasher, Cristian. Weigh in on this one. Tani, if he puts his queen on e5 and provokes rook on a8 to c8, What's the smash and grab? Should I take on G7? What do you think about this? No.
And then on E6?
And then on E6.
There's no immediate way to finish this game.
I'm influenced by the chess thermometer that's telling me I've got a winning move, a winning advantage.
So we were looking if queen
Maybe
E5
bishop
happens.
to E2, perhaps bishop to E2, just a simple bishop to E2.
That's
It doesn't look completely winning to me.
That's amazingly boring.
Yes.
Is it the best move? Wow.
I get it. It's a good move, but it's not clear why, right?
I was looking at sacrificing on an F5.
I think that's what he
this,
wants to
that.
do. But that's what he wants to do. He wants to go bishop H5 check.
Bishop H5.
So rook takes D1, bishop takes D1, and then it says that bishop H5 is really coming in the position. And then if you take with the queen back on H5, then rook takes G7 is coming in the position.
Wow.
So those type of activities in this one, and it doesn't seem like black has a way out. But guys, I was following a different game.
Please.
When you tasked me with this this position, I was looking at Alexei Root versus Polakovskaya.
She allowed the knight to
because
get to
Alexei
F5.
did not play F5. I was telling you that was the crucial moment in the game.
Absolutely.
You've played bishop to B5. You forced the king to F7. Now all you need to do is go for it. But you really need to go for it. Just go for it. Sacrifice the pawn. Don't look back.
Yeah.
Open up the F file towards the king. It makes logical sense. You don't even need to see everything all the way until the end. You don't need to calculate everything all the way until the end. It's just making a lot of sense from a strategical point of view not to allow the knight to go to F5, which you did. After queen G4, knight F5, how exactly are you going to displace this knight from F5 anymore?
I can't no, I can't wait a minute, there's queen G6 check. You can't,
That's fine. Queen G6, king E7. Maybe this is what she underestimated. Queen G6, king to E7, and then your queen is going to get kicked out.
I could play queen G5 check.
And we can make a draw.
That's a draw.
Yes.
Yeah.
So we can indeed make a draw.
Okay.
But she didn't. She played bishop F2. She didn't go for queen to G6. And now she lost that opportunity. After rook to H6, no more queen G6. No more way to displace knight on F5. G6 is coming with the opening of the G file for my rook potentially.
Right.
I think white is just in trouble right now. The tables have completely turned. It was white that had a winning position. All she had to do, after, by the way, brilliant preparation in the opening, really caught Angelina in this opening.
Exactly.
F5, open the position, and the game plays itself after that. The attack plays itself. Unfortunately for her, for Alexei, she did not go for that. She wanted to preserve her pawn, but at what cost? And after rook to H6, Angelina is enjoying an advantage in this one.
Yeah, totally shifted. If you're going to play bishop B5 check, you got to play F5. But I'm thinking she should have just answered knight E7 with bishop G4, kept it steady, captured the knight when it went to F5. Alexei let things go. Rochelle Wu, she left it late to get hot in this tournament. She's won 3 in a row. She's up against Megan Paragua, who hasn't lost a single game and who has actually played a very decent tournament up to now, because I'm picking up the action with Rochelle. But guess what? Rochelle, not only is she a pawn up, but she's got the, really super pawn in the middle of the board, this passer on D5. And I'm thinking with a very straightforward bishop E3, give me your queen. Give me your queen. Like, I want to play rook F4 and grab another pawn. If you play queen A5, yes, I very much do want to play rook to A4 and grab another pawn. I think Rochelle is ready to make it 4 in a row here. Also, for what it's worth, the bishop on F5 is loose. And there's always a possibility that I might play rook f4, sacrifice and exchange, those types of positions. I
also,
really
white
like.
is completely safe. You're not threatening even to capture the pawn on d5. So
no.
Even if I play something like, I don't know, h4 or
h3,
h3,
right.
h3, just kind of waiting.
Knight takes d5 is just simply a blunder because the bishop is protected by the queen. There's no trickies. I just take the knight. Thank you for asking. So yeah, I don't know what Megan did wrong earlier, but it's gone wrong. Shall we go to the seniors?
Yes, let's take a look at Alex Onischuk against Stuart Rachel's, because we looked that something went wrong there as well for Stuart.
Yeah.
But right now, Alex is enjoying really major advantage. Probably just winning because this pawn on c6 is tremendous.
Yeah, when we left it queen c2, bishop e7. We were very, very excited by, oh, sorry, let me turn off that. I just want to turn that off. We were very excited by white's position, knight g5. We expected castles, e5, and b3. We were looking at this because there's the trick of queen a5 check in the position. Stuart played knight d5, and the engine just said...
2 question marks.
Bad,
horrible. Bad decision.
Bad. Captures, bishop takes, check. Oh, what am I supposed to do? Bishop has to go back to e7. White wins his pawn back, but again, look at the development. Black in terrible position. That pawn on c6 is a monster pawn.
It's going to go to c7 and maybe help trap the black queen.
Oh dear. So what happened after bishop f4?
Nothing. You can only see Stuart Rachel's really
grimace.
Suffering.
Yeah, grimace. He has played the move knight c7. Stuart knows that he's in dire straits. Rook to d1.
Rook fd1.
Somehow he always looks like he's suffering.
I know, he does.
It's something about Stuart that...
He has a great skill.
He feels he's in pain all the time.
Yeah,
yes.
deep anguish. But in this case, he should be. It's really looking great for Onischuk. Let's jump to another crucial game. Vladimir Akopian, with a win today, and not saying anything about the position, but a win today, boy, that would secure him victory.
Yeah, he's not winning that one.
No, when we left it, I thought he was the one enjoying matters, but nope.
He certainly is, slightly, yes. He has the bishop and the pawns are on both sides of the board, so that would tell us that perhaps he has slightly better chances. It's still a very equal position. You get the king to the center. It just doesn't feel like you're going to be able to create any separation.
Exactly. I think that this game actually is headed towards a draw at the moment, which would, by the way, be fabulous for Vladimir because he's keeping his nearest rival at bay by half a point.
Can we take a peek
and let's remind
the round
ourselves
9 pairings after that?
Yeah, let's remind ourselves of the challenges that...
Yeah, so Vladimir Akopian, his road ahead today playing Alex Fishbein and tomorrow Jesse Kraai. And if he wins, but we're not really expecting it, but if he wins and Onischuk doesn't, Akopian wins the tournament.
Go. And the round 9 for the seniors, he gets to play Jesse, who, and here's all the pairings.
Oh, look at
so
that.
What we are saying today, Jesse Kraai playing Vladimir Akopian. Tomorrow, round 9.
Yeah.
Guys, they might be on the
second,
same points.
Or...
They very likely will be on the same points at that juncture.
And the fight for second and possibly
Fishbein
first.
is going to most likely make a draw against Akopian right now.
Right.
And Onischuk is most likely going to win his game. That's going to put him in the co-second position.
Tied
for second position
with Fishbein for second.
Half a point behind Akopian. Both of them want to win. I mean, that one is going to be absolutely explosive because nobody wants a draw in that
Nobody
game.
wants a draw.
Nobody wants a draw in that game.
Yeah.
So they will be taking a lot of risks. And Akopian, what's the strategy? Well, what do you go for? You have black against Jesse Kraai. Do you just want to make a draw and hope that none of those guys win?
You know, when
Or
I
do you
was
go
in
for
the,
it? I think you go for it.
Yeah, when I was in those situations, I always felt the words of Bent Larsen. Yeah, so there comes a time in your career where you're no longer interested in becoming a grandmaster title. That's ancient history. Now you're playing for first.
Of course, you want to
And
win
whenever you have
tournaments,
that
that's it.
opportunity to play for first, you know, seize it, carpe diem.
Yeah.
Tani has just thrown down the gauntlet against Alice Lee with the move Queen E5. And the craziest
So we may see Rook C8 on the board, and then this brilliant, strong move.
We were struggling to come up with some tactical solution because our chess thermometer kept going through the roof.
If you are looking at bishop takes F5, rook takes G7.
Queen takes E6.
Nope.
Bishop, no.
It's bishop E2.
It's the positional bishop E2, and what Cristian said that the
I wouldn't
engine was so
necessarily call it
excited.
positional, right?
Yeah, was
you
so
just
excited.
want to give that bishop on H5 check.
Yeah, the engine's very excited that you get to play the move bishop H5. We were looking for the absolute knockout blow. There's no real knockout blow.
Well, the thing
it's
is,
just
all of Black's pieces are
domination.
completely stuck right now. The rook on C8 is stuck with the defense of the square C7. You cannot allow the queen to go to C7.
Right.
The queen is stuck with the defense of the knight on F6. You cannot allow rook takes G7.
Yeah,
If you go
if you-
queen H1,
if you
rook
go
takes
queen-
G7 comes on the board.
Oops, that is a sacrifice we can all get behind because that queen and bishop battery, the queen and bishop battery wins the game. That's it. Checkmate.
We see Tani.
So
trying
did
to
she play
disrupt our
rook C8?
cameras with his pen?
No, not yet.
Okay, that was my analysis for it. So Alice, under pressure, the queen on E5, kind of dominating the board, keeping this queen honest. Rook takes G7 is holding the queen. Queen C7, potential attack that you've got to defend against. Bishop takes F5 and Queen C7, and that's why we've been suggesting Rook C8. For Alice, she's got 42 minutes, Tani 31. She's got a pawn, but it's suffering.
There's only one move in the position, guys. Only one move that saves Alice right now. Everything else is just losing on the spot. And that is the same idea. Look, you have to defend that square C7, but you do it from D7.
Yes. Well, this
so you
was
double up on the D file. That's the key. Rook D7, only move in the position that saves Alice.
Yeah, this was what Katya wanted. She said, if I can double my rooks on the D file, then I start to feel a little bit safer. Yeah.
But a little bit because, I mean, this battery with the queen and the bishop
It's
is somewhat
annoying.
comfortable.
Yeah.
I mean, uncomfortable.
Oh, for sure.
And guess what? You're
What?
going for the same line. Bishop E2,
Bishop
rook to
H5.
D8.
Yeah.
Bishop H5 check.
Immediately, even.
Yes, you can
Wow.
do that. You can certainly do that.
Wow. Wow.
Bishop H5, queen takes H5, rook takes G7, king G7, queen F6, king G8.
Wow, I thought you were getting mated whenever we allow it, but
You're
it's
not.
only a perpetual?
But it's really not easy to understand that you're not getting mated. Queen H8, king
blows
F7.
my mind.
And you
Queen
don't
H8.
have the final blow in the position because
You
my
don't
rook on
zigzag
D7 is
closer
protected.
to the king. Queen G7,
But
king E8.
there's some zigging, but it's not the end of
No
the...
zagging?
No zagging.
No zagging.
No zagging in the end. And I have my threats as well. I mean, give me one more move
Right.
with black and I checkmate you on D1. So
Exactly.
you have to go for the perpetual. Big
Careful.
moment right now. Alice needs to find
Rook
D7, needs to understand
D7.
that 7th rank connection between the rook and everything else, all the weak spots, is crucial.
Wow, not an easy move, but I think she'll rise to this challenge. She's played some incredible moves thus far. Did she play bishop D7?
No, she's still thinking. So we have Queen E5 as the last move.
Let us take a break, and what are we doing on our break, Katya?
So during the break, we will give space to Ben and Irene to show you some cool analysis.
Oh, excellent. My favorite part of the show.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to your break coverage of the 2026 Junior and Senior Championships. My name is Ben Underwood, statistician at the St. Louis Chess Club.
And I'm Irene Sukandar. So happy to be here to talk about statistics with Ben.
We are going to jump right into it with some amazing statistics that came from Mary yesterday in the chat. We weren't aware of this before, but let's jump right into this amazing graphic right here. So here is a graphic of all the girls who have played in the Junior Open in the past. We have Annie Wang in 2018. She finished 2 out of 9. Jennifer Yu in 2019, half a point out of 9. Carissa in 2022 with 2.5 out of 9. And look at Alice Lee already in 2026. Already 3 points out of 7 with the opportunity to gain a few more. An incredible thing right here. What do you think about this graph?
Well, I think these girls have been amazing in their years. Like I remember Annie Wang in 2018 and Jennifer Yu in 2019. I think she just won the U.S. Championships back then. And Carissa, of course, in 2022. And now we have Alice Lee. And I think next year maybe we'll have another Alice Lee in the field.
Yes, that, or even with how well Rose has been playing. Well, I know that she's had maybe a rough tournament to her rating this one, but we can possibly see her there too.
Definitely.
So talking about these incredible girls, let's take a look at the past winners. And something that I saw looking at across all these years is that each girl has at least finished with 7 out of 9 if they've won the tournament. So a +4 score, do you think this is typical for a tournament, or is this just something that is unique to this girls' championship that's really cool to look at?
Well, in my experience, 7 is kind of like the bare minimum to win a tournament. I almost never see anyone with 6.5 or 6 even to win the tournament. So there was a case in my tournament too, like when I scored 7 or even 7.5, sometimes it wasn't even enough. So yes, I think we can expect that in a crosswalk section, like 7 is the magic number.
Okay, awesome. Well, and Zoe looks to be honing in on that 7 out of 9 number. 2 draws would get her there. So it'll be interesting to see what happens in her game today. Let's take a look at the percent of best moves found in the middle game. These are the best performers after round 7 so far. You can see Mishra, Jasmine Su, Nico, Chasin over here at the top at just around 80%. And even we have like Alice Lee, Irene Fay over there at the bottom, 72.8%. Best performers so far. Is there anyone here that shocks you? And do you think that this could be caused by some draws or like drawish games, or are these players playing very exciting fighting chess and still finding the best moves? What do you think?
I think the highlights of this probably Jasmine Su, because if we saw yesterday's game, she almost didn't play any mistakes, and it was such a very tactical finish that she played against Iris Mo. So probably that kind of like boosts her percentage. Mishra has been playing very solid chess so far, like he didn't really make any mistakes except when he was playing against Andy. But in that game, both of them played some inaccuracies. I don't know about Chasin, because Chasin has been having a very rough tournament so far. So I don't know where that number comes from.
Yes. Well, I wanted to have a little bit of insight to Grandmaster Psychology, International Master Psychology here. When you're sitting in a middle game and playing, are you always thinking, I have to find the best move in this position? Or sometimes you're just thinking, hey, I just want to improve my position, maybe improve placement of my pieces? What's your psychology looking at the middle game?
Good question, Ben. So I would look at, of course, like which color I'm playing. So there's so many factors into it. I think I would look for like the right move, not the best move, not necessarily the best move, because sometimes it's very, very hard to find and also requires lots of calculation, and maybe we just don't really have enough time to do everything. So probably a move that fits into all the category, like not taking too much time to think, and also a move that it is benefiting to our position, but also kind of pressuring our opponents. And also depending the position, would it be like a tactical position or positional position? So everything depends. So I would think instead of like of course, like if the right move is the best move, then it's a bonus. But yeah, I would always go for the right type of move.
So we're talking about these best moves, and I want to bring up this next graphic. Here's the longest thinks of the tournament so far. So these are when each player has sat and thought for more than 30 minutes at the board. We see Stuart Rachel's at the top here with 37.3 minutes, Benjamin 33.4. You can go down Ghazarian at 33.1 and Akopian at 32.2. And one thing that I noticed between all of these moves is that no player on this graphic, despite thinking the longest, found the best move. And in fact, excluding the Stuart Rachel's move there at the top, all of them had at least 3 options that were better. So one question I have for you is, do you ever think it's acceptable to think for more than 30 minutes in a game? Or what are some of the factors that may lead into a player needing to think for 30 minutes?
Well, acceptable or not, it would be depending on each individual. But I myself very rarely think for over 30 minutes because I kind of make a cutoff of my calculation. Like if after 20 minutes I don't find anything, then just play whatever that is kind of like looking okay in a position. Because I remember we had this similar discussion that if you think for already 20 minutes and you couldn't find anything, it means that there's almost nothing on the board. So you have to make a decision. You have to be decisive instead of just prolonging your calculation, and then in the end you're suffering on your clock.
I think that advice would have really helped these players right here. I mean, the Stuart Rachel's move, it was a critical position. He had 1 move to find, but the rest of these had 3 winning moves or more that would have helped in the position. So taking your advice, that would have really helped them in this situation. Let's go ahead and look at the average blunders per game. Here are the highest performers right now. We have Marinella at 5.8, Uzerska at 5, Belkovskaya at 4, and Rochelle Wu at 3.6. These are a lot of blunders. And one thing that I found during the candidates tournament, especially with Sindarov, is that he also had a lot of high blunders, but of course was crushing that tournament. And I wanted to know, in your games, do you ever feel yourself playing a lot of blunders, but still crushing your opponent, or still feeling like you're playing well, even though you're not necessarily finding the best moves?
So it's a bit tricky these days, because when you talk about blunders, sometimes it's just like 2 question marks, but which is sometimes it's enough to actually win the game, because you just don't find the best of move and the position, but the move that you chose sometimes is marked as a blunder with the computer, even though it's enough to win the game. So I actually wonder about the samples for this one, because well, in my game, like you mentioned about Sindarov, sometimes in the chess tournament like that, when you are performing really, really well, like Sindarov in the candidates, there's some psychology in the tournament that goes around to your opponents that, hey, he's really in his top performance right now, so whatever he does, it might be actually the correct move or the correct response. So it can be deceiving. So having a good tournament actually really helps to deceive your opponent that, hey, I'm playing actually the best of the moves, even though it's a blunder.
Yes. Well, let's take a look at the lowest after round 7 as well. Don't want to leave them out. Jasmine Su at only 0.4, Mishra at 0.6, kind of the opposite end of that best moves found in the middle game graphic. Just amazing stuff. And here's the thing. The computer is very, very strict for this. So it is looking at a position and saying, if you play a move that the computer would lose every time, saying that it was like a 3,000 or 3,200 rated stockfish, I mean, that is counted as a blunder. So to have less than half of a blunder per game is just incredible stuff. We are out of time, but we are going to throw it back to the studio for additional coverage in the 2026 Junior and Senior Championships.
Welcome back to round 8 of the US Junior and Seniors Championships. We have some games that have ended, so let's update you on the results.
Let's start with the seniors.
In the seniors section, we have a draw between Alexander Goldin and Igor Novikov, who are both at 3 points now.
And our leaders are all hard at work at the very top. And the senior women?
In the Women's Seniors Championship, we have a... Oh, we do not have a result. No. Okay, so we still have Angelina Balakovskaya as the leader with 1 point advantage over Natalia Tsodikova and Olga Sagalchik.
All right, and in the juniors?
In the junior section, It's Abhimanyu Mishra still leading with extra half a point on Andy Woodward and Tani Adewumi.
And finally, in the
juniors girls, we have a player who is enjoying the biggest advantage. Zoe Tang is 1.5 points ahead of Rachel Lee and Jasmine Zhu. But speaking of Rachel Lee, she is really pushing in her game. Maybe we can take a look at that, how she's right now attacking the youngest player of the event, Amy Yang.
All right, let's jump to that game. Not Rochelle, just
No.
a second.
Rachel
Amy.
Lee.
Yeah. Now, Rachel, how do you recover from a game like she had yesterday? She was a piece up and definitely in the driver's seat as well against Zoe.
Better time.
And it all went wrong in Zoe's time trouble, and Zoe turned the tables and defeated defeated Rachel. Anyway, Rachel with the black pieces today, she's taking her attacking chances, and she has sacrificed a piece with knight takes f4. And I can see from my chess, the thermometer there, that the engine really likes this attack.
And let's take a look at that bishop on b7. That bishop is going to attack pawn on g2 together with the queen. This is going to be very dangerous.
Well, exactly. e4, e3 is the move that's coming. But first things first, you had to eliminate the knight to prevent checkmate in one. And now, I mean, I'm thinking that the move e4, e3 is going to trap the rook. So the natural move for me would be to move my rook out of dodge, do it with a tempo, I mean to say. So imagine Amy plays rook on d1 to f1, attacking the queen and preparing to step back with the rook. How would Rachel prosecute her attack in this case?
So let's go queen to g5.
And again, as you were pointing out, that bishop on b7 is in an ambush. So I gotta step back with my rook.
I may also not rush in this position. I may just play rook a d8, developing my pieces and asking you what you want to do about your pieces, because your pieces are, for white, pretty stuck as well. I don't see much improvement.
So you're thinking you can keep e4, e3 on tap. I was most afraid of that, actually. But okay, rook over to d8. So you have 2 pawns only?
Yes, I have 2 pawns for a piece.
Well, I don't feel so bad. I don't know why the chess and thermometer there is. I would love to trade queens, just like, and if I could, I'd love to trade queens and park a knight on e3.
And now if I go e3?
Okay, now if you go e3. Okay, I've got to stop. I've got to stop the checkmate on g2. And I'm really, whenever I'm on the defensive, I'm looking to trade pieces. So in my mind's eye, any queen trade is good for white, any rook trades are good. Just get stuff off the board. So I'm looking at knight f3 and I'm saying, the worst is over.
You're right, I don't have anything direct to continue.
But before you did this, one of the things I was also worried about, you went back to g5, not a bad square, but I was also a little bit afraid of queen g3. In some ways, I was worried that your bishop could come to e5, like Rachel could play potentially b5 and bishop e5, and oh dear, I think Amy's king is in trouble in this one. So good advantage going for Rachel. And how is Zoe doing? Zoe versus Jasmine? Okay, when we left it, it was a big moment. Zoe thought for some time before capturing on c3, and then she didn't play the move knight c4. Rather, she played the move knight b3, and wow, both ladies are playing very carefully. Well, it's a big game, right? I mean, essentially, if Jasmine can win, that gives her a chance of becoming champion. If Zoe wins, it's over. So I understand the why this game is such a big challenge for the players.
And this is the road ahead of Zoe today, playing Jasmine Su. Tomorrow, Chloe go. But if she wins today, Zoe, she wins the tournament.
Right. That's it. It's over. It's over. Coming to the position, knight to b3 asks question, what are you going to do about your queen? I've been assuming forever that you're going to go queen to d8. But do you have a better square?
Now I may be considering queen to b6.
But we have more moves, guys.
Oh, we do?
Many more moves. Yes.
Oh, my live board has not updated, so maybe you can take over.
Absolutely, yes. So after knight to b3, quite a lot of moves have been played. c2 was the decision that Jasmine made instead of what was the best move, queen to b6.
Okay.
Queen to b6 really gave her a slight advantage, again, in a very chaotic position.
Right.
White will continue with d6. We cannot really say what is happening in the position. Rather, it's just a chaotic position. Whoever makes the last mistake is probably going to win. You cannot play perfect chess in this type of situations.
No.
She played c2, which makes a lot of sense. Knight takes a5, but then we enter this endgame. Bishop takes b5, take on b5, knight to e4, bishop to d2 was her option. Trying to defend against bishop to c3 makes a lot of sense. Rook takes c4 was quite an intriguing option because you're giving the exchange.
Right.
But after king to f1, you have a lot for it, a lot to show for it. The light square bishop doesn't have a counterpart right now. Bishop to f3 followed by d6 is coming in the position, and the rook is in fact struggling to find good squares right now. If you keep it on d4, for example, now I'm starting to have ideas of rook e1, rook c1, and guess what? You're not really taking this pawn on d5.
No.
If you do this, bishop
Taboo.
to c4 is going to cause a lot of damage to your position. So rook takes c4 was definitely an intriguing choice. She chose to keep her material and go for bishop to d2. And this is the position that we
knight
have on the
c3
board right now.
Knight c3 is going to force her to sacrifice an exchange anyway.
Yes.
You can't take on, yes, that's the move.
Yes, you have to go bishop to e3.
And it's a pretty similar story, right? Exchange sacrifice.
I think knight
she's
c3
played
is
knight
on the
c3.
board.
Yeah.
Knight c3 is on the board.
Wow, and I'm looking at bishop, I was looking at the same thing you're looking at now, Cristian. Knight takes d1. I'm assuming I'm taking with my king. I don't like being in this pin.
Bishop e3 is on the board.
And it's crazy, but I really do like Zoe's compensation. She wants to play.
I like it too. From a practical perspective.
Right.
I mean, sure. You see the engine bar is completely in the middle.
Even.
It's completely even from an objective point of view, but we're not making computer moves over the board. Nobody makes computer moves over the board 100%. So
not in this kind of chaotic position.
From a practical perspective, I just feel like Zoe is having the easier path in this one. Your knight, once the black knight goes to d7, your knight lands on c6. The d6 pawn is very difficult to stop. My bishop is going to come to c4. You're going to have to start worrying about being checkmated in the position as well. There's a lot of things to keep tabs of. And I'm liking Zoe's position right now.
Wow. Okay, that's a big one. And I wanted to go to the game of Mishra in the Juniors Championship because I think that Liam's playing his best game of the tournament. I'm not kidding. Wow. He's playing great chess.
Like it's usually the case, right?
Yeah, right. When we left it, we kind of got to a position where I was advocating for b4. If I do have a complaint, it's right here. In this exact moment, Liam played a move I think is okay, but I think he's played really great up to this moment. And the question I would ask, it's a very simple question, is why didn't he play rook on e1 to d1 with a very straightforward idea of queen takes d5? The best I can find for Mishra was bishop g4, right? You want to force me to weaken my structure, but after I do weaken my structure and you go back, I'm going to follow it up with f4. And I'm thinking, wow, everything's going perfectly in my favor. I might go e4 next. I might capture the bishop on e6, play an opposite color bishop ending with an extra pawn. I think it's play on two results. He did play a move, queen a2, and I understand the reasoning behind that one too. He still wants to play rook d1, and he wants to capture with the rook with a tempo against bishop to g4. Mishra played queen b6, getting out of the way, and we're
up.
Sorry,
are
we up to date?
Yeah.
Okay. So should I take this pawn? Bishop takes d5?
That's the big question. Bishop takes d5, queen takes b4. How do you continue after that?
Right. And so we go knight a6. Let me just check this out for a moment. Knight
and that's
a6.
probably the best way to do it. Now I will have to go for rook to c1.
Right. It's all a forced sequence. So
you're going to take on b4.
You get two rooks for the queen.
But the bishop will continue keeping pressure on f7.
That's the big problem.
That's
it's a huge problem, in fact, because I don't really see how you're defending that pawn. If you go, for example, rook d7 at the end, now you're starting to look at e4 ideas. Where's the bishop going? Your bishop is getting trapped also. The knight right now is coming back to d3. That's, for example, if you go bishop b4, bishop g4, excuse me.
But let's just point out that bishop takes e4 runs into a double attack at the end of the line, as Bobby Fischer would say. The scorpion sting at the end of the tail, queen on a2 to a8 check, and that picks up the rook on e4. So no, and if you move the bishop, as you were saying, Cristian, bishop to g4, knight to d3 hurts your feelings. That's a fork. Mishra in trouble in this one. And it's a very, very forced sequence. I'm absolutely sure that Liam is calculating it because, again, you look at checks first, you look at captures, and you can go bang, bang, bang. And these...
And if you can simplify a position and then
the result.
The result, then this is the best thing you can do.
So bishop takes d5, and our tournament leader could falter at the finish line here. Wow, what does this mean?
And
look at the challenges.
This is the road ahead of Abhimanyu Mishra. Tomorrow he's going to play Bach and Go, who right now has a very good position against Evan Park. So not an easy opponent either.
But look at our comments there. If Mishra wins and Woodward and Tani lose, well, what about if Mishra loses and Woodward and Tani win? Because at the moment, they look like in a better chances of winning than Mishra does. And Mishra in trouble. Bishop takes d5. That he'll be 2 pawns down. And if you don't take on b4, so when Mishra played the move queen on d6 to b6, he was calculating this, and I think his judgment was just suspect. He must have felt that this was okay for him, but I really like Liam's chances here. I think white is definitely for choice.
It's a big decision also for Liam, but you can sort of understand that those 2 rooks and the 2 bishops are not really very well coordinated.
Right.
And you are picking up that pawn on f7, or at least you're very close to doing so. Your pieces are just doing a much better job of staying coordinated at that point.
Exactly.
Guys, I mean, you just mentioned it. If Mishra loses and then Andy wins, Andy's in a better position. Andy has a better position.
Right.
Andy is playing his game, his type of game, where he slowly tries to squeeze water off the stone in this one. Something that he wanted, keep the middle game close, balanced enough, and try to outplay your opponent.
Right.
This is what we have right now. So I think we left it off after bishop to e6. We were discussing this position and saying that your weakness down the e file as white, and my option to always open it up with e takes d4 if you're not going to go d5, which is going to completely close shop on that side and offer other opportunities for black. If you don't do that, then I'm the one that has the opportunities to open the position up. He played knight e2, and rook a e8 was played. Now this forces d5, more or less. Otherwise, I'm going to take on d4, and you're going to lose the pawn on e4.
Right.
So you have to go d5, c5.
He actually captured on f8, Cristian.
Oh, he took on f8.
Yes,
Okay,
it's
but
already happened.
Rook takes
actually.
f8. Rook takes f8 was played. Now this is even worse.
Exactly. Now
Queen
Andy
h4
has-
is coming. Queen g5 is coming.
Precisely.
This is not good news, guys.
That's
really
right.
not good news for Brewington.
That's right.
Or for Mishra fans, for that matter, because
Right.
Andy is looking really good right now. And again, if Mishra loses that one, he leapfrogs Mishra, and tomorrow he has white.
Does
he have
Mishra?
white?
Mishra has white. Because Mishra,
Mishra
has
definitely
black.
has white, but does Andy have white? Or is he repeating black?
You're inquiring, but I don't think you have gold gold member status at the club here, Cristian. We're not going to share that information with you. Let's peek
Let's
ahead.
take a look. How about I have
He
gold
has that
membership
gold
club?
status, Yasser.
Okay. Wow. Okay. Mishra versus Bach. Andy versus Kirk. That's a great matchup.
Yes,
for
and then we have Evan Park against Tani, Adewumi, Alice Lee playing Brevington Hardaway, and Nico Chasin against Liam Putnam.
That is a big
Yeah.
final round right there.
It feels like the juniors of all of the tournament championships have the best chance for playoffs, but it's about Andy right now. He is in the better position. It's not overwhelming or anything like that. But again, you think about Black's king, it's
I mean,
a little
if
bit
that
cocooned.
queen though gets to this f2 square
Right.
together with the knight on h5, this is really scary for the white king.
No
Big
question
news,
about it.
guys.
Yeah. Tell us.
Mishra is
Mishra.
somewhat out of danger right now. Liam just played the move e4.
Oof. Oof. What a relief for Mishra. Oof. Oh, my.
E4, D takes e4. This is where we stand. Bishop takes e4.
Oh, my.
But the position simplifies tremendously after the exclusion of that weakness on d5.
Wow, what a relief for Mishra. I was going to say, if you don't see the knight a6 variation, Kate, another way you could play it as white is to take on d5. Oops, excuse me. Let me just do this again, a different way. Bishop takes d5, queen takes b4. If you didn't want to play the knight a6, you really would like to play knight to d3, right? Small problem, the bishop on f5. So you might say, okay, I'll play e4, right? With the idea to drive the bishop away, and then you could play knight to d4, d3. If you take on c5, I was hoping I could take on f7 and take on e4. So I'm just saying that Liam had choices, and he made a third choice. I don't like his decision, e5, and after takes, I think this is now closer to a draw than an advantage for Liam. He was playing a fabulous game. Like, let's be fair. He was really putting it together. What's happening in the Senior Women's Championship?
Let's take a look at the game of Alexei Ruth against Angelina Belakovskaya. Christian was saying how Angelina put that knight on f5 and she's out of danger. But now when you look at the position, the knight is no longer there.
Where's the knight?
There's no knight on f5.
Where's the knight?
What?
Where's the knight,
Okay,
guys?
I left it a long time ago. Let me try to catch up with the players here.
That was the
You're
most
right.
beautiful night ever.
What happened?
What happened?
Christian said you cannot chase it away.
Somehow the white dark squared bishop got traded. Oh, I see. Alexei put the bishop on d4.
Oh, and black voluntarily captured with knight.
Gave up her knight, did Angelina, and she put her queen on f5, and the bishop dropped back.
So white is a pawn up now. Am
Very
I correct?
comfy, yes. And guess what? It's a very comfortable extra pawn. White is going to play b4 and c6, so we could likely trade queens. This pawn on h5 is doing very well.
And this game is over. Akopian against Fishbein, it's a draw.
Yeah, and for for Akopian. He did what he needed to do to keep himself in the lead going into the last round as he drew his nearest rival. But how big is Alexi's winning chances here? Let's say we take. Let's say we drop our... I see my chess thermometer does not like the fact that I have traded the queens on
Well, I think the chess thermometer
F5.
just wants to go queen g3, bishop g4, and brute force its way into the opening
Force
of the position with
F5.
f5. Yeah.
We've been talking about F5 since the opening.
Yeah, we might as well do it. Might as well do it. Queen g3, bishop g4, f5. Let's go for it.
G3. We don't try to win an ending with an extra, with our majority. We try to play f4, f5, and attack Black's king. By the way, that looks very good for Alexei if she picks up on that idea. Bishop to g4 and f4, f5. She'll be in the driver's seat on this one. How is Olga doing against Natalia? Shall we pick up on
Yes,
that
let's
game?
take a look what's happening there, because these two players are kind of looking how Angelina Belakovskaya is going to play,
Very
because
interested.
they are tied for the second place and looking at the leader.
Okay, so I was about to say, what is Olga going to do about her f3 square? Is she worried about it? I guess not. Knight to d4. Knight to d4. So is it time to sacrifice exchanges? What do you think?
I'm not sure. You want to take with the rook, so rook takes d4.
Yeah, that was my idea. And I'm hoping against hope. Whoops, that chess thermometer really... I was hoping to plant the knight on f5.
But I have rook f3. Can I do rook f3?
It's legal, according to the rules of chess.
Knight, bishop takes b2?
Yeah, but this is a bit of a relief for white, isn't it? I mean, king to g2. I don't feel
And c5.
unhappy.
Mm-hmm.
Unhappy. Like,
Okay, but we have some moves.
Okay,
Okay,
let's-
knight takes d4. So no exchange sacrifice. It's just
We-
a trade of knight.
we might still have an exchange sacrifice. I'm assuming we got to take it, right?
Yeah, pawn took.
And queen takes? Or is that rook to d6? Rook to d6, bing, 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 bing. It feels like a ping pong machine. You're hitting my queen twice, and you've set up a, well, that's a multiple skewer. So you've set up a skewer against my bishop on b2 as well as my rook on d1. So I'm guessing we have to respect all of those skewers and maybe just drop back with the queen so that our next turn we can play rook here. How would you evaluate this situation? Do you prefer?
I mean, I'm starting to feel it's solid for white because this bishop on g3 is nicely defending that pawn on f2. We have
Crucial
a,
defender.
passed pawn on e4. It can march forward.
Right. And if we can, I don't know, double rooks on a good day, put the rook on d3. And as you're saying, we've got our own counterplay in the position. I'm going to say a 3-result game here. How is...
Yeah, a game that is not a 3 result is Amy Yang against Rachel Lee. Rachel is really attacking with her queen and bishop. We looked at that game previously, but now maybe Rachel has even stronger position.
Yeah, they followed our analysis, and I like that Rachel posted up with her queen on g3 as opposed to the g5 square. Just gives her another additional opportunity of maybe including the move b6, b5, chasing this knight away so that she could play bishop to e5 and invite yourself to visit on the h2 square. So queen g3. Amy has no time on the clock, by the way.
So Amy played rook d1.
Right?
Now the question is how to continue. b5 is one idea.
Let's go for it. Let's see what's going to happen. And if we go knight a5, How are we going to deal with bishop e5? I think this is checkmate. It feels like it's about to be checkmate, right? So maybe we should just allow this knight to be captured. Do we have a good move here?
Not sure.
I don't like it.
I don't see what white can do.
Yeah, Cristian, you have some breaking news for us.
Big news, guys, for all the Tani fans. He's in trouble right now. I was really expecting this game to be over a while back, in fact. He played a move, by the way, Alice did find a move, rook to d7. We were saying it's the only move not to lose in this one. And he played f3. And at this point, I was almost certain that he's going to go for the perpetual against the queen on h4. After rook to d8, what he could have done was rook to h3. You cannot venture on f2. You have to go back to g5. If you do venture on f2, I go rook to g3, and now it's very difficult to stop rook takes g7. So good luck with that.
Yep.
You have to go back to g5, and then I go rook to g3,
Perpetual, yeah.
queen h4, rook to h3.
Right.
That's going to be a perpetual against the queen. That's going to force the draw. But he had something else in mind. He played the move king to c2, wanting to keep the pressure on and the opportunities alive. But Alice had something else in mind. She was like, you know what? No, I'm not a sitting duck in this one. I'm just going to go and try to hit you on the queen side. b5, bishop to e2. Probably best would have been to take on b5 and accept that sacrifice. But then after rook to d5, things are becoming quite difficult to understand. You have to go for this rook takes g7, king takes g7, and queen takes e6. A full rook sacrifice. Wow. But I do have ideas. Bishop takes f5, first of all, followed by queen to e7. I do have the two bishops and the queen working nicely together to create enough compensation. Complicated position. b5, he decided to go bishop to e2, take, and rook takes d7. Already at this point, what he had to do was start with bishop takes c4. This was crucial. Yes, to keep another pair of rooks on the board was crucial. Because this rook on d1 is in fact going to be one of your main defenders in the position. If we go like in the game, take on d5, e takes d5. Now with the rook on d1, with the extra rook on d1 compared to what we have in the game position, now I have another defender around my king.
Maybe another attacker too. Rook
Maybe
H1.
Another attacker as well with rook h1 ideas.
Right.
After rook takes d7, take, bishop takes c4, this was in the game, bishop to d5, take on d5, and he takes d5. Now you're starting to feel the heat. The king is starting to feel quite uncomfortable on c2, and that's why he's trying to run away with king to b1. But guess what? Where is your coordination in the position? The position got simplified. This rook on g3 is completely out of play right now.
Right.
You cannot really go rook h3 anymore because you might be getting checkmated.
Right.
Queen to e1, queen to f2, I have so many possibilities. So you're basically left in the position with pieces that no longer have a task in this one. And the queen, by the way, is tied to the defense of the rook on g3. So after d4, it just feels like black is taking over. Alice is taking over in this one. I'm also looking at the clock. Tani, we generally see Tani with an hour on his clock at move 40. His opponents barely trying to survive the time trouble situation. Tani is always up on the clock.
Right.
Not in this one. Not in this one. Right now, he's feeling a bit uncomfortable against Alice. By the way, these two are very good friends as well. I've seen them hang around with each other quite a lot, play a lot of blitz together. They know each other very well.
Yesterday I visited the club, and they all had their own room, and they were just like pounding each other and bullet chess. And
they're very good friends outside of the board.
Right.
But once they meet over the board,
then the knives come out.
It's challenging. Yes, it's competitive.
I want to turn to the game between Liam and Mishra, because Mishra's just played this last move, bishop to d4. And for me, it feels like, okay, that is an invitation for me to both defend the knight on c5 as well as challenging the bishop on d4. So I would, in a bullet game, I play the move queen c4. In an instant, in a classical game, I'd spend 2 or 3 minutes to play queen c4. But doesn't that look like a very nice move? You're attacking the bishop. And of course, Mishra parked his bishop on d4 to go after the f2 pawn. So I can imagine him playing, defending the bishop, attacking, And
Rook
maybe
F4.
Rook F4, maybe say Queen G5, just kind of tactically defending his bishop. But this is somehow very nice. White's a pawn up. He's moved his queen, but not to C4. This is interesting. He played queen to D2. Okay, attacking the bishop, simultaneously also saying, hey, by the way, buddy, there's a pin on D4. The engine is saying no advantage whatsoever for white, but wouldn't you rather play white here?
Of course.
Absolutely.
Of course you would.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, extra pawn?
It's limited material. So
Sure.
that's why the engine is saying, you know what, this is probably going to be easy to defend for black. At the same time,
Well,
let's see,
you
Queen
defend
F6.
it.
Okay, Queen F6.
Queen F6, okay, that does defend the bishop, defends the rook. Okay, I understand there's a tactic. I'll fall for it. Rook to D1, queen takes F2 check. Oops. And queen takes F2, and
Discovered attack.
my rook is hanging. I get that, I get that. But I also have rook F4 as a defense, right?
You don't.
I don't?
No.
Oh.
Because then there is
Rook
bishop
F4,
takes
Queen
C5.
G5. And you're actually losing.
What?
Wait,
Rook
I don't
F4,
play
Queen
bishop takes C5?
And now you're losing because Queen takes G3 is coming on the board. Be careful.
Oh, Queen G5. Yes, that's much stronger.
Oh, I wanted to play Queen G5, Rook takes D4.
Queen
The
takes D2 and then
G2.
exchange up. Yes.
Hold on. What's going on here? Queen G5, Knight E4. The engine hates what I've done.
Bishop takes F2. And now if you recapture with the queen, your rook on C1 is hanging.
Oh, that's great.
Be careful.
And if I take with the king, my
Then it's
queen
with
is
a check.
hanging with a check.
Some nice calculations in this one.
Wow.
So Rook F4 is tempting, but Queen G5, big problems
Okay.
for white if he goes for that. And
Does
that's
it
why
mean I
the
have to
engine
play-
really thinks that this is equal, because if you do go Queen F4,
Yeah, that's not what I wanted. I
well,
wanted to
let's
exploit.
just go, because I think that's quite instructive, right?
I wanted to exploit the pin, but yes, please.
Queen F4, now you take on F4, we exchange everything. And I do take your knight on C5.
And we
It's very important that you cannot take with the rook.
very important that I can't do what?
You cannot take with the rook.
Because of Rook D1 check and Rook C1?
Correct.
Okay. But I would take with the pawn. Rooks
Now I go
belong-
Rook C6. Next I'm going to put the rook on D5.
Yeah.
That's going to tie your rooks to the defense of the C pawn, and
Right.
you're never going to be able to approach that C pawn with your king. And it's just going to be...
Yes, young
That's
man,
it.
but don't you understand in such positions I can never lose as white?
You can, that's true. That is very true. You cannot lose. You cannot lose. It's almost impossible to lose. Queen to F4 is on the board.
Great line by Stahlberg against Bent Larsen. Bent Larsen was losing. Stahlberg deliberately forced a bishops of opposite color ending, a pawn up, and Bent lost a difficult game, and Bent was upset that he, yes, but don't you understand, I could never lose a pawn up and a bishop of
And we have a
opposite color
result in the
ending.
girls section.
Oh,
Rochelle Wu
we didn't-
scored her 4 win in a row
Wow.
against Megan Paragua.
Rochelle is
Wow.
back.
Wow,
really
she's
vying for
back.
the podium.
Wow.
By the way, those two players are indeed going for that endgame with Queen F4, Queen takes F4. And
Yeah.
we're expecting Mishra to hold, which opens up the possibility with Tani losing
Andy
right now
and-
for Andy to catch up with the leader and going to the final round tied for the co-lead position.
Exactly. Let's just express some love to Rochelle. She did play the move Bishop E3 in her game against Megan. Ooh, and she got to sacrifice her rook for 2 pieces. Not much of a sacrifice. It's
And
actually a
still extra
material
pawn on
gain.
D5,
Exactly, and
and then another pawn.
another pawn. And it's just going all swimmingly smooth for Rochelle as she's just massive material ahead.
And now black tried to recapture the pawn, but bishop g2, I'm skewering the rooks.
Yeah.
And even if you play something like rook c5 to attack my queen, I'm just going to get 2 rooks for a queen, and I have so much material.
It's so much material to the good. Megan threw in the towel. And for Megan, this is an extremely painful loss because I wanted to say she was undefeated. She was playing a really nice tournament, gaining tons of rating points. Wow. Hate losing the penultimate as well as the
But for Rochelle
final
now,
round.
she is pushing for 3rd place. Actually, let's take a
Look at who's on the podium.
Wow, she's tied for the 2nd place right now with 4.5 points. Rochelle Wu really showing some strength after starting the tournament with 3 losses.
Yeah, a true disaster, but she hit the trampoline. And that means the games of, Rachel and Jasmine and Zoe are all still playing. Let's pick up that, the excitement in the game of Zoe for a moment here. Because when we left it, that game between Jasmine and Zoe, Jasmine had won an exchange, but a lot of compensation.
And Jasmine actually gave back the exchange because she was saying, I'm not going to suffer your bishop on e6.
And guess what? Zoe said, I love my bishop on e6. Let's put it there. And she planted the bishop on e6. No, 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 said Jasmine. That has to die. She captured the bishop. But now, wait a minute, what's the pawn count? 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3. Is that right? Gosh, it feels like a position that white's a pawn up, but she isn't. Have we caught up with the players?
Yes. Now she can take. Zoe can take the pawn on c5. But what is going to be the follow-up here?
Gleefully, I would take that pawn. And I would be dreaming as white to include my rook. If I can play some, I was just about to walk into a fork. If I can play these happy moves of knight c6, and I was going to say rook e4, overlooking, well, in that case, that's the problem. Jasmine is going to immediately attack the pawn on e6.
And you cannot defend it with that rook e4 move.
Exactly, because of knight c3
But you
check.
can capture another pawn on a7.
Yeah, but that means that Jasmine will throw in a check. I'm not exactly sure where I will move my king, but imagining I'll just throw. And now it's a tempo against the bishop, and her next turn she's going to capture the pawn, and it will be 2 versus 2, and almost 100% draw in that case, which, by the way, is great for Zoe. I mean, she keeps her #1 rival, a key rival at bay, and she entered today with a 1.5 point lead against her competition.
So maybe let's check in on the game of Rachel Lee and Amy Yang, because if this result game is a draw between Zoe Tang and Jasmine Zhu, and Rachel Lee does not win, then Zoe is the champion.
Exactly. We left it. Amy was facing a horrific looking attack, Queen G3, and Rachel said, let me push this knight on C4 out of the way. The moment I can play the move Bishop E5 with or without E3, it's going to be a checkmate on H2. Amy said, I'm going to return the piece. Queen takes, I want some counterplay against this pawn on F7. Queen takes F7. I think we've caught up with the players Rachel to play. Okay.
So black is probably considering rook e7.
Rook e7, yeah.
And then planning the plan that Yasser, you were talking about, maybe even bishop e5.
Yep. Sure looks good to me.
Easy to play. Pawn up. 2 checkmating ideas coming in the position. I think this is going to be a very tough defense for Amy, who only has 3 minutes on her clock. So she won't have time to spend and ponder her options for too long.
Let's pause our analysis, shall we?
Yes, because Irene is with a guest. Irene, over to you.
Thank you, guys. And I'm here now with Rochelle Wu, who just won her game against Megan Paragua. Rochelle, you had a rough start, but now with this win, you are sharing the 2nd place temporarily, because Rachel Lee and Jasmine are still playing. So, well, temporarily you're on a 4.5. So, how do you feel?
Good to hear. I feel better than when I lost 3 games in a row. So yeah.
So how did you bounce back from all of these losses? Because it's very hard as a chess player. 3 losses in a row is a lot.
I mean, I kind of detached myself from all of the results. Even though I lost 3 in a row, I kind of just told myself my goal for this, like someone texted me asking like, what's your goal for the rest of this tournament? And I said, I just want to like have a positive attitude for the rest of the tournament. Like no matter what, even if I lose all my games, which looked like that was probably going to happen, I was going to be okay because I think the most important thing is to just like treat each game like a new one. And I just feel like it's not that serious for me anymore, you know?
Well, it's been working well so far, your strategy. So let's take a look at the game. Which moment do you think is the critical point in this game against Megan?
I think I'm actually not too sure because I think at some point she just couldn't defend one of her pawns, the pawn on d5.
D5, yeah. Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure if her queen c5 move made a lot of sense to me.
This one, yeah?
Yeah, because I felt like she's giving, like, she should be spending that time defending the d5 pawn. I'm not sure why she gave me, like, an extra move to, because, like, my plan is very clear here, I feel. I was gonna play, like, bishop e3 or something. Yeah, I was not sure about rook d7 because of e4. But yeah, because now, like, if I take with the, like, I feel like in other positions, if I took the pawn, it kind of goes into a drier endgame where I just have to, like, push up a pawn. But here, I feel like I don't even have to trade a bunch of pieces, and my position just completely winning.
Yeah, an extra pawn, and the pawn itself is the central pass pawn, yeah? Yeah, so I think after you got this extra pawn, the rest of the game is very smooth for you.
I think she was planning on playing rook takes d5, but initially she forgot about knight takes d5.
Okay, let me show this, and then the queen.
Yeah.
We can say that, oh no, your queen.
Yeah, and then I felt like this endgame was going to be very fun for me.
And this one, yeah? And
Yeah.
Just takes, and then rook with
Rook
2
d4,
bishops against
yeah.
Just a queen, yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah, it should be fun.
Yeah.
I don't mind playing this position as well. Okay, so yeah, that was her initial plan, but she didn't play it, and b5, then you just completely winning in this position. Wow, looking good, Rochelle. Yes, and tomorrow, who do you play?
Rose.
Rose. So what's your plan coming to the final round?
To have a positive attitude.
Positive attitude. Yeah. Sounds good. Okay. Well, good luck to you, and thanks for taking your time with me today.
Thank you.
Thank you. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Irene. And with this result, let's just check in on the girls' standings.
Yes, so we have Rochelle Wu, who won her game against Megan Paragua, and now she's tied for the second place, together with Rachel Lee and Jasmine Su.
Well, let's check in on the game of Mishra, because when we left it, our tournament leader pawn down, but basically, as Cristian was saying, a draw rather inevitable. G3, G4 by Liam. No, I think they're still going to play for quite some time. No handshakes.
No
on
handshakes.
The immediate horizon here.
Right, but maybe if we switch to the seniors championships,
sure.
Alex Onischuk against Stuart Rachels, maybe we will see a handshake there.
It was really, really bad for Stuart for quite some time. I'm just not going to go through all the moves as the last turn. I just wanted to see the last move. Wow. Knight on c3 to b5, essentially saying, I'm going to hold on to this pawn on c7. Yes.
Also, I'm just threatening queen b8.
Yes, you're welcome to take the pawn. Then I will give up my queen for 2 rooks, right? Queen b8, massive threat. So do something. Not easy, not easy. So rook takes the problem with, I once had an ending which was very, very peculiar against Jan Timman. He had 2 rooks and think it was a bishop. Knight takes a7. But somehow I had this crazy counterplay against his king, which allowed me to rescue myself and save the game. 2 knights, the king isn't vulnerable enough.
Yes, there's no rescue. I simply take the knight, rook takes c7, and hide my king.
Yeah, I need to take the g2 pawn off the board so that I have more chances of a perpetual check in that case. This is not even close. This looks like Alex is just winning.
Maybe one trick black can play. So instead of capturing on f2,
all right, let's go back.
I play king h7.
Okay. King
now
h7.
Inviting you to play queen b8.
I'll fall for it.
And now I take on f2.
Ah.
And I'm saying take my queen.
I'll fall for it.
Because now I have a perpetual check. Rook takes g2, and white king cannot escape.
Gotcha. And there you have a perpetual check back and forth. Might even be a little bit worried that these 2 rooks somehow combined with the knight, you know what I mean? But no, that's at least a perpetual check. So there, king h7
Your
is
ratios just captured.
You did what?
Rook takes f2 is on the board.
Oh. I thought king h7 was at least a tricky move. King h7 might have just forced rook to f1 and then, but he has gone for this line?
I mean,
well,
queen
what is
takes.
going on?
This is going to be very simple for Alex Onischuk.
Okay.
I'm curious if you can do something even better than this.
This is not good enough?
Not to allow knight takes c7. I just don't
want to you want to play here, knight here. But no, I can rescue. Well, actually,
not sure because I go king. I was thinking either that or king f1.
Yeah.
But king f1, you have queen a6. So yes, knight d6, and then king h1.
Yeah.
I think this forces resignation.
That is cute. You should take the rook, but maybe continue knight to d6. That's nice. Or not now that you mention it, just how do you say? Just kill the counterplay completely. You go rook takes e6, intending knight to d6 as well. And I think Stuart will recognize that that is winning. So, well, from Onischuk's point of view, he's doing what he needs to do. He's going to be in a tie for second place with Alex Fishbein and only a half a point behind Vladimir Akopian and for tomorrow's round.
That's a serious position to be in going into the final one. Look,
exactly.
Everything is not everything in your hands, but if Akopian doesn't win, then with a victory, you're in the mix. You're in the playoffs.
In the junior championship, I want to go to the game between Tani and Alice Lee because we're seeing a bit of a sensation taking place here in the penultimate round. Alice has defended brilliantly in my estimation, and Tani, who's been undefeated throughout the entire event, playing all of these monsters, Mishra and Andy Woodward, he's going down.
And you can see his facial expression. He was just a second ago just rolling his eyes. What is happening? And right now he's under 1 minute. And he needs to decide how to continue in this position.
There's no saving grace.
He's facing rook e1 check. King has to go into a pin along the second rank, and then the rook is going to go right back to e2, pinning that bishop. And Alice, that knight on f6.
He's doing fantastic job because once I move my rook, you still don't have any checks with your queen.
That's
right. The knight is guarding all these squares around the king that you can think about giving a check from.
Exactly. The knight on f6 is a stalwart, and Tani's clock.
15 seconds.
And there's just no move in the position.
Needs to make a move. Needs to find something.
There's no trickies.
Find a way to continue. 10 seconds.
Okay, 5 seconds. Make a move.
I think he's
forgotten the clock. It's over. He's going to lose on time.
That's it?
If we need to see the video.
Is
we need
the
the
clock
video.
wrong? Can we see the video of it? Because this is not normal.
I mean, it's move 31, so there are so many moves Tani had to do and clock is over.
I think the video might elucidate this mystery because
Bishop.
he must have more than that.
Oh, okay, he has time, 44 seconds.
False alarm, everybody. Just kidding, just kidding. Oh, he had plenty of time, 44 seconds. Look at that. No panic.
He did not forget about it.
He did not forget. Okay, so that means now let's just, okay,
now
it's
we
an
need
extra
to recover.
pawn. Yeah, now we, correct. Now, okay, so now we know that he's got an extra pawn. Alice has got an extra pawn. Should she continue with that line? Looked
Why
really
not?
good.
Why not
Rookie
rookie one?
I mean, I love pinning my opponent's pieces, and this move sets up the potential of Queen D2 or maybe Queen F1. Queen F1 and Rook takes. Game lights out, game over.
Can I also play Rook C7? It's kind of a similar idea. I'm playing Rook C7 and thinking about playing Queen F1 on my next turn.
That looks really strong as well. Geez. Yeah, I think that's a really good move. Yeah, so actually, Alice Lee, I mean, this will be a really important victory should she, I mean, she still has to do it, right? But should she achieve this, I mean, she'll feel so much, she will have the best result ever whenever a lady has stepped into the junior open.
She already does.
Yeah, she already does because no one had more than 2.5 points, and she already has 3 points right now with still 2 rounds to go.
And you think about Carissa Yip,
who let's take a look at
won
that.
the Cairns Cup, one of the strongest tournaments of
it's
ladies.
Not easy for junior girls to enter the junior field and try to fight there, but they are doing their best. But so far, Alice Lee, she'll be 4 out of 8. That is an amazing result.
Remember in 2019, many-time champion of the United States, Jennifer Yu, who became champion of the United States, I should say. She said, okay, well, let me fight against the juniors. She didn't fare so very well either. But at the moment, Alice is already, with 2 rounds to spare, outscored every lady who ever entered the junior section.
Should we go to Andy Woodward just because it's such a crucial game for the standings?
Absolutely.
Everything else is more or less decided in this round. It seems like Alice is going to take down Tani. Abhimanyu is going to make a draw. That's a 99% chance for a draw. But this one, it's still very much in the mix, and he only has 3 minutes on the clock for the next 11 moves.
Well, isn't
with
the
a position in which he certainly has the advantage, but you miss a bit, you make an inaccuracy, and the advantage disappears in one go. So you need to be very precise right now. How are you going to continue attacking?
Obviously.
At G5, G4, we've been talking about it for a while.
Let's
G4,
do
the
it.
problem is Queen E6, right?
Of course. Queen
Now
E6.
I'm starting to look at your king as well. You take, I take back with the pawn.
But isn't this, what has Andy done?
Queen G3.
Queen G3.
Okay.
Queen G3.
I like that move.
You do?
I like that move, yes.
Okay, because essentially it cozies up to the pawn on E3. In case of Queen E6, there's no perpetual check because, again, the king can go back to H8 and drop the knight in the way. So Andy is looking at Queen takes E3 and the potential for Queen C1 check as well. He's trying to limit Brewington's counterplay. So if Brewington defends the pawn, then G4 comes and there's no play. Maybe it has connected with Queen C5, trying to get
But now I can go G4, right?
But now G4 as well.
You don't get this Queen E6, Queen
And
F5
by the way,
ideas.
a draw, Mishra, a tournament leader, very fortunate, I want to say. Well, very fortunate is maybe overstating it a bit, but he was on the back foot in this one with the black pieces against Liam.
He certainly was.
Yeah. So Queen G3 on the board by Andy. Jump in, Cristian. What can Brewington do to drum up some play against the king?
Not much. In fact, knight d1, the passive defense, is the best defense right now, which is very unpleasant. I mean, it's counterintuitive. You see this position, you're always looking for some sort of counter chances against the king on the light squares. Queen e6, queen f5, that's the first thing I'm looking at. If I have to play knight d1, it's just such a tough situation mentally.
Right.
Because you're just not ready to defend so passively in this position. Because once you do this, once you play the move knight to d1, it's almost an admission that your opponent spots as well and understands as well. Oh, okay, I have a borderline winning position if this guy has to go knight d1 and play so passively.
Exactly.
Right? And that's going to give even more confidence to Andy to find the best path forward after that, which is probably h5. Knight d1, h5. I keep squeezing you in this one. g4 is coming next. So, for example, queen e6, g4, and I can even get
you're giving
my
your
king on
king
h6.
nicely.
Yes.
The h6 square. That's clever.
And I'm seeing the queen and the knight swarming around the king on f1. It's really tough. It's a really tough position. From an objective point of view, but also practically it's so difficult to defend this one. So if knight d1 is the only way, and queen to g6, I've been looking through this line, you start running with the king.
Oh, you don't even drop back to h8 and knight to g8?
No, you just run. And if you take, I take a lot of pawns as well. Queen takes c2, king g1, and now at the right moment I'm going to go g4. Guess what? King comes to g5, knight takes g4, then I'm starting to have checkmating threats.
Checkmate.
Absolutely.
Wow.
Not over yet, but it's looking tremendously well for Andy Woodward at the moment.
Wow. By the way, you have a game of Onischuk and Rachel
They are
Stuart?
going to the line we looked at.
No kidding.
That one might be over.
96. So
that might be a handshake.
Onischuk is going to win very soon.
And he has played the whole sequence of king h1 and
not capturing the rook, allowing the queen to get away with the check.
That is really stylish. I mean, I really like the finish that Onischuk has done. Knight to d6, not even capturing the rooks, but saying just to Stuart, move your queen. If you move your queen to d7 or a6, I get to queen with check, forcing the trade. If you go to f8, I get to go queen. And if you try to avoid, I've got rook to e8 as well.
And Stuart, Rachel's just captured with a queen on c7. And I think we will just see a handshake because that's an extra rook.
It sure is. And yeah, this is.
And the problem is you're losing the pawn on f7 as well.
Exactly.
Okay, no, Stuart Rachel's plays rook d2.
Followed by rook c8.
There is a nice finish here.
Knight f7.
As a chess commentator, I'm obliged to point out any checkmates in one that I can possibly foresee. But that's a nice pattern. Maybe Stuart will be so kind as to allow that. He has played rook d2, and as you say, rook to c8 check, and in case of king h7, the problem is you're just losing f7. And oops, that's no comment. That's an extra rook.
It's just no compensation.
So let's jump into the game of Zoe Tang and Jasmine Su, because Zoe Tang is in the driver's seat and she's having a tremendous advantage.
We might be crowning a champion today.
Okay. So this was the game where, was it rook e8 had to be played? I think Jasmine wrong-footed herself with the move knight c3 because I think she overlooked the impact of knight e7 check. Oh dear, you don't want to put your king on f8 because you're walking into bishop takes c5 and rook takes h7 and it's miserable. king h8, knight takes g6. So Zoe has at least a perpet, but probably a lot more, right, Kate?
Probably she can go, oh, she cannot go f4. Okay, we have to be a little careful. If we go f4, there's bishop f6. So there is a skewer, but maybe we just draw back with the knight to d5.
Good move. I'm taking pawns. The reason I'm taking the pawn, bishop takes c5, because I wanted to take away the d4 square. But hold on. The engine is not impressed. Why isn't the engine impressed by this genius decision to take a, to take a pawn? It looks really good to me. I'm missing something.
Maybe just rook e8?
Or knight c7? Is the pawn vulnerable? I don't know. Rook e8. Okay, I understand you're threatening bishop f6, but can I bring my rook? Jump in on this one, Cristian, because...
It is rook e8, yes.
Yeah.
It is rook e8, and now this basically says that your knight is sort of immobile as of right now.
Like kind of stuck, yeah.
Because the pawn on e6 is falling behind, and knight c7 is my next move as black. What he should be doing from the get-go, which I think makes a lot of sense if you spot it, is knight to d5.
That was my move. I want to ignore the pawn and just start pushing the pawn on the king side.
That's the way to do it. That's the way to do it, and that also covers the c7 square for the knight. e7 is coming. You can take that pawn on c5 at any point, and that pawn is going to be decisive. But first, you have to secure it, make sure you don't lose it in the process. So go knight d5 first.
So, Kate, the correct approach was to play knight to d5. And then from a... Wow, I mean,
She didn't. She took on c5, and rook e8 is on the board, and now we're back...
Really?
To an equal, sort of equal position.
By the way, Jasmine has only 1 minute, 24 seconds on her clock.
I cannot really call this one an equal position, but objectively, it is an equal position right now, because you cannot hold on to the pawn on e6.
I would have thought that I was doing really, really well here.
Knight c7.
Knight c7, and I thought as soon as I, how do I say it, fasten the pawn on, no, bishop f6. Okay,
yeah,
I'm blundering something. Bishop f6.
Probably bishop f6, yeah.
And I don't get to, I'm just a move away from securing that pawn on e7.
You're close.
Yeah.
You're definitely close, but you're not. You're not securing that pawn.
I mean, okay, so, and the clock time, Zoe has plenty of time. 11 minutes, more or less, to Jasmine's minute and a half. What move are they on, Kate?
That's a good question. Let me double check.
Close are they to making time control? I mean,
33.
So it moves 33.
Okay, so Jasmine still has to play some very precise moves. She's found a good one in rook e8.
And also is making precise moves is Brewington Hardaway. He played that knight d1 move against Andy Woodward, and he equalized.
He's back in the game.
The engine. He's back.
He is back in the game.
Because it was so, it looked like a desperado situation, actually, frankly, for what has happened. You're right, knight to d1.
The only move.
g4. Ah, that was, okay. So Andy had the opportunity of playing h5 and king h6 and slowly playing for g4.
But he thought he was ready, so he went immediately.
And this allows some counterplay based on queen f5 check, as well as queen takes b7, knight drop back. And
now just take that
pawn on
b7.
b7, right?
Yes. Take the pawn on b7, you take the pawn on e4, and I take the pawn on c6. And I'm setting up that queen on a very nice defensive diagonal as well.
It's not what I wanted to do. Not what I wanted to do. So if I play queen, and we have a result.
This one is over. I believe Shabalov has won his game against Joel Benjamin.
Okay, Joel had a good start, I want to say, but last few games, and including that game against Stuart Rachel's yesterday, missed opportunity. Queen h2, so my idea is to play queen check and capture the pawn on g2, right? And if you play knight to f2, stopping, I wanted to go knight to h5, intending knight g3 and queen takes g2. I really want to take this pawn on g2 so that at the end of that operation, I'll have two connected
so
fast
queen
pawns.
takes c6?
Queen takes c6. Well, that's a piece, right? That's g1 check.
Ah,
King.
Right. Right. Yep.
Yeah. Sorry.
That's
let me
game
just.
over.
Yeah, and Andy
G1.
would pick up the knight. So, from the current position, imagining Brewington captures on b7, queen h2. You need a better setup. How do you defend this?
And we have a result here. Alex Onischuk wins against Stuart Rachels.
Some comfort, brotherly love there for Stuart as he goes down. And congratulations to Alex.
Maybe, yes, if we can for a second switch to the game of Amy Yang and Rachel Lee.
I'll do it.
Because Rachel is going to also win her game, and she's looking and hoping Zoe Tang is not going to win so she can try to catch up to her. And there was a really nice kind of precise calculation by Rachel Lee, so if we can move it back.
Okay.
Just to see what Amy Yang did with, I thought, now. Rook, so e3.
Okay.
Threatening check, as black queen h2 is a checkmate.
Absolutely.
And Amy Yang trying to complicate stuff with this move. Rook takes f7.
Right.
You see there are so many pins happening, but Rachel had a great response. First she gives a check, forces the bishop to go away, and now she can actually recapture the rook. Back with the king, there is no pin. That's dangerous.
And
she has an extra rook. She's threatening pawn to e2, which actually she made. And now if you recapture, queen takes e2, I have a discovered attack, bishop h2, and I'm getting the queen, or bishop d4.
Yeah. I didn't like bishop h2 because you could play king h2 and get some material.
Okay.
Well, now you did. Now I get the extra bishop. But yes, and that should be all she wrote. Bishop to
so
d4.
Bishop d4 is on the board.
Yeah, and you know, Rachel has had an incredible tournament. At certain moments, she has flashes of brilliance. That have just, I mean, including her 4-0 start, right?
Yes.
Beating Rose Atwell,
and then she made a draw when
leader.
She was an exchange up, so still pushing
against
in that
Megan,
game. Then she was winning against Zoe Tang.
Exactly. Wow. And she's, I mean, she might have had, 7 out of 7 or something crazy. But she's going to win today. And we know that Zoe entered with a 1.5 lead, and Rachel is hoping somebody's going to stop Zoe, and maybe Zoe's going to draw today, so then she'll only be a point behind. So still, theoretically, the girls' championship is undecided, but rook takes e2 on the board.
With such strong play and amazing results, you are surprised that Rachel is not actually leading the event.
Crazy. It's true. It's true. Rachel's looking at queen f2, queen takes f1, and Amy, never say die.
And another player who is going to close on her game is Natalia Tsodikova against Olga Sagalchik.
We'll come to that, but we will wait for the handshake.
Let's see the checkmate here.
Because it's a mate in 2.
It is a mate in 2 moves, so we're not going to spend a lot of time.
Kingdom for a handshake.
And
well,
here it is. Checkmate. And a handshake. So congratulations to Rachel Lee winning against Amy Yang.
It wasn't what we would call a deep hand clasp. It was like a glancing touching of the hands. You were saying we're going to the women's seniors.
Olga Sagalchik against Natalia Tsodikova.
Well, the fight...
Natalia is the defending champion who is trying to catch up to Angelina Belakovskaya.
Uh-oh, I'm seeing issues for white here. There is a rook takes f4 and queen e3 check.
Or
citing,
queen e3 immediately.
Or queen e3 immediately. The result in any case is that the bishop is going to be hanging. And Olga's lost, simply lost after queen e3, which means that all eyes are turning to Angelina's game. When we left Angelina's game,
and queen e3 is on the board.
yeah, that is it. That's a handshake right there. That's a crushing move by Natalia.
You can block it with the rook, but then I take the bishop for free with a check, and that's an extra piece.
Absolutely, bishop takes, and you can't take back with
And the handshake. So congratulations to Natalia Tsodikova, who still has chances to catch up to Angelina Belakovskaya for the title, to be the back-to-back champion.
All right, let's jump to the game between Alexei Root and Angelina, because that's a game, boy, there's so much back and forth going in on some of these games, but I can see that the engine is saying draw. We're in a bishops of opposite color, but ending, but rook takes has just been, pardon me, bishop takes d5 has just been played. Feels like I'd rather play Angelina's position because
you have the connected passers,
yeah,
potentially,
right?
Especially if you lose that one on f4.
Right. So anything can happen in this one, but we're going to keep an eye on it.
Because Irene has a special guest. Irene, over to you.
Thank you, guys. And I'm now with Alexander Onischuk, who just won his game against Stuart Rachels, and it looks like a very fun game, Alex. How did you feel?
Obviously fun for me, right? I won. He made a big mistake in the opening, and
Queen's Gambit accepted.
Yeah, he played e5, and after e5, I think the position is almost lost for him, and then I just relaxed for a second.
Okay, let's take a look at the game,
and
that position.
And somehow it became not as, well, still probably winning everywhere, but not as winning if it was.
Yeah, in this position, I think black overstretched a bit by playing e5.
e5, and so e5 is a bad mistake. Yeah, now it's like, queen c2, one of the moves, but pretty good move. And he played bishop e7, which is already a blunder because after knight g5 he just doesn't have a what? The valuation dropped. But I thought after knight g5 I'm just winning.
Yeah. What about after just castle? You want knight h5?
No, honestly, I wanted to play e5.
E5. I see.
Yeah.
But there's b3 here, yeah, which is kind of what to do here.
Yeah, honestly.
Queen a5 there. There's always something.
Oh, b3.
Yeah,
which
and then
just was missing. Yeah.
And then e5 is captured. So, but you did well. So here, knight d5.
Oh, thank you, Irene. I don't know. I mean, I blundered everything, right? But okay, thank you. Yeah.
So I think the conversion was really nice. But let me fast forward to the end of the game because it's very stylish of you to finish off this game. We're analyzing on this sacrifice on f2.
Yeah. No, I saw it all the way. I mean, rook f2. I did calculate queen f2, and I saw king h1 as well. Of course, I can also play these positions after king f2.
Right. Yeah.
Right. With two rooks and a knight, but it probably would take another 50 moves.
Yep. But this is cool. This is so much fun. But let me ask you another question.
You can explain why is it
rook
cool?
d1. Yeah. Why is it rook d1 there?
Yeah, and I was calculating rook h8 for a little bit here, but so not to let him, finish this way, but d1 is good enough.
Well, congratulations, Alex, and tomorrow is another big match for you. I think it's quite decisive for the standing of the tournament against Alex Fishbein.
Yeah. What
is your plan?
Yeah, I mean, hopefully he will play for a win, and I'm ready as well. So we both at this point we should try to catch up with Vladimir. So we need the result in this game. I think that will be my strategy to play for a win.
Sounds good, and we're looking forward to a great matchup tomorrow.
Thank you.
Back to you guys.
Indeed, congratulations, Alex, and a great matchup coming tomorrow. It's not just a fight for clear second, but a potential fight for first. I want to jump to the game of Brewington and Andy because at first blush, you look at the position and say, Andy, you played brilliantly. Congratulations, game over. You're about to play knight to g4, and all kinds of bad things are happening to Brewington's position until you see an incredibly, just a marvelous move for Brewington. b4, it's all about creating counterplay as fast as you possibly can. And after A take, there it goes. There's a passer, and all of these wonderful things that Andy has been crafting on the king side get upended thanks to this pass pawn.
Have to go for it.
But it is just it feels like the moment of Alexei Root to play F5.
Really have to go for it. Yeah.
You know, when she could have played F5 and put.
Okay, I have a question. I have an idea for black after that. So I take on b4.
Yeah, and I was going to.
You go a5.
Clear.
Now I go h4.
h4. Who's fastest?
And I'm looking like I'm trying to go h3, but in fact I'm not trying to go h3. I want to go knight h5 after a6.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Knight h5.
I have a big threat, which is knight g3.
I mean, I'm near the gates of heaven.
Well, can I take the knight and be very near the gates
of heaven? How
yeah, you have
getting
queen
that?
h8 at the end. It should be fine. Yeah.
Wouldn't be fine. I'm trying to play for a win now.
No, you've got a piece.
No.
I have extra piece. I have extra knight.
But h3.
Okay, I promote.
White can never play for a win in this position.
With the pawn on h2.
But even I check on h8.
Yeah, but
King
even
G6.
an extra piece.
Oh no, he's going for the queen. He's not playing b4, guys. Queen e6 he played.
Ooh,
oh,
he's giving Andy a chance.
Bad move right now. The best move for Andy. 1 minute and 20 seconds to find. The last two moves before the time control. c5.
Stopping b4. That makes
C5
great sense.
is a key move right now, and he plays it.
Instantly.
Wow. On the board.
Because that stops the counterplay. Keep in mind that queen takes e5, queen takes f2 hurts Brewington's feelings. That's just end of game. So there's no captures on e5. Oh, and time control. What move are we on?
Players.
One more move. Last move before
just
time
last
control.
move.
Last move, and they have 1 minute 40 seconds.
Okay, both players underneath 2 minutes for the final move. And this move, c5, is fabulous. That just takes out the sting of the majority, I want to say. And in Andy's shoes, he's dreaming. He's dreaming of a passer, maybe even, no, not king g5. I want to play h5 and king h5. Sorry, h4 and king h5. What do we have?
b3.
b3. c3, b3, b4. That's really slow. It's really slow.
It certainly is. Now, surprisingly, his last chance right now is if Andy goes for h4.
And that's the pawn I want to reach for.
Yeah, that's the bad move in the position. Because now I go back to f5 and you're in somewhat of a Zugzwang, I guess.
Black is?
Almost a Zugzwang. Because
No
you don't have a
kidding.
way to move forward now.
No kidding. I mean, I'm almost thinking this is a dream come true.
But then I go king up, king d3 probably.
King d3? Yes. Probably. Wow. There is
And
a
I have
knight
knight
g4
coming, is the thing,
sighting.
yes.
Gotcha. Okay. I thought I forced white out of the bunker, but
So
not
big
much of
last move before the time control. h4 is a very natural move to make.
Absolutely.
Just push the h-pawn, go towards promotion. It's the wrong decision. Let's see if he manages to sidestep that and get a win, get a winning position. If he does anything else, like king h7, queen g3 is a good move. Just not h4.
I can imagine that on I would really like the knight to be defended.
h4.
It's such a natural move. How could you not want to play
H4 and Brewington breathes a sigh of relief right now because
but he has to bring his queen back. He's just
it's not necessary.
But it's move 40. Brewington can now think for 30. No,
so
maybe
now
not
they're
30,
going
but
to
for a long
stop
time.
and think for a very long time.
Okay.
And try to understand this position, but
I don't understand the position because I wanted to play H4.
But for Andy, big missed chance because Abhimanyu made the draw. So if he had won this game, he catches up to him.
Wow. We're going to pause our analysis because we're going to send it to you, Irene.
Thank you, guys. And I'm now with Rachel Lee, who just won her game against Amy Yang. Rachel, tell us about your game today. How did you feel?
Felt like it was really smooth. I felt like pretty prepared in this opening of since like it was kind of familiar to me, but like unexpected kind of because I didn't think she was going to go for a London. But I really liked how I played the middle game and had like a really good sacrifice, I think.
Okay, let's go to that sacrifice that you mentioned. So yeah, it was a London opening, and then it looks very complicated to me prior to the sacrifice, yeah?
Oh yeah, there's a lot of tension here, which I think is pretty interesting.
So Queen G5, you're already trying to attack the king, and then H5, and then in this position,
the knights come in. And
then this is the sacrifice that you
Yes, actually, I was considering en passant here, but like obviously there's knight takes f3, so it just like loses a piece, so it doesn't make sense. So then the only one left is the takes on f4, and it looks really good.
And you took it with the knight on d5.
Yes.
Because you want to open up the diagonal.
Right. Yes.
So takes here, takes, and then mate in one coming up soon. So bishop takes, and yeah, this sacrifice. Wow. How did you feel during the game, having this complicated position?
Here I felt like I was completely in control, even though it's a sacrifice, it's kind of imbalanced. Because just like by the position, it looks really good. Like two bishops, G2 is such a big weakness. She doesn't have enough time to figure out a line, and so I think it's just I should just go for it.
Yeah,
So
and
yes,
now
I
in this
feel-
position already, you don't have
Yeah.
a material deficit anymore, and then you're just going in for the kill. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, and towards the end,
She tried to complicate things, but
yeah, rook f7 here.
yeah.
But it didn't work.
No, it didn't.
Yeah, after this, and
She runs out of checks.
She went on until a checkmate happening on the board, and here we go. Wow, Rachel, definitely you bounced back from yesterday's loss. I just want to talk a little bit about that, if you don't mind. So, how did you feel against Zoe Tang yesterday? Because you were winning all the way, and with one blunder on the board, it changed everything.
Well, honestly, I wouldn't say winning all the way because during the game, it felt like really, really complicated. The king's out, so she definitely has like a lot of compensation for it. And so, I can't really be too upset about the blunder because in that position, there's just I feel like there wasn't like much things that I could actually do as white. I feel like I already spoiled the advantage earlier, so it's unfortunate. But she played good, played very well. So
both of you did. Both of you did.
Yeah.
Well, tomorrow is the last round, and you're trailing behind Zoe, who is still currently playing. Anything can still happen. What's your thought about that?
At this point, I'm just trying to play some games that I can be proud of. I feel like I've done that so far. I have played these sacrifices, and that was kind of my main goal going to this tournament, trying to play some interesting games. So yeah, and I have a tournament after this one as well, so it's kind of preparation.
Well, okay, good luck tomorrow against Irene Vey, and back to you guys.
Thank you, Irene, and congratulations, Rochelle. I mean, 4 in a row.
I'm
that's
very
great
impressed
stuff.
with her play. She's
Absolutely.
doing really amazing. And with this win, as you can see, she's at 5.5, only half a point behind Zoe Tang. So still thinking about
Rochelle,
becoming...
4.5 behind 4.5.
Right, Rachel Lee. Yes, Rachel Lee, 5.5, only half a point behind Zoe Tang,
Right.
still thinking about becoming the girls' junior champion.
Exactly. More standings, or I was going to say Alexi Root and Angelina, bishops of opposite color. Well, yeah, you would think the game is going to a draw, but suddenly Angelina, out of the blue, has ended up capturing this pawn on on f4. She could have,
well, I wouldn't say out of the blue.
Well, yeah,
we
that's
sort
wrong.
of predicted this, right?
Well,
We said
it shouldn't have happened, is what I
despite
mean
the
to
fact that
say.
you were a pawn up as white, we
Yeah.
felt that if you capture that pawn, and most likely you will be able to get that f4 pawn, black has the better chances in this
Right.
one with the connected passers.
But if you don't play bishop e7, maybe if we move just a few moves back.
Go backwards. yeah.
Yes. So here, if I go rook e1, I invite you to take the pawn on e4.
On f4.
On f4, and then I want
Yeah.
to take the pawn on e4 and just make a draw.
Bishop takes e4, f takes e4.
Oh, okay. So I have to start with, because you're not forced to take on a7. Okay, so because if I now go a7, you actually have e3.
Yeah.
And that's a problem. So I start with a7
Back here.
here.
You start with a7, and now you're threatening the queen. So yes, now I have to take on a7.
And now I take on e4.
Exactly, and that would be a draw.
And this one is a win for Chochanik Airapetian against Ivona Jezierska.
And another streak, four points in a row for Akopian. Wow. And this would have been the way Alexei could have drawn, or at least forced rook and bishop versus rook, which we know is a draw. It's a little bit of a torture, I understand. But that was a big, big miss. By the way, now that I'm here, I saw that Gregory, who's having an atrocious tournament by his standards, is actually doing very well in his match, in his game with Jesse Kraai. As just a second, queen on a5 to a d8, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Looks like we.
Well,
Nice
guys,
border.
can we go back for just a second?
Yeah.
Instead of queen d8, did black have queen takes c3?
Ooh, what?
Wow. Because once you recapture with the queen, I simply take your rook.
Oh, my
That was a win in one move.
goodness. What a spectacular queen sacrifice that was.
Queen
They
takes
both,
c3, followed by rook takes d3, would have
they both missed it.
given the full point to Jesse.
Because, I mean, for sure, Gregory didn't have to allow that, and he did not. I mean, he could have played, for argument's sake, knight to c4, queen takes a2, but he thought...
And also look at the clock. They both have so much time.
They
so
made
after
the time
king d2,
control.
you don't have to blitz out queen d8.
Yeah.
You
'cause-
can look at those pins, skewers, and see, is there something,
Yeah.
some queen takes c3, rook takes d3, some chances? Wow.
He wasn't skeptical enough about the move king b2. And
Guys, they repeated this position a couple of times.
no.
Yes, they repeated this position. So king to b2 was already seen twice. That opportunity was twice on the board.
Okay. We're going to pause our analysis and throw it back to Irene.
Yes.
Camera? Oh.
Hello, guys, and we're back. I'm now with Natalia Sodikova, who just won her game against Olga Sagalchik. Natalia, congratulations. This is an important win going towards the final round tomorrow.
Yes, for sure, because after my loss yesterday, me and Olga just shared the second and third place, so that was an important game. Yeah, I didn't want to make it like 2 in a row. I was trying to, prepare, but seems like we had like a fresh position from the start. So
Right.
at least I didn't, I didn't prepare this, didn't expect, because usually she's like a d4 player. She started with c4.
And then an English. So you didn't prepare at all about the English opening? yeah?
No. Like surprises, yes.
So I think both of you already are surprising each other here.
Yes.
Because G4 is kind of unusual.
I don't think I have never seen this before.
So which moment did you think was the critical point in this game?
I like my, I see the evaluation bar. I like my D5 breakthrough because I thought my, it's one of the ideas to do the D5 here. But, but we shouldn't look at the evaluation bar because, computer is like, can defend anything, can win anything. So it's like when you play in human, it's totally different feeling. I feel good here because I thought I had the initiative, my pieces are active, my bishops are good. I kind of put pressure on her, and I feel pretty good here.
Yeah, your pieces are more active than white's pieces, and yeah, you just pretty much take all the control here. Yeah, bishop g3, even though it looks good, you can put in the pawn on e5 is blocking it. And
yes, so she doesn't have any active play here too. So and just at the same time, it's not like a decisive advantage. I thought, okay, with the right, play, maybe she could have defended, but okay, c9, d4. I'm seeing my mistakes, but I mean,
it's hard to predict that this was a mistake because, like what you said, for computer it's easy, but practically, yeah, it's not that easy. So rook f3. I think you're very comfortable in this position. Yeah?
I'm comfortable, but you see, like we're exchanging pieces, so there are not too many pieces left, and it's like, maybe it was hard to win with the right play, but.
Yes, and in this one we see like a
I see like I understand your idea to exchange the queens. Maybe
d3 first. Yes.
d3. What is like rook d2? What will happen on rook d2?
I think you just take on c4 and then play rook d8. Yeah, just rook d8 and then just bishop c3 and then rook d4 or something, or d2 first.
Okay.
But what you did is also, I think, is fine. b6 and then you keep the domination anyway. So after f4 here is another of a stretch maybe?
No, I believe f4, yeah. I was surprised by move f4 because, she's like creating weaknesses on e4. And here is like very hard to defend already because my pawns are, moving forward and her king is weak. Mm-hmm. So here I thought maybe she could have done queen c4, and then queen c1. Because this one is lost right away, queen c1, but then d3, I believe, also.
Yeah, this pass pawn here, it's very dangerous.
And she has a Zook swan, right? So she can.
You can win it in any style that you want here, yes.
Yeah,
and
but
after
this is nice. The last move was nice, and I saw it right away, and just it's like a nice feeling when you see the win, right?
Well, it's nice to see you bounce back from yesterday's loss because we know how important the match against Angelina. And tomorrow, what's your strategy coming into the last round?
Tomorrow also is not easy, It's like this kind of pairings, like we kind of play, the strong opponents towards the end, and the one that we are kind of competing. So yes, I will have a white pieces, which I prefer because you kind of dictate what you wanna play your game.
And it's important too. It is going to be against Shishanik because she is just trailing behind you.
Yeah, she's so it's important. So one important game after another. So
yes. Well, best of luck for tomorrow, and we're looking forward to see your good match against Shishanik.
Thank you, Irene. Yeah.
And before we continue to the broadcast, let's enjoy our commercial break.
The world's best are back stateside in the chess capital of America for the fourth stop and the first U.S. event on the 2026 Grand Chess Tour, the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz. Players will have to keep the pedal to the metal for the fast-paced time controls or risk falling behind as they chase incredible prizes and crucial tour points. Tune in August 2nd through the 6th as the battle continues for the right to be crowned the 2026 Grand Chess Tour champion. Watch live at grandchesstour.org.
I guess definitely the format and how everything works. It's definitely different than an open tournament because in an open tournament you don't play every single top 10 player of the US. And it's a really great opportunity, especially with being surrounded by all these other great players who are top in their age, their gender. It's a really great opportunity. I mean, obviously there's other tournaments that are great, but this is definitely, it feels more like a top, prestigious event.
Well, it's held in the chess capital of the world, in St. Louis, and also it's a really important tournament in all of the United States. So yeah, it's just really important and really special.
I mean, I always like to say
To be fair, it's like very much a prestigious tournament. You know, the best players get to play here, and that's always a fun part of the experience. But for me, the best part has always been like the community and getting to spend time with people outside of playing chess. Like, the chess tournament itself is very rigorous and it's like a very demanding environment. But then those times that we don't have to be so demanding are also very exciting. The rest day, the opening and the closing days, yeah.
First off, it's so special because it's held in St. Louis and like in the St. Louis Chess Club with all this chess culture surrounding it. So it's just a really amazing place to be in. It's also super prestigious. Like, I don't think there's any tournament like it in the US.
This tournament, it's invitational, and I think that like everything's like cooler and stuff, and I think it's just like an honor to play in this tournament because it's invitational. And I get to see a lot of other players and girls. So I think it's just really cool to be here.
So for this tournament, it's nice because I know like almost all the people here. Like in the girls tournament, a lot of them are my friends, so we meet up. But like we try to arrange times to go out sometimes when we meet up at other tournaments, but it's different because not all of us are there. But here it's like almost everyone is here ready to hang out, and it's only one game per day, so there's more time to hang out. And it's just a way more relaxed schedule than a lot of the other open tournaments in the US, so that's really nice.
I mean, I think it's pretty prestigious. Like, not every tournament is a tournament where you can play like the top 10 junior girls. And yeah, like I think the environment, it's nice to see my friends, and like, I guess even though we're competing on the board, of course off the board, it's still a pretty good atmosphere. So yeah, I think there's just like a lot of prestige when it comes to like the junior championship and like senior championship as well.
I think it's a lot more serious of a tournament because it's like one game a day and everyone's preparing for each other, and it's a set field and they're like picked out, so it's a lot stronger of a tournament than a lot of open tournaments are. And it's just, I don't know, it's just set up really nicely and it's really fun.
I like how there's more opportunities for girls to play chess, and we're very motivated, and it is a nice experience because each year there's some old faces to see, but there's also new faces, which keeps everything exciting.
Compared to the other tournaments I've played in, which are like mostly open tournaments, I feel like this round robin sort of format is what like differentiates it from like other tournaments, because I don't really play those often, and so it's like kind of like jarring to, you know, make that switch up.
Hello and welcome back to round 8 of the US Seniors and Juniors Championships.
This penultimate round is really delivering. I'm looking at the game of Alexei Root. Angelina is about to claim the women's championship title. She's just played the move F5, F4, and we can see what's on her agenda. Just rook to A1 check and F3 check is going to clinch the game, and there's no trickies. Bishop takes E4 for white, rook takes E4, and you would think that you could use your A pawn. Nope, no such luck. A7, and the rook just goes back, and that's all she wrote. You're not even getting rook and bishop versus rook. The F4 pawn stays on the board. Angelina's going to win the 2026 U.S. Women's Senior Championship.
In a game that was not that easy.
Not so fast?
Score half a point tomorrow because Sodikova is only 1 point behind. So Dikova still has a chance to catch.
Forgive me.
her.
I was thinking it was Olga who was.
Both of them were at the same.
You're right.
Point
I
situation.
stand corrected. Oh my goodness.
In the standings.
So it's
she's not going to win it.
Not clinched
today, but she's getting very close.
So let's take a look
at the standings.
So Angelina Belakovskaya right now, she's tied with Natalia Tsodikova, who, yes, she won her game. So it's still not clear. Even if she wins this game, Angelina, she's not clinching the title yet.
Yeah, she's clinched at least a playoff, let's say. She will have 6.5 out of 7 as she wins against Alexei Rup. But what's happening in the junior championships and the game between Brewington and Andy? When we left it, we saw the move H5, H4, a move, Cristian, that you said looks good, but actually isn't. Is that still the case?
Well, it wasn't a good move. And in fact, Queen to F5, which was the right decision by Brewington, appeared on the board.
Okay.
So he did make the right move. Queen to G5. But then what he had to do was, in fact, go Queen to C8 and avoid, at least momentarily, the queen trade. With Queen to C8, keep an eye out on that pawn on C5. Keep an eye out on ideas of Queen to H8 as well.
Gotcha.
So Queen to C8 does seem like it's keeping contact with all my targets as white in the position. Instead of that, he played Knight D3, which
good.
It looks good, but perhaps is not the most precise. It definitely looks good. Again, it's not easy to play it perfectly. It's one of those positions in which both of the sides have a lot of options, and they look very similar in terms of strength. Some of them, objectively, because we have the engines in front of us, are better than the others. But Knight to D3, from a practical perspective, I like it.
You're hitting all the targets,
I'm going towards
right?
C5. I'm going towards E5. It would be very difficult for me in a game to not play Knight D3. Let's just put it that way.
Agreed, wholeheartedly.
I cannot really be too much against this decision. Now, G6 seems to be the best move in the position.
G6? Oh my goodness. I
was thinking about Queen G2 check, but then I guess we only repeat. And by the way, we have this result here.
Beatrice
Marinello wins against Jennifer Smith.
And Jennifer started very well in the tournament, but has faded here towards the second half of the game. Congratulations to Beatrice. You know, it's strange in the game of Brewington because, again, I look at captures first, and I like what I see for Andy. We take on F5, we take on F5, we play H3. Let's go.
Yes.
Let's just go.
Say King F2 or King F1. Let's say King F1 because I don't want to run into your Knight G4 idea.
Well, I was going to go Knight G4 anyway, and I'm thinking...
King G1?
King G1, okay. I was thinking you were playing E4. I don't know why I was thinking you were playing E4. Munch, eat some pawns.
I'll munch on E5 as well.
You munch on E5. Pause, because I've got C2. I want to activate my king. How close is this guy?
It's a race, right?
Right.
Knight D3, you take on F5.
Right.
But
And
maybe now that you take on F5, I don't take on C5 because then I think I lose the race after G5.
Yes,
but rather
that's
I
what
go
I
King
wanted.
H2 first.
Ah, thank you. That's actually a very good move, King H2. I have to go King G4 to maintain the pawn. Now you take
But then I
on
can give you some checks, right?
Oh.
A couple of ways I can do that. Knight to F2, but probably Knight E5 to stay more active is even better.
For some reason, I was thinking you were going to take on C5. I was going to take on C2. And again, I felt like, okay, Brewington was in trouble.
No, as long as you can connect your G and H pawns, you're probably going to be first.
Exactly.
I mean, you're just much more advanced than me.
Well, let's see, again, from the live position. So how... Oh, that's why you wanted to play G6.
Yes.
You want to set up the G and H pawns.
Yes.
You want to try to force queen takes G5, king takes G5, and then march with the pawns. Gotcha.
Correct. So now that pawn is not on F5, right?
Right.
That pawn doesn't destabilize your pawn structure.
The pawns would be, in case of queen takes G5, this is what black is aspiring for. king takes g5, and I can see my chess thermometer.
And maybe after g6, I just have to go queen f3. I just have to like
hang,
blackmail you with that knight takes c5 right now. And I don't want to exchange the queens. It seems like that's the case. I just simply don't want to exchange the queens. I
How
need
do
to
you
keep
avoid
all
it?
the resources in the position available for my counterattack. Queen h5, I now take on c5.
Okay, but isn't this the dream that Black is trying to achieve? Like h2
King
is a
f2?
winning threat.
King f2, yes. h2 is pretty bad news for
With
me.
knight g4 check.
Knight g4, king g3.
Amazing. Amazing.
G3, h2.
There's a check on
f8, and I think I have a perpetual.
But then I go, oh, I don't have king g5.
No, king g5, knight e6
Knight
at that
e6.
point. Be careful.
Oh.
Now I worry about getting checkmated.
Yeah, you're going to have to acquiesce to a perpet. Wow.
But this is very,
hanging
very
on by your
difficult
fingernails here.
Difficult stuff for both sides, right?
Exactly.
Especially for the defending side. Let's just put it
Yes.
bluntly. It's much more difficult for Brewington in this position to defend than for Andy to find a way towards victory.
Right. Can we look at another move for a moment? Because maybe I was a little bit too determined with my pawn to h3. Could I play for king takes f5, g5, g4? So I want to trade. I'm assuming you got to go knight c5 and because
Okay, so yes, I take and
Okay.
start running with my pawn.
Okay, so do I take first on f5? Yeah, let's take. King takes f5.
And what now, the b4?
Ah, you don't go knight b7 takes a5. That's too slow.
I think that's my only chance, but it's scary. I don't like giving up pawns, and I don't like giving up 2 pawns.
I understand, and I've got knight e8 to c7 as a way of dealing with your a pawn, but on the other hand, I'm not supporting g5, g4, h3. My knight will be really locked up. I mean, it will just be making a guard over the a pawn. No.
Well, we have a move, queen h5 on the board, and they played, and we will come back to this game, but I want to check in on the girls' leader, Zoe Tang, who is playing Jasmine Zhu.
Absolutely. Huge game for the girls, Junior Girls Championship. Where are you, Jasmine? There you
Because
are,
a
Zoe.
lot of stuff happened here, and
Whoa.
we have a bishop endgame.
When we left it, there was an e6 pawn. There was a lot of stuff on the board. Let's just get the current position, and we have, wow, a little bit surprised by Zoe's decision to play g4. I thought a lot of folks would be playing king e4. Okay, white's got an extra pawn, but maybe it's just not enough. I mean, the Jasmine's king is just going to stay on f7.
And I can expect maybe bishop d6 to be played.
Yeah, well, more or less, her fortress is to put her king on f7 and move her bishop everywhere and anywhere.
And wait for g6 to happen, trade 1 pawns, land your king on g8. You can
Bingo.
never give a check and move around with the bishop and wait for a draw.
Exactly. There's no way for Zoe to force a trade of bishops. And this one is going to be a draw. Good news for Zoe Tang's fans. For Jasmine, this was actually a really great game. What has caught your eye, Cristian?
Well, is it good news for Zoe Tang's fans? Is my question, because Rachel is still within striking distance. Since she hasn't won her game, she could have clinched the title in this one. And she did have great chances to do so.
Mm-hmm.
She missed opportunities. Nevertheless, Jasmine was at times better in this one as well. Fair result.
Am I on a roll or something? I mean, I'm declaring Zoe the champion, Angelina the champion, and they only have a point lead going into the last round.
Let's take a look.
You know, I mean, I think I predicted Zoe. I didn't go for the favorite, Rose
You did
Atwell.
predict Zoe, yes.
Yeah, but in case she draws, she'll only have 6.5. And like you say, Rachel's still in striking distance.
Again, let's be honest, she has great chances.
Of course.
She is playing...
But not mathematically clinched.
She's playing the player at the bottom of the standings, Chloe Gaw. I've seen it way too many times when the player in these closed events at the bottom of the standings plays the spoiler's role in the last round.
About it.
So many times.
Yeah.
So we can never count Chloe out. She's not clinching with a draw.
Let's go to the game of Brevington, Hardaway, and Andy Woodward, because I'm hearing that big blunder played by Brevington, and Andy is winning.
Whoa. When we left it, Andy had played the move. Oops, excuse me. Apologies. Andy played Queen H5 check. We were expecting something like maybe King F1. But, okay, the Queen trade occurred, and now suddenly Andy, whoa. Now Andy is ready to knight takes E4, King G4, and escort his pawn. What happened next? Knight takes C5, H3.
Yeah, you're just not simply catching that pawn anymore.
It's hallelujah. I mean, it's...
And I have my pawns connected. Like right now, G5, G4 is coming really quick.
So if I play King F2 here, I have to, right? I need to catch up the pawn.
I think I'm going to start with King H4.
King H4?
Yes.
Just to stop a King G3 or King G2
G5,
possibility.
G4 is coming. Your knight on C5 is pretty much stuck to the defense of the pawn on E4.
So if I go B4 here, my only trick in this position, I always try to make a passed pawn.
G5.
Exactly.
I'm not even looking at that pawn.
You even ignore it. Okay, I take, and you
G4.
just play G4, and you are so fast.
I'm running. Well,
it's a one-tempo type of situation, but that one tempo is crucial.
My kingdom for a tempo, huh? Is this the...
Knight G4 now?
Yeah. Ouch. I mean, it really is a tempo. Well, maybe even 2 now.
Well, maybe.
The way I've played it, but yeah, that's a checkmate. Wow. Wow. And I'm sure Mishra in his hotel room is keeping a careful eye on this game because he was nursing a half-point advantage, half-a-point lead, apologies, coming into today's round. He was actually fortunate to draw his game with Liam, and now we can see that this will be quite a victory because winning with the black pieces on demand against a player, Brewington, who hadn't lost a single game so far in the competition. And Brewington, he knows, he's busted. He's got that look.
That was our prediction at the beginning of the round. We said, you know what, Andy probably needs 2 out of 2 to be able to tie with Mishra.
Yep.
We also have to give credit to Andy. He's trying to create positions where he has chances. Again, Nico Chasin, right? It was very equal, but he was trying to go for complications against Abhimanyu Mishra. Also, he chose this kind of opening preparation where it was unclear what's going to happen, but he was playing for a win. He knows he needs to score a point to leapfrog Abhimanyu Mishra or tie with him and try to play for the championship title.
Absolutely, and we think King H4 is a winning move. By the way, Tani...
Has to be played, only move, by the way.
Tani
don't do anything else.
Also entered this round with the same score as Andy Woodward. Had Tani won, he was in the race for first, but he's going down against Alice Lee. Alice Lee with the black pieces has played simply a marvelous game, and when I left it, she was in pawns up.
Yes, she's 1 pawn up.
Okay, where is the cruncheroo for her? How does she do this? Every time I check in on these games, it always seems like they're it's not straightforward. There's always like tricks that are occurring in this in these positions.
Well, the idea is I want to distract your rook from h3 because once you, let's say, if white takes the pawn on h5, then I can push for d2.
Exactly.
And I'm going to win. So I need to figure out how you kind of run out of moves and have to play with the rook.
Well, I can imagine from white's perspective, Tani wants to go a5, b5, and create a passer on the queen side. So
if I go king f7 here?
I'm assuming b4. So I'm kind of stuck with white, right? I can't take the pawn on h5. I got to move.
Okay, I cannot improve my king.
It might be one of those situations where you just bite the bullet and you go h4, b5, d2, and you go into a rook and pawn endgame where black's pawn is fast. King f7 on the board by Alice Lee.
Okay. I'm sure Tani's going to go either b4 or a5. We're going to see a race.
The reason I reached for the b pawn, I was a little bit afraid if I go a5, there might be an a6 siding, and then after b4, d2, I wouldn't even get a chance to play b5 and get a passer myself. So that was why I reached for the b pawn.
Maybe for a second we can switch to the leader in the women's section, Angelina Belakovskaya, because she just played a very strong move, and I think we will see a handshake very soon.
All right. Yes, indeed. Well, f2, we're about to...
And now we are going to under-promote. You're not going to promote to a queen. We will promote to a
Alexi's
knight.
last trick, please make a promotion to a queen, and then boom, rook f3 and the game is a draw on the spot.
But we are going to, of course, promote to a knight and then give a fork.
Oh.
Is that a knight?
Wait, we have a... Wait.
Is that a knight? I see a queen on the live board position, but I think that's a knight. I think she promoted a knight, right? Okay, can we see the video?
No, it's not a check, so it is a queen.
She didn't under-promote.
Wow.
She did not Angelina had a win in the pocket.
She did not under-promote. She played, oh my goodness, f1. Well, this is a draw now.
Dead draw.
And it's not even a difficult one.
Not at all. I was going to say...
Wow, I thought this was a brilliant setup for this under-promotion.
And it was.
It certainly was.
You were right, but she didn't take advantage.
Oh, my goodness.
And now this is not even to... Rook versus bishop is a dead draw. But rook versus bishop and a pawn means it's even more of a dead draw because you can't just go... crazy, you got to keep this pawn under.
What a turn of events in
wow.
these championships.
Alexi
I mean,
draws a hopelessly lost position.
Angelina right now, instead of being one full point in the lead, having, you know, the draw in her back pocket going into the final round, draw and I'm a champion. Right now, she has... Who is behind her? I'm trying to remember.
Natalia Tsodikova.
Breathing down her neck.
Exactly.
Only half a point behind. I mean, that's not a cushy lead that you're taking into the last round.
Not a cushy lead. I'll have to remember that one. Okay. While we're in, and again, let's check out their standings.
So Angelina Belakovskaya, I mean, 5.5 points. Natalia Tsodikova now tied for the first place. But wow, what a big miss, because with promoting to a knight, under promoting, she would be at 6.5 points.
Yeah, she would be a rook ahead instead of an exchange ahead as she currently is. No draws in the ladies section. I'm going to turn to the game between Gregory Kaidanov and Jesse, staying in the senior, senior open.
Wow. What is happening here? We have a discovered attack.
What just happened? There was like...
Wait, do I just ignore it? King c1?
You have to go king c1, yeah.
Well, not a bad move at all, I might add. Now we take the queen and whoop, we're just in time to
and
pick
the
up
two
the
pawns
pawn.
on the queen side, they're gonna run.
Well, in fact, don't even need two. One will do. The A6, A7, and Gregory, I think this is Gregory's first win in the tournament. He's been having a terrible score. He played, I thought, a great game against Alex Onischuk, and then he failed to win what I thought was a winning position. And after that, his tournament fell apart. I think he really beat himself up for not winning that game. Yeah.
But guys, the way in which this game and this victory comes to Gregory.
Tell us about it.
Take a look at this. This is move 41.
A bouquet of
Knight
blunders.
takes A3. Perhaps we can switch to my analysis board.
Please, let's do
just
it.
for 1 second. Knight to A3. And at this point, he went queen to A5.
Right.
Makes a lot of sense. You're attacking the knight on A3. And Kaidanov, not once, but twice, played this move. King to B2, offering the opportunity. I'm going to show you the second time. Queen to D8. That was the
first
play.
time. Yeah.
That was the first repetition. A second repetition, and a second opportunity to just simply take on C3. Queen takes C3. Now, if you take with the queen, I'm just simply pick up the rook on D3, and now you're pinned. You have to give your queen, but for my bishop, I'm going to exchange up, and I'm going to win this one effortlessly.
Right.
Also, if you take, well, actually, in this position, if you take with the rook, then I just take with the rook on D2. You're again pinned. I'm picking up the rook on C3, exchange up, win effortlessly.
Right.
So, queen takes C3 twice would have allowed Jesse to take the full point home. Instead of that, he went queen D8. And finally, the third time, he was like, you know what, I'm not going for that repetition. I want to fight, and I'm going to take on D5.
Yeah, I have an extra pawn. Let me play for the win.
And this is what we have right now. And of course, after King C1, the A pawn is going to make the difference. Actually, the connected A and B pawns are going to make the difference.
Wow, big missed opportunity there for Jesse. Zoe, pawn up, but we know that this is an easy draw for Jasmine. She just moves her bishop back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, and not allow G6. Well, not allow the pawn to promote to G8. So that one looks very good. We haven't checked in on the game between Iris and Chloe for some time.
So Chloe actually had an advantage after the opening. She was in exchange up, but things happened. There was a missed tactic, and now Iris Mo is having a pawn up.
Yeah, not only that, and not only a pawn up, but also a very exposed king. You know, you always look at these possibilities of going queen H8 check, you know, getting your queen to E5, and in combination with the move C6, you want to be able to play queen C6 and queen H8 check. And okay, so Iris is doing good. Kirk and Nico, we haven't seen much of that game. Looks like they're in a rook and pawn endgame. Draw looks inevitable at this exact moment. And finally, Tani and Alice Lee. Wow, talking about the what do you call the connected pawns? Again, around for the connected pawns. We're seeing it in the game of Andy Woodward. He has H and G pawn, and so does Alice. And let me see what.
This is an extra pawn for Alice. This looks great.
Oh yeah, she's doing marvelously well. And I guess that we're just going to play king to G6 and say, look, I'll meet your rook C7 with rook F7, and then I'm going to push the H pawn. Alice looks like she's going to win this game, but a big game is brewing to an Andy.
Staying with the junior, should we do some championship calculus in this one as well and see exactly where we stand? If we get the results that we think we will going into the final round, and maybe we can see the pairings for the final round
as well.
Just to kind of catch up everybody to what could potentially be our main scenario going into tomorrow's round.
Take it away, Cristian.
Andy Woodward, the man that's still playing his game right now and looking good in this one. With a victory, he's going to tie for the lead. Abhimanyu Mishra going into the final championship round. And that, well, puts the question, who are they playing in round 9 in the championship round? And let's take a look at that.
Mishra just had the black pieces in his game today, so I'm assuming he's going to have white tomorrow, and I'm assuming Andy is going to have white
Both of them,
as well.
I believe, are going to have white. Perhaps we can see the pairings for round 9.
I think he plays Bach and go.
There we go.
Let's see.
Pairings round 9. Abhimanyu is playing Bach. Obviously, a game that he's going to be looking to take the full point from, because Bach is the lowest seed in this event. Nevertheless, we've seen when people try to pressure him too much, he can pull some upsets. And he's done so in this competition. Andy Woodward versus Kirk Ghazarian. That's not going to be an easy one.
Nope.
So we're going to have a barn burner of a round tomorrow.
No easy games in these junior championships, and
And we have 2 games where players are about to promote to a queen. Right now, Andy Woodward promoted to a queen.
That's
so
the queen.
has.
The problem is Black is getting another queen.
Yeah, one wasn't enough.
One was not enough. You need 2 queens, H2.
Wow. I must say, it's very rare in races where one player gets 1 queen, which is okay, and the other player gets a queen, which is okay. But then you get another queen? Normally speaking, somebody's sacrificed for one of the pawns.
You know, and let's switch for
queens.
a second to the game of Tani, Adewumi against Alice Lee.
Because something similar is happening
what?
there.
Alice is also about to promote to a queen.
And just as Andy's reaching for his queen that he wants to put on H1, so is Alice.
So we are expecting King H7.
I'm assuming we're going to go thump, and we're going to go thump.
H1.
So everybody's got a promotion, but
the very simple Queen G2 just finishes the job.
Queen G2.
Very simple Queen G2.
I'm keeping the pin and asking your king to go to C3 so I can make a skewer
Rook C1.
on C1, or if you go to A3, then on A1.
Yeah.
Ouch.
It's very simple. It's, Alice has already seen it. I think Tani
saw it too.
We're going to see a shake of hands in just a few moments.
And for Alice, who had a very difficult start, coming back with, to get a 50% going into the final round, that's, she's tough. She's quite the fighter, isn't she?
That's definitely a great result.
Yeah, you got to admire Alice's
and also the
tenacity.
style, today's game was very good.
Yeah.
She found some only moves like Rook D7 to make sure
Great defense.
Tani doesn't have any attacking chances.
But I thought Tani played really well up to and including the situation with this queen on E5. I mean, Alice was definitely on the back foot despite having an extra pawn. And this one is over, and we think Gregory has won his first game. Yeah, I can see that the kings are set up properly on the board so that the king, white wins. Our congratulations to Gregory. And boy, when Jesse gets back to his room and he sees
Once he
that
realizes this queen takes C3.
he missed a win not once, but twice. Oh, that's really painful. As I don't know if this is the live position. This is our analysis. I apologize.
And these players also know it's over. They're just smiling because there are 2 queens on the board. I mean, 3 queens on the board. 2 for black, 1 for white.
Brewington very casually throwing his king, and some smiles as the players know it's over. It's over, but
A really big win for Andy, who finally catches up to Abhimanyu Mishra.
You know, it's one of those things, it ain't over till you've signed the score sheets, I mean, and, you know, really, it's over only when the player resigns. Go ahead and show me what, and Andy's completely winning. We get that.
I think queen d2.
Okay.
Yes, queen d2 on the board.
Queen to d2, and I'm assuming Brewington's going to reach for a c pawn and
I think he's
block
gonna
the check. Yes, he's done
resign
it
very soon.
Well, again, it ain't over till you've resigned. So go ahead, finish me off. How are you going to win, Katja?
I may just go queen f8.
Queen f8. Okay.
Queen f8. I love pins.
What about queen f6?
Queen f6.
Okay, queen f6 on the board. Good job, Cristian. You won.
You won. Queen to d4, only move.
I see.
No, but then queen b6, and I have a 2-move checkmate.
But you know what
there
I
must
meant.
be something there, right?
Queen to d4 is one of those, if you take my queen...
Then we continue playing for a little bit.
And I play e takes d... You know, I've got how many connected fast pawns?
Starting to hope.
Queen... Oh, knight... What?
d7.
Knight d7, inviting queen takes d7? What am I missing?
I think just queen takes d7 makes a lot of sense.
Brewington's got... He's got some kind of a smirk.
You can also take the queen and play queen d6. Yeah.
Right. That's the simple one as well. Although had Brewington set up a cheapo after queen d7? No, I don't think there was much of a cheapo setup. Queen d6 check on the board. Andy waiting for Brewington to resign.
I think we may
Brewington's
see
not
resignation
interested.
soon in the game of Tani.
Also,
I think
this one is definitely to resign.
First.
Let's jump to the game of Tani and
And
there's the handshake.
So big win for Andy Woodward.
Huge as he ties for first. With Mishra going into the last round, this is going to be a great round. You're not going to want to miss it. No rook g2, by the way, from Alice.
But rook b1 from Alice, also very strong move. It's the same idea.
Same idea.
Exactly the
same idea. I'm forcing now the king to go king c3, now rook c1, and I think we will see a handshake.
I would play queen takes c6.
I would play queen takes c6 as well.
It's just more fun.
I would definitely play queen takes c6.
It's more fun.
Went ahead, trade queens.
Forces the trade of the queens as well.
And she's done it. Very stylishly done. Now I want to call her a 2-time American Cup champion, but I'm afraid she might have won it 3 times.
3 times. She won it 3 times.
That's what I mean.
Yes.
I mean, I know Irina Crush won the early ones, but queen takes c6, queen takes c6, and rook c1 check, and that will be a handshake. Wow, in the juniors, what wins are we seeing? 2 wins with the black pieces, and Mishra almost losing with the black pieces
Some
today.
really exciting games today.
Truly.
In this one.
Wow.
Alice Lee, I mean, really putting on a show with the black pieces. Found the best moves when it mattered. That rook to d7 defensive move. She was on the brink
the only one,
of defeat. Like she had to make only moves for a few moves in a row.
Fantastic.
It was a difficult sequence of moves, and she found it.
Yeah.
Then she took over the initiative and won her game.
Tani's not thinking about the current position. What's going through his mind is what happened earlier in the game, and he's just like, where did that victory elude me? I mean, that's what's going on in his mind, but he can definitely resign with a clear conscience in this situation.
Yeah, rook c1, this is completely winning.
Yeah.
No one else is completely winning. All other games are actually very balanced.
Now that you've said it, dare I take a look at the game between Alexei? I want to wait for Alice to return.
We will wait for Alice to sit down
Yeah.
because I think Tani was just waiting for her to get back to the board.
We've seen so many twists and turns in the game between Alexei Ruud and Angelina Beloskaya that I'm hesitant to call what we know to be a drawn position a draw, because crazy things have happened in that game. Alice is trying to hide her glee. She has really stopped Tani from having a great result. Tani, undefeated in this tournament, played some great chess, and he was doing very well today, but Alice just played a brilliant defense.
I don't even remember where it went wrong because we
Your
were
queen
looking at
went
that.
to e5, and then...
The rook d7 only move.
Yeah, but he needed to play bishop e2 and to trade those rooks on the d file. He didn't do that. He went, and it was this b5 move by...
And we see Tani pausing the clock, putting the kings, just waiting for Alice to get to the board. Congratulations to Alice for a big win in round 8.
Absolutely. Can't wait for her interview as she expresses wonderful victory. Wonderful victory. Now, let me check in on Alexei Ruud and Angelina Beloskaya, because again, it's just bishop and pawn versus king and rook. And even without the pawn, we know it's a draw. But there are ways you can go wrong. You can walk into some horrifying situation where...
Look, the world champion lost the Sun game.
Say
in Poland.
what?
The world
Pardon?
champion, Kukesh, lost the rook versus bishop when he had the bishop.
Really? When did that happen?
This year in Poland.
No kidding. I wasn't
Yes.
watching.
You were literally doing commentary.
That must have horrified his... How did he...
He went to the wrong corner.
No.
Yes. You don't. I cannot believe you don't remember that.
Oh my gosh,
Yes,
it's
sir.
a complete fail.
You probably wanted to erase it from your memory.
No, I have a very vivid imagination, and even in my imagination, I couldn't imagine the world champion not knowing that you go to the...
He lost it.
corner
I don't
opposite.
remember exactly against who, but he lost that. So anything can happen. This game is not over. Angelina still has to press forward.
Right.
And see if she can get something going in this one.
Wow. Okay. Where
So
would
maybe
you like
let's
to
check in
guide
with
it?
Kirk, Ghazarian, and Nico Chasin.
When we left it, they were in a rook and pawn endgame that had a draw written all over it. Not much has changed. From Kirk's point of view, his king is actually very well placed to deal with this passed pawn, and anytime Nico's king steps to the b file, there's going to be a check.
And if I go king c1,
King c1.
I want to trick you to go to
Oh.
d3.
Let's trick me. I'll fall for it. You
C2?
trick- C2. And you trick me if I go to C4?
Are you trying to lose, Yasser?
I am. You're supposed
King
to play
B2?
King
Well, now
B2.
king b2.
And if I go king to B5?
I can
Queen.
probably give you a check, right? Check and rook c3 should
I
be
think
winning.
first check, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's how I lose. I'm a tempo away. Yeah? So what I have to do is keep the white has to just keep his king close.
Well, after
to this-
c2, I think you can just go king e2, right? So you go king d3, c2, king e2.
Yeah. And I'm just waiting.
You just give checks.
Well, my idea was now to go king b1.
But I'll give you a
And
check.
if you go king d2, then I take on a6.
No, I'll give you a check.
Yeah. Rook b6 check, right?
Yes.
You move the king away,
So
I go
if you
king d2.
go king a1, whoop, king d2.
Yeah.
So king c2, or pardon me, king c1, rook, I'm waiting. Yeah.
It's all good.
And let's pause our analysis. And Cristian, we have a very special guest in studio.
Andy, congratulations. This was a big one and a long time coming. You almost got it yesterday and almost caught up with Mishra yesterday, but finally you caught up going into the championship round. How are you feeling right now?
Yeah, I mean, I guess, I don't know, I'm just trying to make the best of my chances. I missed a couple, just like the past few games, I've missed a lot of chances. And yeah, I guess at this point, I'm just trying to just keep playing as good as I can to try to finish the tour.
Well, one thing is, every single game, even with the black pieces, you keep the tension in the position for as long as you can, and that offers you a lot of chances. Mm-hmm. Did you feel like that was the strategy going into this one as well? Was that the mindset?
Yeah, I guess, I mean, Brewington's like a very solid player. And yeah, I guess I didn't really look at too many things in this specific line. But yeah, I guess I was just trying to keep as many pieces on the board to keep more chances.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. And he did give you some chances with this move knight to h4, allowing you to transition into a completely different pawn structure. Now, his pawns, double pawns, are a liability. Your double pawns seem to be an asset right now because you can actually open up the position with them. How did you assess it at this point? How did you assess your chances?
Yeah, I didn't realize it was this bad for white. I thought it was probably like slightly better for black. I knew I had some like this queen h4 knight f6 configuration.
Yep.
And I guess it's kind of like difficult for black to for white to defend the pawns.
Yes.
But yeah, he found like a lot of really nice resources like this queen c4 and queen f7.
Yes.
Which I missed, queen f7. And then, yeah, after this, I thought, I mean, I'm even sometimes in danger to lose if I played it wrong.
If you press too hard, right?
Yeah.
And then queen c8.
Queen c8.
Very important
yeah,
move.
Also a good move. Yeah. Yeah, no, he was defending like really well. I think that's another good quality of his, like even on low time. So yeah, I think it was. Yeah.
This is a moment we caught on camera, and I think for a second you glanced at him as you were waiting for him to make his move. Did you obviously consider b4 in this one, and what did you analyze at this point with a minute on your clock?
Yeah, I mean, it's probably the most critical continuation. Yeah, I was going to take ab4 and then a5. I probably wanted to go queen g1. This is what we both thought. Yeah, I guess knight h3 is probably what he missed and I missed as well.
I discussed with him after the game.
Yeah, very briefly. Because a6, queen a1, at least we thought maybe I try to like stop the pawn and
right.
I don't know, we would make it to the time control and it's kind of shaky with a lot of pawns. But yeah.
Were you surprised by this move, queen to e6?
I was only calculating b4 because I think it's like the critical move to spend your time on. But yeah, when he played queen c6, I kind of thought I don't really have anything else to play anyways.
Yeah.
So,
c5 was the right decision, and another big decision.
Yeah.
Difficult one. Last move with a minute 30 on your clock, and you played h4. Which gave some of the advantage away, but it's such a natural move to make, right?
Yeah, I kind of realized this after I played it. Because h4 just becomes a liability for defense. Like, if I don't play h4, I can maybe try to go like queen g1, even, and sometimes like queen c1. And I thought like white has to kind of keep the position together. But yeah, once I got h4, after h4,
you have to worry about this knight
white
h4.
has so many new ideas.
But you still found a way. And
yeah.
Knight d3, queen h5, and then somewhat of a shocker. Queen takes h5. Do you know what he missed? Because we were looking at the position and we were always trying to keep this pawn, to stop the g pawn, right, on f5. And yet he took on h5. Did he realize, you think, that that he was lost after this?
Well, he probably did realize that it was losing, but I think king f2, I didn't think king f2 was good instead of queen h5. I guess we both underestimated king f2. Like black has knight g4, but then white can just play king f3. And if instead of knight g4, a move like h3 or something, then white can just take, and it should be completely fine with king g3. Yeah. So yeah, I guess both of us just missed that he didn't have to take immediately, and then yeah, it was kind of lucky. But
well, once he takes it, you calculated quite precisely after that, because king h4 just stops every counterplay.
Yeah.
It's a race, but you're just much faster.
Yeah, I think it says king g1, but I think that's actually just getting mated for white, right?
Yes.
King g3,
yes.
b4, h2, king h1, knight g4, knight d3, g5. I think black wins the race by 1. Knight f2 takes, and then mate on g3.
That's
yeah,
nice.
So it was kind of lucky, but yeah, and then.
You're playing, that sets us up for a big round tomorrow. You're playing Ghazarian with white, and Abhimanyu will be playing Bach with white. How do you see that race playing out?
Yeah, I mean, I guess I can only control my game. I'm just going to try to play a good fighting game and see what happens.
Thank you very much for joining us. Thank you for sharing your thoughts, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Quick question for you, Andy. You know, you and Mishra obviously come in as the 2 highest rated players in the tournament. It's no coincidence that you happen to be playing first in the last round. In your mind, before the event started, you could have imagined such a scenario as what we have now?
Yeah, I mean, I think I mean, I didn't really think about scenarios going into the tournament. I was just going to try to win as many games as possible. But yeah, this tournament's just been like completely like up and down, and it's been really, really exciting just to play and see what's happened. But yeah, in general, I mean, I'm happy that I'm not out of the race yet, so I'll just try my best.
All right, Andy. Good luck tomorrow.
Thank you.
Thank you for joining us. Absolutely. Where would you like to go?
I think we want to check in on the standings.
Yeah,
so
well,
let's take a look.
Now that Andy has won his game.
Yes, so we have co-leaders Andy, Woodward, and Abhimanyu Mishra both at 5.5 out of 8. Tomorrow, big day. Round 9 is only going to decide who is going to be the champion.
Don't want to miss that one. And other standings, or are we just going to go and look at the game of Alexei Root? Because that game between Alexei, we know it's a draw, but if Angelina somehow, some way, you know, Alexei misplays it like Gukesh did.
But I think this game is going to last for like 40 more moves minimum.
For sure, for sure. Whoa, 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 H6. What?
H6.
H6.
What I don't like is that king is not in the other corner right now.
Right?
This is something that I really don't like. That king on G2 needs to be on A1.
If you don't win the pawn right away, H7 and bishop to D3 is on the agenda. I guess you do win the pawn right away, because after king H2 we will have rook G6. And I'm with you. I didn't like the move H6, but we're going to pause because finally we've been waiting the entire tournament for your guest to join us.
Absolutely. We are here with Gregory Kaidanov. Gregory, welcome to the show. And finally a victory for you in this one. It wasn't easy, and it wasn't an easy tournament overall.
Yeah, it is very hard. Tournament, I'm by far the oldest player.
No excuse, Gregory. No
excuse. That's my only excuse.
Okay.
We really felt like you had your fate in your hands in that game against Onischuk, but then something happened when you missed that one.
Two winning position against two Alexes, Alex Onischuk and Alex Shabalov.
Yes.
But converting, you know, in the last hour of play didn't work.
But today you did. Let's talk about this game. Tell me a little bit about the story of this game.
So, you know, I didn't play opening very well, so I thought position was approximately equal, and it seemed like it remained there for a long time. But at some point, I think Jessie got just a little bit too optimistic around time trouble, and played this move A3, and okay, I see Engines says it's still equal, but
it's still equal. I just want to point out one moment. Perhaps at this point, after king to b2, he had queen takes c3.
Oh my God, didn't see that. Yeah, we both missed it.
Twice. It was a repetition, a couple of times.
Oh, wow, wow.
And then queen to d8. Finally, you made the right decision, which is rook takes d5. And in fact, after this one, I think you converted quite nicely.
I still had a hallucination later, just complete hallucination, which, you know, unfortunately happens. Yeah. And now king d2 is the simplest win. But I thought he was going to play bishop c3. I just didn't see that the one square is protected by the knight. So, yeah.
Oh, no.
Yeah, that's what happens on the last hour of play. Yeah.
Oh, nice.
But after a6, he just resigned.
No, he didn't resign, but we made a few more moves. But fortunately, it's still winning. I worried about this line, which is there, which is bishop h6, king b2, bishop g7.
Sorry.
No. Bishop g7, king a3, bishop d4. And it looks like I'm winning only by playing king b4, king b5, king c6.
Yeah, this is not easy.
Not easy. But looks like I'm on time. So I calculated all of that. But it's just kind of ridiculous, you know, to calculate very long lines when you win easily in one move. But welcome to senior chess.
Guys, any questions for
No,
Gregory?
we're just so very glad to see you, Gregory. Thank you so much for joining us. It was very nice of you.
Okay. Thank you very much.
And good luck in the last round. We've had some results in the girls,
Yes.
Junior Girls Championship. Tell us about, because I see Zoe finally.
Zoe made a draw against Jasmine Sue.
Yeah, and that's...
And Iris Mo actually managed to win with that endgame and won against Chloe Gaw. So we have all the results. Zoe Tang still clear first, 1 point lead against Rachel Lee.
Guys, what do we think of this Angelina game versus Alexi? Do we think she's going to be able to save it?
Well, all she's got to do is put her king on a1 square, and
you're not getting there that easily after king to e3. I'm really starting to feel very concerned.
No, you just go king to d1. No, that's
not
the
I
win.
give you a check.
Check. King f1 is the only move right now.
She's really made it.
King f1 is the only move, and I'm not sure she's going to find it. She has 4 minutes on the clock. King f1 is not an easy move, and it's the only move again.
I think she will find it because it's really the only move you can make. You move the king to d1, I give you a check, grab the bishop, and then take the pawn. You promote, I take the pawn, and then the same thing, rook h1.
So it's really king f1 or resign.
Yes, it's king f1 or resign.
But why she played h6? The pawn was nicely defended on h5.
I think she maybe felt like she will have time to go h7 and defend the pawn. But as you are saying, it was defended, it was good.
It was good. So king f1 or bust. But we're going to pause our analysis because Cristian, very, very special lady standing next to you.
Absolutely. Alice, welcome back to the show. Another big victory for you, and this was against a player that was really having a good event so far, Tani, and a good friend of yours. I always see you guys hanging around with each other, playing blitz and whatnot. You guys know each other quite well in terms of your chess. Am I correct about that?
Yeah, I think somewhat. You know, I didn't really know Tani too well before this tournament, but I've gotten a lot of meals with him and some other people here. So I think I've definitely gotten to know him better, and I don't know if I know his chess too well because we only played maybe twice or so. But yeah, certainly it was. I knew it'd be a tough matchup.
Absolutely, and he came out swinging with some aggressive play in the opening with h4, but then you neutralized. You guys got to this position. you're a pawn up, but you need to defend very carefully,
Mm-hmm.
right? And the only move you found is rook to d7. Were you concerned at this point?
Yeah, I was a bit concerned. I mean, I saw this rook d7 in advance, but I felt like the main line that I would have to calculate is just making sure that this bishop takes f5 doesn't work. So I saw some very interesting lines. Rook takes d1, king takes d1. I was going to play rook d8 check. And the problem is that wherever his king goes, like say king c2, then after I take on e5, queen c7
Well,
check.
king c1 I think is just
king
made,
c1
right?
is, yeah, king c1 or king e1 is just made. King e2 also, actually there was this very interesting line I
Sorry.
had
One,
to...
take.
Oh yeah, okay, so here white can play queen c7, rook d7, and then I think rook takes g7. And then after king takes g7, queen takes c7, king g6, queen takes there, queen takes f2, king b1, I guess, queen takes e3, king a2. I think this is probably slightly more pleasant for white, but I saw this would probably be objectively equal.
Should be a draw, yeah. Maybe even knight d4 if you want.
Yeah.
And force the draw.
Yeah, I think my king is just weak, so I'd be like a bit concerned, but I should be able to hold this.
And he played f3, and at this point I was sure that you guys are just going to repeat. Just go like this and repeat the position. But he wanted more, it seems. King c2, and then you spotted this b5, I really like it. Just try to complicate matters. Once this position arrives on the board, did you understand that you already are taking the lead in this one?
Yeah, I mean, I felt that he had to do like the rook h3, rook back, but I also felt that he wouldn't do it because like the tournament situation is such that he needs to win in order to like keep up with like Mishra and Andy. So I'm not surprised that he went for this, which is objectively quite risky for white, which certainly gave me some chances.
Yes, and I think after that, you in fact played a very controlled game. I don't think you ever let go of the advantage. And it looked a bit dangerous, obviously, because it was somewhat of a race, even towards the end, like a tempo-based race. But you were always in control, and you converted after king to c3. Queen takes c6 was the last move indeed. Alice, how are you assessing your performance so far going into the last round? 50% in a tough field. How are you feeling about your game?
I think I'm pretty happy with how I've played, say, like the last 4 games. And obviously this field is extremely difficult, so 50% I think is a very good result for me. But yeah, considering like my tournament started out quite badly, like I lost the first 2 games, I think I'm generally very happy with my play since then. And yeah, going into the last round, like I think I gain rating even if I lose, so I'm not really like, it's like my opponent is the one who has to play.
This one ended, sorry to interrupt you, this one, quite an important game. Angelina won in this one against Alexi Ruth. I don't know why that said draw. She did indeed win her game, and right now takes a commanding lead going into the final round. Alice, thank you for joining us, and thank you for sharing your thoughts about the game, and good luck tomorrow. We'll see you tomorrow.
All right, thank you.
Congratulations, Alice, and we're kind of a little bit shell-shocked that Alexi Ruth did lose that game, because that was a huge impact on the women's senior championship.
Yes,
I mean, that extra half a point.
The game was not like as clear as one would think.
No, not at all. And oh my goodness, for Natalia, she's sitting there going, "Oh no."
For everybody watching right now, can you please give us a beautiful tutorial on how to make a draw?
No.
with the bishop against the rook?
Well, it's actually, I think what happened for Alexi Ruth in this particular game is she was connected with the pawn on h5.
Yes.
Let me just bring that game up. So once Angelina missed the under promotion, we get to a position like this, and essentially without the pawn, you go king g3, and you want to put your king on either the a1 square or the h8 square. You want your king to be on the opposite color corner of your bishop. So let me just play a lot of very direct moves for a moment. and just to get the position that I want to say. And we're going to be very obliging, if you don't mind, as for a moment. So we're going to seize the defensive and put our king directly on the corner. So we're going to achieve essentially the best that Black could possibly do is to get ourselves into this situation. This is, it. You cannot get anything better than this position. And at first blush, you go, oh my gosh.
It's scary. King
It's
is in the
scary.
corner. Almost the rook is giving a checkmate.
Almost giving a checkmate. So let's give that opportunity for the rook to give us a checkmate, and you would give us a check. So again, from the start, you could never imagine yourself getting such a great position as Black. You forced me into the corner. You've pinned me, and it looks really good until you get to this position and you say, oops, it's stalemate.
No move for white.
Right. Conversely, if you put the king on A8, there will be a checkmate. There will be, and Alexei could have achieved this earlier. Instead, what she did is she kind of got hung up, and she kept that pawn on H5, and she allowed Angelina a position, I'm just going to get to it, where right now, ooh, wait a minute. This was, Alexei had to play the move King F1 and try to get one of those positions, which I've just explained, where White's king is going to try to head for either the corner squares that are dark, and the game will be a draw. This would have been a draw if Alexei had played King F1. The fact that she didn't meant that Angelina won the game, and it was huge.
Maybe let's take a look at the ending, because she kind of tried to do the same setup to block the checkmate with the bishop, but with a big difference.
Absolutely. In the final position in the game, after Rook F1, there was no...
Rook G1, and now White has a move. If the king was in the corner, there is no move. But now White has a move. King D1, and Black simply captures the bishop.
Exactly. Oops. You win so many half points by knowing these endings in advance. Michael Frenette, many-time champion of Washington State, said, Yasser, study your endings. It's like cheating on an exam, because you're going to have these endings in your game, and you better know them. Drill your endings.
Yeah.
Yeah. We have a couple of games, remember.
2 games remaining, so maybe let's check in on Bach and go against Evan Park.
Okay. What do we have? Bishops of opposite color, an extra pawn for... Wouldn't it be ironic if he plays Rook C6 check, takes the pawn? We have Rook and Bishop.
It's very likely, actually. It's very likely.
Go check, take the pawn.
Even though at this point, I don't think you need that.
It's not
like,
even necessary.
Really don't need that.
That's right.
Like,
but
don't even do it. There's no reason to do it.
It would be. The irony would be too much. Yeah. Yeah.
So
okay.
we'll just
This
keep
game.
the rook on the C file. Once you go to the 8th rank, we just come back. You can never trade rooks, because that's a draw.
Yeah.
This is somewhat simple. Rook to A5. Okay.
So trying to squeeze in from this side. I love the king. Don't get me wrong. I love the king on D7. But even if you were forcing me to go to E8 and I will set up a blockade with a bishop on D7,
he's going
easy
there.
draw.
He's actually going there.
Yeah.
King to E8 seems to be his move.
Yeah. Again, I think for myself personally, I would have thought, okay, check, take this pawn. And I know exactly how to draw this game, so that wouldn't have been an issue at all. King E8 on the board, and this one,
King B7.
King to B7. By the way, king to D7, or even rook to C1. Very, very sensible. It looks like he's reaching
rook
for his
C1,
king.
you only have to be careful that once I play rook A8, Just don't go back to d7.
But be careful. I have bishop to d5 check to spoil your mood, right? King to rook to.
I think he wants to go king d7.
Yes, king
I
d7
like king
is on the
d7.
board.
It's fine.
Just a second. I got to show the checkmate in one.
That one would be cold shower.
Totally. Okay. So
king d7 instead of rook c1, one more move back.
Okay. King d7, rook e7.
Probably king e8 back.
It's very logical.
No, rook c2 on the board.
You know, it's funny. I was actually thinking about rook to c6 and trying to snare the king on b7. But pardon me, what was played?
Rook
c2. Okay. Let's do it. Rook to c2 on the board. To c4. That was not.
Oh, okay. No, maybe he didn't place the rook there. He was playing rook c2, but maybe he brought it back because this is the current position. You have it right, Yasser. He was looking at rook c4, but he moved it back.
Apologies.
He never completed the move.
Time is not an issue. I see Bach has 9 minutes. Oh, rook c4. He decided he liked it after all. And I'm assuming we're going to go king b6.
Keep
check.
The rook protected.
King has to go back to... This is another way to lose the game. King to c8 and rook a8. We get that set up. But after rook check, we can drop back with the rook. That's nice. I like what you just said. Keep the rook protected.
Keep the rook protected on c4. Yes. Not like anybody will touch that rook.
Yeah, but at
any point, but keep it protected.
Yeah, loose pieces drop off the board. Okay, we're going to keep an eye on this one. And the other remaining game
Kirk,
is
Ghazarian
Kirk
against
and
Nico Chasin.
Because I feel like the two players have had this position for quite some time. Am I mistaken? Or
they've been playing around for
a long
quite
time.
a while, yes. None of the players have made any
progress,
big improvements.
Exactly. So king is on e1, and again, the moment we try to get our king either to the b file or the d file, we immediately give a check, and our king remains close by. Let's just refresh and remind everybody our current standings.
And let's start with the girls' juniors. Rachel Lee, big win today. Zoe Tang only a draw, which means Zoe Tang is still leading 6.5, but is not clinching the title yet. Rachel is still trying to put some pressure on her. And Jasmine Su, 5 points, clear third.
Exactly. Zoe could potentially be in a playoff. She'd have to lose. Rachel has to win. And in the juniors.
In the juniors section, Abhimanyu Mishra made only a draw. Andy Woodward, big win today against Brewington Hardaway, which means now they are tied for the first place, 5.5 out of 8, and big day tomorrow for them to decide who is gonna get the ticket to the U.S. Championship.
Big victory from Alice Lee to crush Tani's dreams of competing for the title, and in the senior women.
Here, Angelina Belakovskaya managed to win today against Alexei Rud, and she's at 6.5, 1 point ahead of Natalia Tsodikova, the defending champion. Chochanik Arapetian also won her game to be clear third. These ladies are trying to catch up to Angelina, but her destiny is in her hand.
Our congratulations to Shushanik, by the way, who won 4 in a row to climb right back into that podium. And in the seniors.
In the seniors section, we have Vladimir Akopian clear first, 6 points, but Alexander Onischuk making a big win today, tying with Alexander Fishbein and being only half a point behind the leader.
Alexander Fishbein hoping to win today to get into a tie, maybe force a playoff, but for the moment, it sure still looks like Vladimir is in the driver's seat. Cristian.
He's playing a dangerous game. The last couple of rounds, he had the white pieces. He didn't try very much, right? Even against Onischuk, okay, I get it. Against Onischuk, that's a tough one.
Chill.
Against Fishbein, you need to put some more pressure, right?
On the guys.
Because right now you're playing with the black pieces, and the two contenders are playing against each other. So you know both of them want to win.
Right.
That's going to be a flashy, explosive game. Most likely both of the players are going to take risks in that one. So there's likely that's going to be a decisive result. He's playing a dangerous game right now. If he doesn't win tomorrow against Jesse, Jesse's having a rough time right now because he's going to go home. He's going to see that queen takes c3 that he had twice in that game against
Speaking about the pairings for the
Kaidanov.
seniors.
Yeah, Jesse Kraai is going to challenge Vladimir Akopian tomorrow. Then the big game, Alexander Fishbein against Alexander Onischuk. Alexander Onischuk said in his interview he hopes Alexander Fishbein will play for the win so he gets some chances to fight back.
Oh, he certainly will. And look, I think Akopian tomorrow has to take risks. Yeah. I think he has to go for it with the black pieces against a wounded Jesse Kraai. If he doesn't, if he plays this coy, shy game that we've seen in the last couple of rounds, he's going to risk going into a playoffs because I think we're going to see a decisive result between Fishbein and Onischuk.
Wonderful. Wow, and I'm just watching Kirk and Nico completing their game. It was funny, we always say as chess coaches, we practice what we preach. Rooks belong behind passed pawns. And what's the first thing we see? Is Nico taking his rook, which was behind the passed pawn, and putting it to the side. But okay, it's still completely a draw. I was just going to say, if you got to this position, quick question for yourselves, would you have played rook to b7? I think I would have. I mean, I would like to advance my pawn up the board, right?
Okay, yeah.
I mean...
You're making good argument, Yasser.
Good argument. I mean, why not? That did not happen. Let me just refresh what has happened. We've just kind of been seeing a lot of to and fro. I'm expecting rook c6, just played. Time is not an issue. Both players have a few minutes on their clock, and they're getting the 30-second bonus.
I think we're finally going to see the repetition.
But this is what Nico is capable of. He's playing a high-rated player, Kirk, and he has been the one who's been pushing.
He's a grandmaster.
Yeah.
He's been a grandmaster for a year now, 25 plus. Right now, he dropped in rating a little bit. Obviously, he's facing and experiencing a rough patch. And he mentioned it himself in the interview with Iran. He just lost some motivation. He became a GM, achieved his big goal.
Right.
Before going to college, by the way. He's going to go to U Chicago, which is a tremendous school.
Yeah, tough
and,
school.
He lost a bit of his motivation.
Yeah.
That's why we're seeing him wounded in this event. Nevertheless, the quality is there for Nico.
And we see players repeating.
And
Nico is just stopping the clock, saying he's going to come back with king b3, which is 3 times repetition. And they are just waiting for arbiters to approve it. And then we will see a handshake.
Absolutely. The jacket comes on.
Taking the jacket on because it's the end and the handshake. So a draw between Kirk, Ghazarian, and Nico Chasin.
And then there was one, and that is the game between Bach and Evan. We've been expecting a draw for some time. It's been a bishops of opposite color affair. And by the way, now, funnily enough, Evan can cut White's king on the B file. Rook A3 check is played, and you can't go to C5 because after Rook B3 check, if King C5, I can trade and take the bishop. Yeah.
King A5.
King A5, we can go Rook B5.
Still trying.
check and
Rook
just
b5, king a6.
and just keep the king on the border. Yeah. And this should be a very easy draw now for Evan.
As you mentioned, yes, this king is cut off on the a file. It's not going to join the game. The dark square bishop with the rook, they don't have a cooperation to do something together. We always have the blockade of the pawn.
Yeah.
This is a draw.
You can't break the light square blockade without the assistance of the white king. The white king is offsides, if you will, at the moment. I'm always suspicious of such moves as rook c2. Why did I put my rook on a light square? Wait a minute. Rook c3 might have been a safer choice. This game looks like a complete draw.
Well, that's the last one. So
yeah.
We don't have any other games. This is the last one.
As our broadcast for this penultimate round is kind of drawing to a close, let's just say tomorrow's round, it's actually starting at the same time. Sometimes these last rounds start a few hours earlier to accommodate a closing ceremony. That's not the case here in St. Louis. We have an extra day of playoffs.
And starting this round today, we were thinking we may crown a champion today. No, that's not going to happen because everything is open for tomorrow.
If you guys had allowed me, I was trying to crown two champions.
You were trying, yes. Yes.
Not today. Not today. No jam today, maybe tomorrow. Oh, well, let's remind everybody about our picks. Guys, I got good news for myself.
I have no good news for myself.
I mean, Zoe, Vladimir, Andy, and who on earth could have made such choices, made such picks?
Wow, you can be 4 out of 4.
I'm impressed with Cristian. Cristian's in there with 3, and Rachel hasn't.
She's still in it, yes.
She's still in it too.
But she needs a big result from Chloe Gaw.
Right.
In her game against Zoe. It's not within her grasp right now.
Yeah.
They're still playing this game.
They're still playing.
Okay.
My goodness.
How exactly are you going?
Be careful, Bach. Wait a minute. With King C5.
King C5 is coming, yes. King C5
Who's
is
giving
starting
the
to become
checkmate?
Slightly dangerous.
Excuse me? That's actually, whoa. Yeah. Okay.
I think it's time. Just go Rook H5. I think Evan is Rook H2, okay.
Rook H2. Okay, his intention, of course, is to meet King C5 with Rook C2 check, and just making sure Rook A1 will not arrive with a checkmate.
And this is move 106, and Evan needs to make 22 more moves to claim 50 move rule with no pawns and no exchange.
Right now, I don't think he's interested in claiming the he may be more interested in, like, do I have a chance of winning or not? That's funny. Yeah. So if I go King A6, I would just be a little bit scared that my king doesn't come out, but it's okay. It's okay. But you know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
it feels like I'm a
comfortable.
little bit on the edge. Time to bring the king back home, King A4, King A3, and just sidestep any possibilities of an absolute disaster. King A4, King A3. Well, I'm going to have to ask Ben Underwood, what are the longest games that have occurred in junior championship history?
Wow, he went King A6.
Bold.
Brave.
Fearless. Let's see. I'm going to refresh my board. King A6 on the board. So imagining I was trying, no, I don't have any cheapos that I can really think about. I would have to, wow, I'd really need the cooperation of my opponent, wouldn't I? I'm thinking of bishop to c8 check.
King a7.
King a7, bringing my bishop to f5, sorry, to stop rook c2, and then trying to figure out if I couldn't, you know, rook a5 check and bishop e4 and rook a8 mate. No, it's a draw. I'd really need my opponent to cooperate with me to lose the game.
Oh, he played king a6. Wow.
I know. We were talking about bold, brave, fearless. Throwing in a few other descriptive...
real brave stuff, yeah.
Right?
It's, he's going for it. King is going to a7. This is impressive stuff.
Who's checkmating whom? Who's playing for the win?
I would never put my king on a6.
No, I would never either.
Never in a million years.
So the idea is if you go king a8, what I really wanted to do was set up like with my bishop on the diagonal. And again, you'd have to really cooperate with me. But you can imagine that if my bishop...
he went king a6.
King a8, right?
King a8.
I mean king a8, pardon me.
Yeah, you can imagine a situation where I suddenly played the move king d7. And the threat of a discovered check picking up material might give black victory. That would be asking, that would be ridiculous situation. Okay, let me just refresh.
So rook b8, rook b5, pardon me.
Rook b5 is on the board.
Know what's happening.
Yeah. Well, welcome to the last hour of our show. By the way, that was very confessional-like by Gregory Kaidanov to openly admit that he was having an hallucination at the end of his game, and he was looking at some variations where, you know, the win was in doubt, but he did always have the win in his pocket against Jesse. Rook
okay,
A2.
rook a2. So let's go bishop e6.
Absolutely. Bishop
Because
E6.
I like your idea to get the bishop on the h1 a8 diagonal.
Exactly, exactly. Something could go wrong for Bach in this one. Something could go.
Why would you ever do this to yourself?
I don't know. I mean, it really is scary.
Everyone is starting to think that maybe I have something.
I know.
You can see him thinking about it.
Like,
he's really thinking about it right now.
Doing on a8 after all?
I mean, it's just so unnecessary.
It really belongs on f6.
It's just so unnecessary.
Playing for a win that on that side of the board. Wow. If you don't mind, remind me of the pairings tomorrow for the junior championship, as we have a tie in that championship between Mishra and Andy Woodward. Tani fell off the pace
because he lost to Alice Lee. But let's take a look. So Andy Woodward white against Kirk Ghazarian, who just made a draw against Nico Chasin, and Abhimanyu Mishra white against Bach and Go, who is trying to still push for something
in that
with
game.
His king on a8. Then Evan Park against Tani Adewumi, Alice Lee playing Brevington Hardaway, and Nico Chasin against Liam Putnam.
Exactly, and in these pairings that we have on our screen, I see Andy and Mishra both as being big favorites, and they're going to be pushing themselves really hard with the white pieces. If we see a playoff, it wouldn't surprise me to see a playoff where both Andy and Mishra won on demand in the last round game. You can do that, you deserve to be champion. Yeah.
I would say Abhimanyu is much more of a favorite than Andy.
Yes.
In this one. I mean, Kirk is a very solid player.
Yes.
I believe he only lost one game
right.
in this tournament so far.
Right.
So definitely that's not going to be a walk in the park,
No.
right?
Walk
But
in the cake.
Abhimanyu against cake in the park, I guess.
I got you.
All I'm thinking is,
I got your belly.
is about cake right
Cake in
now.
the park sounds amazing.
That's all I have on my mind.
It's
been a
So
long
that's all
broadcast.
that is left, by the
No
way.
dessert for you.
It's been a long
Tomorrow,
broadcast.
round 9, and then playoffs potentially on Friday.
You'll have to educate me on what the playoff format will be. We'll do that tomorrow, just in case it's necessary. They come up with some crazy time controls, 8 minutes and 3 seconds to decide a game, as we're waiting for Bach and Evan to make a peaceful resolution to this hard-fought game. King c6 on the board. Oh my gosh, how they have a lot of time. Well, they've played 100 moves, and they each get 30-second bonus, says, for the moves they played.
And still 17 more moves for Evan to make, and then he can claim 50 moves rule, no pawn has moved, no exchange.
Right. How many moves? 7?
17.
17, I apologize. 17.
Come on, Bach, rook b6.
Put us out of the misery. Rook a2, well, king c6 is automatic in this case, yeah?
Impressive. Rook a1.
Yes. In case of rook c1, check, rook c5. He's reaching for his...
King a8.
King?
He loves that corner.
Remarkable.
Not sure why. There's
Right.
nothing to love about that corner.
No, that...
But
We
he
can
really likes it.
expect king d5. Going back with the king, freeing the c6 square for the bishop.
Makes sense. Makes sense. King d5 as you've predicted. And here's again, you know, it seems like white has more chances of losing the game than black does. Rook a7 trying to break the break the blockade, excuse me, walks into bishop c6. Oops, that would be a major faux pas. So, I mean, I'm seeing more ways for white to lose the game than for black to lose the game, and it's kind of a strange occurrence when you're a pawn up. And did we just see rook c1?
Yes. Rook c1.
c1.
Rook c5, offering a trade.
Good move. Really don't know. If you go rook b1 intending to play king b7, then there's rook check, oops, excuse me, rook check, and then rook b5, and that forces the trade of rooks in a dead draw. 17 moves, huh? Less.
Now 13 more moves.
Now 13. What was some of the longest games of chess that you've played in your career, Katja?
I don't remember.
Century?
Yeah, 100, yes.
moves? 100 moves
I remember I had
times?
one long game at World
Rook
Youth Championship.
a1, okay.
Rook a1, and
Rook
immediately...
b5. Standing.
Standing,
He
yes.
didn't even sit down for this one.
Now threatening bishop c6, although it's not
Not really
such a big threat. It's just a check. And rook b7.
I think I'm threatening king c6 to repeat the position for like the nth time.
That's true. I think king c6 is the big threat.
It might be a repetition after king c6. I haven't checked, but...
No. Well, rook on a1 is actually different too, because there was like a rook on the second rank some time ago. King c6. Just to make everybody aware, the magic number for the 50-move roll I'm checking with Kate. Is it 123, Kate?
No, it's 128. It's 128.
128. Forgot to carry the 5.
It's 128 because move 78 was d6, which was the last move with a pawn.
We've just had rook a6 check, king to d5.
10 more moves.
Not so bad. Easy peasy.
This might be the first time that I'm seeing this specific scenario where you just push a pawn and then you cannot really push it anymore. Play out for 50 moves. Like generally at some point you just give up like 10, 15 moves max.
Exactly.
And then you exchange the rooks and make a draw.
Right.
But Bach is really stubborn. He really wants it.
Yeah.
It's just there's no way. That's it.
Yeah, exactly. The blockade, the light square blockade
It's too
is
strong.
super strong.
There is no way you will ever be able to kick the light square bishop from d7. It's the nature of the opposite color bishops.
Yep. I'm just trying to, again, I'm trying to imagine any scenario where Bach could possibly win by a mistake from Evan, but it's actually the reverse. I've been seeing more positions where Evan could win by a mistake from White, even though White's the one with the material advantage.
The black rook on the b file is perfectly cutting off that white king who cannot join any kind of, not even attack, but let's say a push for promotion. If white king could somehow get himself to c7,
well, I think bishop c8 right now just
maybe we are
finishes the
talking
job.
about something.
I think bishop c8 is a really good move. I was thinking some other possibility of winning the game. Bishop c6, and again, if you were to play, for argument's sake, bishop back to e7 or c7, I'm gonna hurt with.
Okay, I see what he's trying to do.
Right.
Check it out.
Please tell me.
Bishop c8.
Bishop c8. I'll fall for it. Yep.
Let me see how I can do this.
But by the way, bishop c6 is
Bishop
on the board.
b6.
Bishop b6?
Yes. Now you take my rook.
Gotcha.
I go d7 and I win.
Ooh.
This is the first time we found a win for White in like 2 hours, guys. Pause and give ourselves credit. But I like the move Evan played because Evan is now thinking, okay, first of all, I'm going to win the pawn. King takes d6. But what I'm really thinking about is winning your bishop. Rook d7 check, rook b7 check, pardon me, followed by rook to d7 check and taking the bishop. So suddenly, Bach.
I think he's planning to play rook b6.
And just allow king takes d6, yeah? Yeah.
Rook b6 was played.
Just a second. Rook b6, rook
no.
check.
No. No seconds.
Rook check, king, rook check, king. Can I put you?
But I can block
no,
rook
no,
a6.
no, of course.
Evan is about to capture king takes d6.
And in fact, that's exactly what he's just done. And the players, don't tell me they need a new score sheet.
They do. It's 120.
It's 60 moves on the one sheet of paper.
Now you have to sign all 3 score sheets.
Exactly.
Well, that's it. They should shake hands.
No, because there's mating material on the board.
There is mating material on the board. Yes.
And now there isn't, and they're shaking hands. So there's a draw between Bach and Go and Evan Park.
Nice. Whew, what a penultimate round it was. Final thoughts, Cristian, as we close our broadcast.
Expected. Everybody was trying to win, and everybody that was still in contention was really trying to make a push and get closer to the leaders, and that's exactly what we're seeing. And we still don't have a champion yet.
No,
but
not
tomorrow,
in any of them.
Everything will be decided, whether we're going to see 4 champions or we're going to see some playoffs. Only time will tell.
Winning on demand by Andy.
That was great. Yes.
With black.
That was great, yes. And I said at the beginning of the show, he needs 2 out of 2. And I still believe that he needs a victory tomorrow.
Cool.
Because Abhimanyu, I think he's going to defeat Bach. That's my suggestion, that's my prediction.
And you're sticking with it. Yes. I get you. Thank you, everybody, for hanging in there with us and enjoying our broadcast. We certainly enjoyed bringing it to you, and it's time to say goodnight.
Yeah, see you tomorrow for the last amazing round.
Good night from St.
Good night, everyone.
This has been a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Any reproduction or distribution of this content without the express written consent of the St. Louis Chess Club is prohibited.